what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio bright. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes how you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes how you can change your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart
Weasel! Weasel!
Dingus Gambit.
Hi everyone, Irene here. I feel like, it feels like being late for class today. I don't know why that is. It's because we got a kind of a banger stream going on, right? And I'm edging you way too long already. Also, wasting 20 minutes in the loading screen. It means less time for streaming. Also, it's really hard to put on lipstick while you're talking. Have you ever tried it? No, when the professor is late, then it's like, it depends on how respected the professor is, but sometimes people just leave after 5 minutes. If it's an adjunct professor. Adjunct professors, that's like the worst job in the world. You get treated like shit. Not that I would know, chat. Not that I would know about that. Hi, how are you doing? If you're Olimey, you're living rent-free in the minds of Cenk and Anna. And if you're Zara, then you're maybe also living rent-free in the minds of Anna. After making a meme like this. This is a pretty good meme. Sometimes in Discord, I request a Photoshop because I'm not good with Photoshop. I don't have Photoshop, I have Canva. And sometimes I wonder if people can tell like which thumbnails are actually an NCC job and which thumbnails are professionally done. Oh my god, chat, I can't find anything. I can't find anything. I've barely got my void coffee today. But first, before we do the void coffee, I gotta have my sody pop. Seriously. I mean, that's some good sody pop. To be fair, yeah, we got Anna Kasparian. And she's back at her bullshit, isn't she? If you don't know, she found a Joy Behar clip and sort of used it to talk about these lunatic activists that want cash bail reform for, I don't know, Patrick Bateman. The Patrick Batemans of the world. That's a way that I can get around it, chat. There's certain words that YouTube does not like me to say, especially early in the stream. And we are early in the stream. How's everybody doing? Luigi? I mean, that is one way to shorten his name. Waluigi? Waluigi's living free on my mic. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, I wouldn't ask him to pay rent any more than Goku Naru would ask the guy that lives in his walls to pay rent for... Wait, he did. He asked that guy to pay rent, right? Anybody see that? The absolute annihilation of Sneeko by Goku Naru? That's a video that I actually like have considered watching on stream. I just don't know. Right, my I can't find anything. Oh, there it is. I found it. Yeah, I was so worried. I was like, I can't start stream without this. Yeah, 'cause we're gonna have a really serious stream today, and so I need to be in serious mode. I mean, it kind of is serious though. Propaganda kills. Propaganda is bad. Propaganda has real bad effects. Also, Jules, thank you for the resubscribe on Twitch. That is 32 months. Quite impressive. Lies of P is kicking your ass? I've never played this game. I don't play any like real games. I only play like I only play weeb games. I don't know, chat. Maybe you should get me onto some new games. Like, what games would you like me to see me play? I was thinking about doing. So tomorrow, normally on Friday, we have like a community night, and I realize like Friday night's not the best night for community. Even it's difficult for mods to make it sometime on Friday. It's just a difficult night, right? So I was thinking about doing it like during the day. And then I was like, wait, we haven't done Premium Streamium in a really long time. Why don't we do a Premium Streamium on Friday? Are people up for that? Do people want to do a Premium Streamium? So what that is it's a special stream for members only. It's super exclusive unless you join the Discord, in which case you can sneak in the back door for free. But yeah, I wanted to, oh my God. There's so many things that I need to do. There's so many things that I want to do. Somebody reminded me in DMs that I need to set up the tiers for Patreons. Yeah, I've had a Patreon for how long? And there's no tiers. It's just like, you know, if you're a Patreon, you're a Patreon. You know, there's no levels set for anything. And I know I'm supposed to do that. Can Patreons join too? Yeah, Patreons would join. Yeah, well, I mean, Patreon's like, right. So there's like the front door, right? Which is if you're a Patreon, if you're a member, if you subscribe to me on Twitch, and then there's the back door, which is the like, hey, I don't want to shut anybody out of this. And like I said, I learned what I learned from Sam Cedar, and Sam Cedar never shut me out of his fun half, right? So I don't want to be shutting anybody out of the. So there's a secret way to get into the Premium Streamium, and that's just to show up on what's it called? Discord. Yes, you show up on my Discord, and I'll actually be in the Discord. Wait, how are we gonna work this? Yeah, I'll actually be in the Discord like chat, maybe even taking calls and playing some video games. You sent me the pic that I wanted? Oh my God. Wait, you know what? I should have put this in. You know what? I've got a place for this, Vamps. So this is the Patrick Bateman Gasparian. Oh my God, I gotta explain this joke. I feel like some people might not this joke. Anna Bateman. Let's see. I'm gonna add the image. It's scary though. It's kind of scary. I feel like this Anna is like more threatening. So we got a few different versions of Anna Kasparian Bateman. That's definitely one of them. Oh my God, chat! I wanna like here. Let me do something. Wait, how do you? What? Oh, you can just copy, and then you have to. Remove. But yeah, like this. Like, look, this should live right here. Aww. How did I not get a copy of that? Oh my God. I'm so bad at OBS, chat. I'm so bad at OBS. I'd have to re-add the image. Okay, add image. I mean, like, that's an image right there. I feel like it should go right there. There we go. No, that's even scarier. It's like Anna's coming for me. Chat, she might be coming for me. Maybe we should start off with the fact that I poked the... I don't want to say the bear, because then it's like I'm calling her a bear, and I'm not trying to dehumanize Anna Kasparian. But I did make a pretty funny tweet about her. Oh my God. Here, I'm gonna have to take this off. It's too... Candace Owens. No, we're not looking for Candace Owens today. Oh my God. Yeah, so this is Zara's meme of Anna Kasparian as Patrick Bateman. Made by Zara. And I'm kind of scared, chat. I'm a little bit scared because if I look in these reposts and I view quotes, look what I found. Oh my god, why did I do this, chat? What? Why am I trying to get Anna Kasparian's attention? Well, look, the Vanguard already have Anna Kasparian's attention. Many of you may have watched their stream this morning, right? They were just going over the fact that they got, I don't know what to call this. This is a shout out, right? Look, Anna, I don't know if you know this, right? But you can take a screenshot of something if you want to say, hey, these guys are cringe, these guys suck, the usual suspects are trashing me again, right? Without giving them the boost, right? You actually put their YouTube video in your tweet, meaning that it's a tweet with a link, meaning that it gets like less, you know, like, I don't know, it gets less attention than it would if it was a picture. And you're also promoting their video. You're promoting your own L's here. So if she's gonna promote her L's, I'm gonna give her a chance to promote my L's as well. And there we are. So yeah, this is Anna's tweet. Now this is, what is this all about? What does this all relate to? Like I said, she found a clip from The View where Joy Behar is talking to Governor Hochul of New York, and you know, talking about how everything sucks there, and not from the right perspective, right? Because there's a lot of criticisms you could have for Governor Hochul in terms of feeding into right-wing narratives. Like, right, when you order the National Guard down into the subways to search people's bags, you're kind of feeding into the right-wing narrative that New York is this like hell world, even though it's not, even though like crime is lower in New York. In fact, the Vanguard looked up the top 50 you know, highest crime cities. New York was not on there, and the cities that were on there were like rural. So there's a massive misperception, but don't try to tell Anna Kasparian that, because she is Anecdote Anna, and if she can find a freaking person that tried to Breaking Bad somebody in Long Island, then she will, and she'll use the fact that, oh my god, I can't believe this person didn't get like, you know, $1 million in bail. Okay, well, if they had $1 million, if their bail was $1 million, guess who gets to get out of that? Patrick Bateman. Anna Kasparian, I don't know what the hell you think you're doing by bringing cash bail back, but it sounds like you want Patrick Bateman to run free. Right? He's got enough money. He's not a flight risk. Chat, he's only got 27 passports. Come on. Come on. We can trust Patrick Bateman not to, like, I don't know. It's so weird. It's so ridiculous. Anna's completely ridiculous. Also, like, she keeps subtweeting Olimey. I don't know what she thinks she's doing. Yeah, it's weird too, right? Because she mentions Benny, you know, in the coffee hour. What was it called? The iced coffee hour? I have got to turn down my heat. Oh my god. It's a nice day, so as long as the traffic is not too loud, and let me know if you hear the traffic, or the trains, or anything else, any other loud sounds, allowing cash bail just allows people to buy their freedom. Crimes being once again only for the poor. Yeah, I know. Look, even if you take her at her, like, you know, like, nobody wants axe murderers like Patrick Bateman to run free, okay? Like, least of all somebody like me that might have like an axe murderer right behind me in my starting soon screen, right? Everybody's gonna be, you know, that's scary stuff, right? Nobody wants that. That's not what anybody campaigned for. That's not what lunatic activists were asking for. They were like, oh yeah, let's let Patrick Bateman free. Let's let the axe murderers go. I think we're talking about PBD, not Patrick Bateman, David. Patrick Bateman not only has 27 passports, they are all done in distinguished raised font, outstanding quality passports, right? No, he does. Somehow he's got like a Genesis passport. You know what I'm saying? You know how you get your credit card? If you have a fancy credit card, you can get like, you know, whatever on it. Like, I've never seen like a band credit card, but I could imagine, you know, like it'll be like, I don't know, a design that you like, you know, like, I mean, sometimes you get to choose what your credit card looks like. Do you want the autumn leaves? Do you want the you know, I don't know, you got a bunch of different choices when you go and get your credit card or your debit card, right? I can imagine a Genesis one that's like the album cover for, isn't that his favorite thing? It's like Genesis, not the Genesis with Peter Gabriel, which people tell me is good, but the Genesis with Phil Collins that people tell me is overplayed. Is Genesis overplayed, chat? Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Anna hates the poor, is true. If a tree falls in the woods, does Anna hear it? Oh my god. Only if it's a birthing tree. Chat, you are like on fire today. Like everybody's got the memes. Look, I had the idea for Anna Kasparian as Patrick Bateman, but I didn't have the execution. Like I said, all I do is Canva because I can't afford Photoshop for myself. So I use Canva. Which I should get sponsored by them since I'm talking about them. I'm basically advertising for them in the same way that Anna Kasparian is advertising for the Vanguard and for Olimey. I don't know what she thinks she's doing here. But she did get boosted. Talk about the usual suspects, right? So, you know, obviously when Anna says the usual suspects, we know who she's talking about, right? We know that she's talking about the Vanguard, she's talking about Olimey, she's talking about anybody that she's got a gripe against, especially anybody that owned her, anybody who cooked her on social media, when she is the one who like Bugs Bunnied into the pot. She chopped up the vegetables, she chopped up the carrots, she chopped up the onions, she got into the boiling cauldron, and she asked the witch, what's cooking, Doc? And of course the answer is as always, rabbit stew. Not all publicity is good publicity. Pick your battles wisely. Grace and Sagase? Sages? Grace and Sages? Wait, what is this? You're fumbling the ball, fumbling the bag even, not realizing the actual score where you are on the field. Situational awareness. What's going on? I don't know. So it sounds like OnlyFacts has not got the memo of what Anna Kasparian is doing these days. Like that she's shifted, right? She has left the left, even though she's taken it. It's a long goodbye. It's a long goodbye that she's saying to the left. So yeah, there's a lot of people in here roasting her. Watching your viewpoint shift to a middle ground, in a sense, has been very interesting. Oh no, this is... Why did I think this was going to be based? It gives me hope for the country. I hope you continue to speak against bad narratives and speak to what's right. Sending love. Wait, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna look up a random account, right? I'm not gonna take a chance that somebody sends them hate or anything like that. Chat, you wouldn't send anybody hate, right? The fringe left is far more widespread than most of the moderate left would believe. Yeah, we all want freaking Patrick Bateman out on bail. We all want axe murderers running around, right? Universities have been pumping them out for decades. Yo, this some super anti-intellectual here. Now they fill the rank of corporate boardrooms. Do you know what a business department is like, my dude? Anyway, HR departments, academia, NGOs, military media. So yeah, there's a lot of right-wingers on here, kind of big upping Anna. Oh my god, wait, this one is golden. This one is golden. Look at this. Ever watch The Matrix and see when Neo... I bet you watch The Matrix, Dark Schneider. I bet you watch The Matrix. I bet you've seen it like 496 times. See when Neo starts seeing the glitching? At this moment, Anna, you're Neo. Oh my god, this person, like, is that fucking air you're breathing? Or is that Jinx farts? Like, what the fuck? This is just cringe beyond cringe, right? They are still on the Matrix, aren't they? They're still on the Matrix. They're still on Fight Club. According to, I think it was Gavin that said this. I can't remember. Either Zach or Gavin this morning said that when they talk to Adam and Sitch, which we're gonna go over them too. In fact, we might even start with those fools. We might even start with Adam and Sitch. What do you think, chat? Should we start off by roasting Adam and Sitch? Yeah, they're on this too. In fact, they're in here. I think Gavin shows up in this thread, and then Adam from Adam and Sitch responds to him. But like literally, favorite 2 movies, you know, because Zach and Gavin, I don't know if you know this, but they are cinephiles. That means not anything bad, chat. That means they really like movies, and furthermore, they know movies. They know cinema. Unlike me, whose opinions on cinema are probably pretty limited because I never have time to watch movies. They will tell you about all kinds of movies, old movies, new movies, art movies, foreign movies, whatever kind of movie that you might be into. They know their shit. But apparently, Adam and Sitch, not so much. Adam's favorite movie is The Matrix, followed by Fight Club, right? Oh my god, why is this getting... You are the establishment? Oh no, wait, is that a response to Mark Monkey or a response to... Wait, where was this? I don't know. There's a lot of solid gold in this thread, chat. This thread provideth. You and Cenk tried to argue that nobody wants this? Yeah, that's right. People want... Oh my god, they're going to Francis Fox Piven! Yo, that's like, is that some Tea Party shit? That's old. I haven't heard that name in a really long time, but this is somebody that right-wingers used to talk about a lot, Francis Fox Piven. Also, it's like around the time that they were talking about, oh my god, what is his name? Rules for Radicals. Who's the guy that wrote that? Why can't I remember his name? Wait, hip to be wrong? Wait, there's so many memes here. There's so many memes in chat. And I'm missing them all because I'm like focusing on Twitter too much. Who's the guy? Saul Alinsky. Yeah, it's like Saul Alinsky era. You know, like when they were all like, the Democrats are following the advice of Saul Alinsky. And the Democrats are like, who? So yeah, here's somebody pointing out that the program, the policy at large has reduced recidivism on misdemeanor and nonviolent felony charges. 44 and 50%. But don't tell that to Anecdote Anna. Happy to be on the right, Anna. Yo, this is it. Anna's gonna join the wait, isn't this the NWO guy? The Hulkster? He's the guy with the he's the guy with the like reality show that sued Gawker, right? This guy, the Hulkster. And he's the he like, yeah, I thought he was a... Anyway. I remember him wearing black. I don't know that much about wrestling, chat. All I know is that I gotta meet wrestlers, okay? I gotta meet wrestlers. I need to meet wrestlers. I need to become friends with wrestlers because that's what Cyndi Lauper did. And I'm like, Cyndi Lauper is like my role model, okay? Everything in my life is like Cyndi Lauper. I want to be just like her. Keep making sense, Anna and MAGA. Anna and MAGA are going to fall in love with you. Brianna Wu off the top rope. Elbow from the top rope. Brianna Wu. Okay, I'm cribbing notes from Cenk on this one. Haven't you learned by now that any kind of nuanced factual point that deviates from the narrative will lead to this? Will lead to what? The Vanguard criticizing you? Why does Brianna Wu think that it's like the fucking, oh my god, it's cancellation? Zach and Gavin, how could you? How could you use your massive amounts of social media clout to cancel poor little Anna Kasparian? poor little Anna Kasparian trying to have a nuanced point of view, and Zach and Gavin have just gotta like, you know, Bigfoot her. Anyway, yeah, it looks like Brianna Wu's fan club follows her everywhere. So she's in there, she's in on it. I don't know, maybe I need to get in on more of these threads. I don't post much on Twitter. Tim Pool's crush on you grows. The Shire awaits. Wait, why is it the Shire? It's like a Lord of the Rings reference. The people defending you. No! God damn. Why hasn't Amon Animations done a Jim Brewer? I feel like this would be perfect for Amon Animations. One of us. One of us. Oh my god, they're complaining that she didn't want the bail reduced or eliminated on the non-violent J6 offenders. Yeah, yeah. My favorite non-violent zip tie carriers. I mean, I guess you could classify, right? Q Shaman didn't do any violence. I guess they're saying let Q Shaman come join us. Wait, I'm trying to find, there are some big right-wingers, I think, who are in on this thread. We call this buyer's remorse? Yo! There's so many groypers in here. Or wait, no, is this a groyper or a friend? I can't even tell, chat. It's some kind of Pepe. That's a rare Pepe right there. That's a rare Pepe. Oh my god, that's a very rare Pepe. We got rare Pepes. Oh my god, Anna, are you gonna take the red pill? Look, if you're Adam friended, you boof these things, okay? You don't even bother going the oral route. If you're Adam friended, you have been an edgelord for so long that like that swallowing a red pill does nothing for you. You gotta boof it if you want to get it to have its full effect. Yeah, so the right loves this. The left is dunking on her. SJWs always attack each other for being insufficiently pure. Being one of them does. Oh my god, that vampire castle! Yo! Oh no, this is the rarest of rare Pepes. This is the Douglas Lane Pepe right here. This is a Fisher pilled Pepe. That's a very specific type of shitlord right here that LARPs as leftier than thou because they don't believe in identity politics, like the liberal identity politics. They're too pure for the liberal identity politics. I mean, you got to hand it to her for Twitter. She is definitely reading the room. Wait, what? Here, welcome to the right. Wait, where is this coming from? I see it picture retweeted here. I don't see. Do I block Eon Miles Chong? Is that why I'm not seeing him? There are a lot of like, I don't know, right-wingers that I just like kind of block because like I don't want to. I have no desire. But you see what she's trying to do with this, right? So I said I didn't think it was very effective. I said that I thought she was posting her L's, and I said that I thought that she's helping out the people, you know, in terms of like having Anna Kasparian yell at you on Twitter, having Anna Kasparian carrying you on Twitter is actually helpful to a channel on the actual left. Now, there's a little caveat to that too, because I think I know what Anna's trying to do here, and it's kind of gross. It's kind of Kiwi Farms. When she makes a tweet like this, welcome to the party, pal? Okay. Welcome to the fight. Welcome to the fight club, Anna. You're seeing the glitchers. Oh my god. Nobody tell these guys that The Matrix was written by 2 trans women, okay? That'll ruin their immersion. We don't want to ruin their immersion. We don't want to, like, present day these people, right? We don't want to wake up the sleepwalker, or else they might go like,
fucking pronouns! This is going bad.
yeah, we don't want that happening, so. They're getting roasted in their own comment section. Oh, I'm sure they're crying about it. Yeah, so that's what they're trying to do. Like, right, they want enough right-wingers to be aware of Olimey, to be aware of the Vanguard, to be aware of anybody that Anna feels like has gotten the best of her, that you know, she's literally trying to do a Destiny here, and harass them off the internet. You remember when I don't know if anybody does. Does anybody in chat remember when I talked to Destiny, and his ask of me was like, well, you know, can't you turn on Demon Mama? And, like, you know, that's not an unreasonable ask altogether. I've got some skepticisms about Demon Mama. I've got a skepticism about any Vosh orbiter, right? But, you know, what's his reason, right? Well, she is saying that I'm transphobic, and that might lose me a sponsorship someday. So I literally want to harass her off the fucking internet. He literally came on my stream to ask me to help him harass her off the internet, and it's like, I'm sorry. In that battle, I'm gonna have to take Demon Mama's side, right? She's, you know, kind of an egomaniac herself, but is she really any worse than any other debate lords? It's what I was trying to get across to Nebraska Steve in my 2 conversations with him, but unfortunately he wasn't listening. He's literally playing the piano while I was talking, so, you know, he didn't take what I had to say very seriously. And now he is fully enmeshed in right-wing politics. He's taking the red pill. He's doing red pill content. I am trying to find the actual evidence, the actual, like, I don't know, there's a lot of replies here, right? But what happened with this tweet, right, is that, like, so Anna's base Twitter following are like, oh my god, I should show you this, chat. Let's see, if I type Anna Kasparian, what do I get? Well, I get my tweet, which is very funny, and that's based. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to help me out blasting off, this is the blast off tweet today, right? I did it a little different. I did it a little funny, right? I decided to, instead of just doing my thumbnail, which, you know, the thumbnails are great, right? Especially the ones I think that Vamps does, and the ones that Zara has done. I don't know, mine are okay sometimes, you know, sometimes I get an inspiration, sometimes mine are okay, but I have some strong artistic firepower on my side. But today I decided that a meme would be better than a thumbnail. In fact, I don't know, maybe the meme should be on the thumbnail, who knows? But there it is, I pinned it in Twitch. I am going to also do the same thing, oh my god, if I can, on the YouTube side of things. There we go, just take this and pop that out. And wait for the... Yeah, let's help blast off. Look, Vamps is the only Vampire Castle I care about, alright? Fuck that Mark Fisher shit. That was Mark Fisher's, like, worst work. I think that's probably his worst, the worst thing that he's ever done. Like, he thought he was so smart, though. But I mean, it's the same thing with Anna. It's the same thing as in terms of, like, I'm sure that, like, you know, he got fucking owned by some college student, SJW, and he's gotta write a book to cope about it. So, or book, it's not a book, it's like a pamphlet. Chat, if you want to read the Vampire Castle, because you're gonna get this quoted to you by the Douglas Lane types, you know, you get accused of being in favor of identity politics, and Mark Fisher's got the way to honestly, it's kind of like a it's kind of like a slide that leads to conservative leftism at its latest point. So here's what I was trying to tell you, right? There are some Anna Kasparian fans. Oh, there we go. Not that person. There's the Vanguard's tweet. Thanking Anna for the shout out, I'm sure. Oh, there we go. Native Patriot. Oh yeah, this is what Gavin was talking about on stream today, right? So they, you know, I don't know. Okay, they mentioned this themselves. So they live in Kansas City, Missouri. I don't usually like to mention where people live, chat, because I've had my own experience with harassment on the internet, and believe me, the less people know, the better. But yeah, they're you know, pretty forward with where they're at, and Kansas City is ranking number 8 in the U.S. cities with the highest homicide rates. Right? It kind of goes against what you hear about from the right in terms of the idea that New York City, San Francisco, Los Angeles, all these liberal cities, and they're not even fucking liberal cities, to be honest, right? Oh, this is in the conversation. There's Adam Friended. Okay, there we have our friend, Adam Friended. We're about to see what he's up to today, right? The Stitch and Adam. I always want to call it the Adam and Stitch, but it's the Stitch and Adam, actually. Or with Anna, it's like the, what did it, the Snitch and Karen show with Anna and Cenk. But you live in the Midwest where crime is non-existent. How full of shit is this guy? How full of shit is this guy? This guy is so fucking cringe. Look, I even tweeted about it today, chat. Before I did this tweet. I'm gonna scroll all the way down. All the way down here to find this one. But this is who we're talking about. This is who we're talking about. This guy was cool last when Obama was president, okay? And I'm like, cool. I mean, he had a bunch of Blaze at 420 memes, right? I don't know. Maybe this guy was never cool. Maybe this guy was never cool. But yeah, he's boofing the red pills because otherwise they don't have any effect on him. Oh my god, I actually got one of these. Wait, they're saying link in bio instead of WAP in bio? Wait, if I click on their bio, chat, is there gonna be a sexy picture of Link from Zelda? Is that what that link in bio? Like, I haven't gotten a lot of these, or at least if I have, they don't show up. They get like they get disappeared. But I don't know. Yeah, how badly out of touch? Yeah, that's right. So this person replied to Adam Friended when he said, y'all live in Kansas City. Like, how the fuck do you know anything about, like, you know, like, there's no crime there. Like, you wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand here in the city, here on the coast, here in the elite top cities in the nation. We're getting the violent crime here. And it's literally not true. Like, Gavin and Zach showed it. All the, you know, the top cities for crime are like in the Midwest. They're not necessarily like big cities either. How out of touch does someone need to be to think the Midwest is crime free? And it's like, this is your answer right here. Adam Friended is your answer. This is how out of touch you need to be in order to think that deal with it. TikTok filters are still funny, and that Fight Club and The Matrix are like the best movies out there. The best movies ever. Yeah, look, the Vanguard boys are eating good. You can see here. The Vanguard boys are eating good tonight. I hope that, I don't know, like, I don't think they don't care if Anna's gonna send a bunch of chuds to their comment section. Like, it literally doesn't matter. Oh, there's AJW. Okay, so I think, did it all start with this? Well, okay, no, it all started with this. I don't even know, chat. I've got a lot to show you today. We've got a lot to react to. Anna Kasparian can't do whatever she wants with her property. Therefore, unhoused people shouldn't be allowed to have their belongings. She treats homeless folks as a mentally ill monolith. Yeah, exactly. And look, that's on purpose, right? Now, you know, this country has never dealt, the United States has never dealt particularly well with things like mental health, right? But back in the Reagan era, prior to the Reagan era, if you've ever seen the film One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, that's like a portrayal of, you know, what the mental health system was as far as like involuntarily committing people and you know, treating them very inhumanely, right? Now Reagan got rid of a lot of that system and took a lot of the people who were institutionalized and, you know, kind of set them out on the streets with no sort of help, with no sort of soft landing, with no way for them to you know, sort of stabilize their living situations, which, right, what that does is it combines the you know, the population that's unhoused with the population that is, you know, suffering from debilitating mental illness, so that they can be confused with one another, so that people will make the assumption that you see an unhoused person, you assume that they are, you know, mentally unwell, and so that we can sort of combine the mistreatment of both of those groups of people. This is the nature of a smear, right? This is what I mean, like, I don't know, smear can mean a lot of different things. So this is what I think of when I hear the word smear. You're literally taking two different groups with, like, you know, prejudice against them, and you're combining those prejudices.
People in return. This is what no one wants to talk about.
Okay.
It's uncomfortable, but it's the truth, and I'm gonna say.
No, this is on TikTok, chat. I can't trust TikTok. I would watch this, but I don't know about this music. Oftentimes, TikTokers use sounds that are that are okay on TikTok because they have a different rule about things than YouTube, but not okay on YouTube. Right? It's why the Skibbity Toilets guys, like, right? If you watch Skibbity Toilet shorts, you'll hear like the Tears for Fears song, "Everybody Wants to Rule the World," whenever the cameramen win and stuff, and they're like all dancing, they dance to Tears for Fears. But when you see the version that's like not a shorts version of Skibbity Toilet, there's a new one out, by the way. There's a new Skibbity Toilet out. G-Man is back. G-Man Toilet is back, and he's leveled up. He's gotten some upgrades. So anyway, but yeah, you'll see that the any sort of copyrighted music that they use in the shorts, which Skibbity Toilet started out as shorts, is taken out because YouTube's main you know, non-shorts, the copyright rules are way too tight, and that's why I try to be careful about the music that I watch these days. So yeah, there's still some people, unfortunately, that think of Anna as some kind of leftist. What's going on here? Oh, this is somebody I block. Wait, is that Ian Miles Chong? Oh, okay. So yeah, she's trying to push back, but holy shit. I mean, she's like, look, if I ever got a chance to interview Anna Kasparian, the first question I would ask her is how she feels about Dave Rubin. Does she feel like she owes Dave Rubin an apology? Does she feel like Dave Rubin had some points, right? Because I feel like she's definitely going down that road. What's up with this Nuance Bro asshole? I remember him from way back, but I haven't really kept track of him. Obviously nowhere near him. You'd have to cross the entire Pacific Ocean. Oh, dunk on Ian Miles Chong, who lives in Malaysia. And like, I mean, look, I gotta hand it to Ian Miles Chong, like, right? That's 15 hours ago that he tweeted that out. Like, how does did they hook his Twitter account up to a seance? Like, how is this dead guy tweeting out? I don't know if you know this, chat, but Ian Miles Chong was executed by the Malaysian government. I was trying to show you what an Anna Kasparian supporter looks like these days. I mean, you can see a lot of these right-wingers, 1776, although I know, maybe I shouldn't assume that, right? Dylan Burns' Twitter account is like Dylan Burns 1776, so maybe it's not just right-wingers. Candace Owens, we saw this the other day, trying to make common cause with Anna Kasparian, trying to welcome Anna Kasparian onto the right with open arms. I don't think that she appreciates this sort of thing, right? Like, she's not here yet. If she's going to do the Dave Rubin thing, if she's going to do the Dave Rubin dance, as the Vanguard said, she has got to take that dance. She's got to start slow, right? And this is too fast. She can't come over to, you know, making common cause with Candace Owens just yet, but, you know, she'll get there. She'll get there by and by. There we go. Why Anna Kasparian delivers this message like she was in pain?
News or report another minute of the news. You can be in Sorrento right now, free of all of it. You're a free man, Don. You're a free man. Okay? You don't have to work for.
Yeah, so apparently they interviewed Don Lemon. You know, I still haven't had a chance to watch the Don Lemon Elon Musk interview. Maybe, chat, if we hit a sub goal today, maybe I'll think about like adding on some. There's a bunch of extra content that I want to get to. Here we go. Yeah, there's some people that really.
That's a lot of people on Twitter.
And chat, please understand, I am not trying to direct hate towards anyone. Please do not send anyone hate. Even if they obsessively and complimentarily tweet out Anna Kasparian.
Although I got to be honest, I do be trolling. I do be trolling on Twitter lately.
You do be trolled.
How could I not? Everyone's got to get a little troll in here and there. And yes, I'm honest almost to a fault, which upsets a lot of people on Twitter especially. Although I got to be honest, I do be trolling. I do be trolling on.
Anna, right back at you. Okay, I do be trolling you as well with that Patrick Bateman meme. Yeah, so you got right wingers, but you do have like these people that, you know, they were TYT fans from back in the day. I don't know. Did these people ever have a real political idea in their brain at all? Or was it just like, I don't know, they fell in parasocial love with Anna and Cenk, and this is their the TYT army is their found family. I don't know what happens, chat. Like I don't know. The people that stick with Anna and Cenk through thick and thin, it seems like they never really had much of an ideological grounding to begin with.
And hiding a corpse after dismembering it.
Anna, you're gonna get me demonetized. Come on.
This isn't real. This isn't real. So I looked it up. It's real, guys. It's real. Listen, if being on the left.
It's real. It's real, chat. Anna Kasparian wants to let Patrick Bateman loose as long as he's got money to pay for bail. It's real. Trust me. Oh my God, Tim Pool. Does she respond to this? Because if she's going to respond to... she doesn't. Chat, oh wait, no. Has she been on Tim Pool? You just gotta wait for the Discord. Yeah, unfortunately, chat. Sometimes it takes mods a little while to get to you. But if there's people waiting in the Discord now, I will be your... I will do the moderation acts for you. Boom. There you go. Okay, chat. This is like, what are we gonna do with this? Did Hassan just talk to Don Lemon? I heard he did. Yeah, Don Lemon's doing the rounds. If you don't know, Don Lemon was supposed to get a deal with X. All right. What's up, Disco Wolf? I didn't need to. Well, I saw your chat, so you know, that's one way to get the greasing if you're the squeaky wheel. It's okay from a white affluent woman, I guess. Right? People used to write love letters to their local news anchors. Wow. Sounds like Anna and Cenk, only the narrative matters. To them, trans rights and extreme wealth inequalities are losing narratives. Yeah, it's the narrative, and like a lot of times these narratives come from anecdotes, right? And I don't just mean like necessarily an anecdote. I mean like a one-off case, like an incident, a one thing that happens. Instead of looking at the overarching, you know, statistics, right? Which, if you want to see how a policy works, you got to look at the statistics. You can't be focused on, well, this fucked up thing happened in Long Island, and these people, you know, this poor guy got chopped up by a bunch of, yeah, and we're going to go through that. I don't know. Maybe we should do that first. I'm so confused about what order I should go in, because there's so many different, like, how am I going to shape my narrative? The winning narrative is apparently that homeless people are coming for you and that trans people are irrelevant. Hey, chat, I kind of feel like, if anybody's coming for me, it's Anna Bateman, right? That's what I'm scared of. I'm not scared of unhoused people. I'm not scared of big cities. I'm scared of Anna Kasparian, because like she has been coming, and this is the narrative that I want to sell, right? Fight to win. Welcome to my Twitch chat. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. Like, NIMBYs love writing these kind of long love letters. Looney Tunes with the resubscribe. That is 3 months for you, LT9K. Thank you so much for making the like, we don't get enough of the we don't get nearly enough of the jellyfish sound these days. Anna Bateman. Who is Anna Bateman? That's who is right? Is she right behind me? She's right behind me, isn't she? But my narrative, chat, that I want to talk about today is the fact that Anna Kasparian, instead of punching up, right? Instead of going after people that have more clout than her, that have more attention, like you'd normally think is a good content strategy to do, right, chat? I've had chances to go after like little people yapping about me. There's all kinds of people on, you know, on Twitter. There's all kinds of people on Reddit. There's little yappers everywhere. And I tend, even little yappers that used to be friends, that used to be fans of mine, right? I got some fallen fans as well, although I don't hear as much from them lately. I kind of think they're probably just you know, they probably just changed their account name, and they're still watching. But which is great if you are, you know, like if you're a soup slurper out there and you've changed your mind about NCC, but you're not quite brave enough to say it out loud, say it with your chest. That's fine too. You can still watch. I still care about all you little soup slurpers out there. Okay, I slurp my coffee for you. But yeah, my narrative is the fact that Anna is coming for people smaller than her. She's coming for Olimey. She's coming for the Vanguard. She hates it when somebody smaller than her gets clout off of her. And Anna, that's just the thing. Like, people got clout off of me during the Dylan thing. Like, there was this nobody Twitter account that kept on saying, I can't believe that Irene is, oh my God, Bernie Barbie with a resubscribe with Prime. Oh, it's BCAT K. BCAT K with the Prime resubscription. Do you know what you did? Do you know what you did? You triggered the hype train. I feel like we should have a sound. We should have a song. We should have something. Like, I miss when the hype train would trigger the Weasel song, and I would get to dance to the, yeah, antidote. Anna I can't do it. But that's still funny. I get you, Zara. Anna will never look at anecdotes or testimonials from homeless people. Oh my God, hell no. Hell no, hell no. That is the exact opposite of what she wants, to humanize the people that she's trying to fucking punch down on for clout. That's the thing about Anna. She can only punch down for clout. She can only punch down. And it's kind of disgusting. Anna's furious. Hassan is getting the same interview polls, even though he's not a conventional pundit on the esteemed media. She has professed a little bit of jealousy for Hassan. And I wasn't sure if it was real. I wasn't sure if it was a joke. I know, Anna, that you do be trolling sometimes, but I don't think you were trolling there. I think there was a little too much seriousness to that. Come to the UA. We have a section of the BBC that's devoted to answering messages the public sends in about their programming. Oh, wow. There's an actual show you can watch in which half of it is just, I did not like this storyline. how the storyline went. How dare you? Hack and slash Kasparian. Exactly, exactly. That is a terrifying image. I agree. I'm terrified. I'm truly terrified, especially the starting screen, right? That's like, you know, she's sneaking up on me there. Anyway, that's our new starting screen, by the way. Thank you, Vamps. I was looking for something to do with the new starting stream. Anna can only punch down. That's what makes her fit so naturally well into the right. True, true. Every person living outside has a story to tell. Yeah, and these are stories that don't get told. These are stories that don't get told. And people are able to disassociate themselves from that lived experience, which is very real. And more people are that thought that they would never be there are finding themselves in exactly that situation. And I realize that as I say this is spooky because, you know, if they're but for fortune, Chad, and like I don't know. I've had some pretty good fortune to avoid you know, being without a home myself at various times. Anna does punch down for clout. NCIS actress who falsely had her ex-boyfriend and a homeless guy arrested? I did not know about that. NCIS, is that the one with the goth chick? Oh, you're welcome, no comment chick. Hey, I appreciate that, Vamps. This is like, this is spooky. This is spooky, like, right? It's disconcerting to have, you know, Anna Kasparian coming after me, but no doubt, chat, I am potentially on her targets list, because that's the weird thing, right? You would think I wouldn't be. Like, I pose no threat to Anna Kasparian. You know, the Vanguard poses no real threat to Anna Kasparian. Olimey even poses no real threat to Anna Kasparian, only to her ego. Press 1 if you've been there. Oh my god, we got some people in chat who've been there. We're closer to being unhoused than we are to becoming billionaires. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember her name, but there's like all I remember from NCIS is the goth chick. And then there's like the old dude. There's like an old dude and there's like a goth chick. And she gets to be goth while she's doing forensic pathology. Like, right, she's in the gross lab, like cutting up. Yeah, is she gonna get in trouble for desecrating the dead? Punching down for clout sounds like a cool folk song. We should get the person who did the Alex Jones folk song, or Sideways, but then she'd lose money. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if she's afraid to punch up, and she's definitely not going to punch up at right-wingers. She's definitely not going to punch up at, like, that. Oh yeah, I was going to ask you, chat, has she done Tim Pool yet? Oh my god, I said that all wrong. I said that completely wrong, chat. I wasn't trying to... I promise, I wasn't trying to imply anything. I wasn't trying to imply anything at all. Wait, Tim Pool. Anna, because she's done Shapiro. I gotta stop saying it like that. I gotta stop. People are gonna get the wrong idea, chat. People are getting the... Especially if I start to say that, like, you know, she's like glazing somebody up. Okay, I like definitely don't say it that way. Okay, that's like... Team up to destroy the woke left? What is this?
What are we doing?
What are you doing?
What are we doing, Cenk?
I don't know.
What are we doing?
I don't
What
know.
are we doing? Someone tell me what the...
What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? Somebody tell me what we're doing. Vest Demon, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh my gosh, we're just out of the, I didn't pay enough attention to when the, okay, so if you don't know the hype trains, like when they happen, right, that's a good time to donate bits, like Vest Demon just did. That's a good time to re-up your sub. That's a good time to, if you're feeling generous, to give some subs, because it has benefits, and those benefits are that you get a little train conductor, hype train conductor, like the one that Jules has next to your name. And you also get extra emotes, right? There's certain emotes that Twitch only gives you if you get to certain levels on the hype train. So it's a little bit gamified, but yeah, if you're gonna support me over on Twitch during the hype train is a great time to do that if you wanna be a hero to the rest of the chat. That's pretty cool. Anna's always glazing it up. She's not a convincing performer that she thinks she is. This is so good though. This is so good.
F are we doing?
Yeah, look, no one signed up for this. I don't know how the hell any of these laws passed. I went to every progressive conference there was over the last 20 years. I never.
Brother, you voted for all of them. Yesterday, Anna Kasparian went on.
Okay, is this a right winger? Looks like it. Why don't we start out with Tim Pool? Does that sound good to you, chat? Hey, so just so you know, I have pinned in both chats the blast off tweet, right? If you want to help us get more attention, bring more people into the stream who are wasting their time on Twitter, on twitter.com, the site formerly known as X. You can give that tweet some love, give it some hearts, give it some retweets, give it some weasels if you want. Yeah, I always love it when people post weasels. Wait, that's what I gotta check on first before we get to Tim Pool. I gotta check on if anybody's posting weasels. Do we have it? Oh, we have bears. What? Oh no, those aren't bears, chat. Do you know what those are? Those are people in bear suits. Do you see that? Clearly, that is not a real bear. That is a very enterprising person that has solved their own housing problem by dressing up like a bear and living in the zoo. That's a very creative, and you just got act natural, act like a bear. And you can just live there in the zoo. Why didn't I think of that? Why did I not think of that? But yeah, I'll post the link one more time. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that you can do to support me, and I appreciate all of it. Whether it is becoming a member yourself on YouTube, becoming a sub yourself on Twitch, which again you can do for free or for $5, or possibly through for free through the charity of somebody else who's looking to give subs. Gifting memberships, gifting subs is another way you can support me. There is a link for the donation down in the description of YouTube, as well as my link for Patreon and my link for Throne, where we're trying to crowdsource like a slightly better system. This is a USA mic. This is a USB mic, actually. The second try, you always get it right. This is a USB mic, so I would love to be able to upgrade to a XLR mic. That's what I'm trying to crowdfund right now on Throne. You can let's see, support me like by bits, like somebody just did, Vest Demon in the Twitch chat, or super chats or super stickers. Even if you can't support me in any way financially, hitting that like button actually does more than you think, right? It's literally how you replicate yourself as a chatter, right? So say you're a chatter and you're into certain things, like YouTube knows what you're into because you're clicking on those videos, and YouTube will figure out other people who are into what you're into, and they'll recommend, like, I'm literally giving you the algorithmic. How does the algorithm work? You are the algorithm. This is how the algorithm works, right? When you like the stream, YouTube is like, oh shit, people like this, like Irene's stream, let's send more people like this. So if you want to replicate yourself, if you want more people like you, you might even find your doppelganger, right? I hate to get to Naomi Klein on you today, or Persona 2, depending on your cultural reference point. But you could find your own doppelganger through liking the stream, right? It's more powerful than you think, and I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate all the support I get, especially the hitting of the like button, which is just unreplaceable. It's invaluable, which is weird, right, chat? I used to think that invaluable, it's so weird, right? Doesn't invaluable sound like it's not valuable? But it's like the opposite. It's like it's valuable beyond value. That's what invaluable actually means. Tim Pool, that's who we're getting to. Okay, so 1 month ago, Tim Pool was excited by the prospect of Anna Kasparian calling for illegal immigrants who beat up cops to be deported, right? Now, she wasn't actually calling for the illegal immigrants who beat up those cops to be deported, because guess what? The people they had in custody, the people that they arrested for beating up the cops, weren't the people that beat up the cops. There was footage of, cops getting, kind of kicked, and they didn't show you how the incident started, which was actually that the cops started the fight. The cops started the incident. The cops started to arrest people for no reason, and essentially what you saw there was an unarrest, or as it was a de-arrest, right? So people basically having some solidarity and kind of trying to keep the person that the cops were arresting for no reason from being taken in, right? So anyway, Anna saw this, Anecdote Anna saw what was going on. God damn it. I'm gonna have to close the window. Okay, sorry, it's getting a little loud out there. So the birds will inherit the earth. So anyway, yeah, Anna saw the footage, and she was just convinced. She was like, okay, so obviously these people that are kicking the cops are bad, right? She didn't have to see what happened first. She didn't want to wait to find out what was actually going on. She just assumed, like, these are immigrants that come to our country and they're so ungrateful that they kick our cops in the face, because that's just what immigrants are like. They're a bunch of she's fucking 2 degrees from Donald Trump here. In like, they're not sending us their best, right? Anna and Trump are dapping on that one. I'm sorry, Ethan got into my head with, I probably shouldn't say dapping, but like, right, you get the idea, right? They're shaking hands on they're not sending their best, right, on their racism. So yeah, so Anna was like, what the fuck is up with these immigrants getting released from jail, right? So there was a video of the people that were the asylum seekers who were taken in by the cops coming out of the courtroom, with the 1 finger salute, like flipping off the cameras. Guess why? Because they didn't do it. Those weren't the people. Those weren't the people that kicked the cops. And we found out later, but I don't think we ever got a retraction from Anna. But yeah, that Tim Pool was happy about that. That Tim Pool was happy to see Anna slam the bonus hole. Oh my God. Seriously, this is who writes his titles? TYT Anna Kasparian slams the bonus hole. Does she now? Does she? Creepy left-wing terminology for women's parts. No, a bonus hole is on a guy, okay? It's just like, I hate to have to be the explainer of terminology here, but the bonus hole is it's a term anyway, it's a term related to trans guys. It's not related to women. But of course to this guy, I mean, no respect for trans people, so I don't know what he thinks about trans, probably not very respectful of trans men or trans women, right? And so he was happy about her slamming the bonus hole, and said she's not leftist anymore after. Yeah, there we go. You're making Tim Pool like cream his pants. I think I can say that.
Defend its people. Not that it's... In my earlier segment, I talked about the vigilantes who showed up to evict some squatters. Now, it seemed that it was mostly
TYT talked about this too.
Peaceful, and they simply tried to talk to them, but I warned that if the police do not enforce the law and the government cannot defend its people, not that it's the job of the government always to do so, but if the people can't rely on police, they'll take matters into their own hands. Now, my fear is that this will lead to an escalation of vigilante violence.
What? Wait, no, chat.
In the city and the state.
I just mean that he would cream his pants, right? I wasn't saying anything dirty. I was just saying that, like, sometimes, there can be some chafing that goes on around the area where the leg meets the crotch, and so he creams his pants to prevent that. He puts the cream. What did you think I was saying? What, chat? What did you think I was talking about? You thought I was talking about something dirty? I'm just talking about the cream that he puts in his pants to prevent any chafing. Yeah.
And it'll just further break down the system. But we have another story that's been going viral. And Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks has announced if it means to be on the left is to support bail reform in which men who are found with the severed, dismembered bodies.
They love this shit. They love this Patrick Bateman shit.
Of two middle-aged to elderly individuals.
Wait, does Ross and his lotion, does this happen in Friends too? Like, this is what I get for not watching cultural touchstones like Friends. Like, I'm just, look, all I'm aware of, like, I mean, I've got some, like, 90s memes, don't I? I've got some 90s memes, like this one. That's a 90s meme, right? I don't have any friends. Don't clip that.
See, well, they were in their early 50s, so I think it's still middle-aged. Then she says, then I'm not on the left anymore. Cenk Uygur immediately goes, no, stop. You're on the left, please. Not literally, but you see, what's happening now is I like the idea of bail reform. I really do. I do not believe we should be a country that imprisons people for any amount of time until proven guilty, unless.
No, this guy believes in bail reform for the J6ers, okay? This guy believes in bail reform for Q Shaman. We got a great American patriot here. We got a...
You have a preponderance of evidence for a real threat to the community. It's the way it's supposed to be. Let me explain. You're accused of shoplifting. And they say he stole a minor petty amount. Well, you know, I don't think that accusation warrants you going to jail and being held there.
Something that I want to point out before, you know, I get the obvious clapback from Anna Kasparian stands that she doesn't stand for, she doesn't stand for, you know, she's not against like bail reform. She just wants it to be more targeted and not for people who are dismembering bodies, right? Like, and there's a story. I'll explain why the whole bail thing, you know, the people that did that were actually, you know, did not have to post any kind of bail, because there is still cash bail for certain crimes, especially violent crimes. But it turns out that the crime that those people were charged with wasn't what you think about that it was. More on that later, chat. This is an incentive for you to stick around for the whole show, because I'm going to explain that as we go along.
Without a hearing, without a trial. Why? It is better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer. We should have the right to defend ourselves. And what are we getting now? Why is the audio playing?
Why is the audio playing? Why did you screen cap her like that? Anna, this guy's not your friend. Like, what is he showing? That's an unfortunate freeze frame, okay? I pressed the button, why no play? It's because I don't have any friends. I meant the show, Chad, I meant the show.
Yep. Dismembering a corpse and hiding a corpse is certainly part of the story, but
that's what leftists want for the world. That's what the leftists want the world to be, dismembering corpses everywhere. And
where was I? Bail reform. You know where we're going to go with what she's going to be
where were you? I don't know, making Anna Kasparian look like a blow-up doll?
Talking about, so it gets pretty serious. But my point is, if someone shoplifts, you get arrested, we can't prove it. If innocent people get caught up in this, they go to jail for even 2 days, they can lose their jobs. It's a detriment to the economy, to the person's rights. If someone is arrested multiple times, at that point, I think it's fair to say the preponderance of evidence is this is a repeat offender and you lock them up. When it comes to violent crimes, it should be plainly clear you do not get let go, even if you are innocent. That's right. If you're accused of murder because you were found in a building with severed and dismembered bodies, as this story I'm about to bring you, as you heard Anna already say. Yeah, I have no problem with them saying, the police found you with these dead bodies. You admit you were living in the home with these dead bodies. We're not going to let you go until we can
So no weekend at Bernie's, I guess. Is that what Tim Pool's saying?
Figure out what's going on. That's fine. That's not what they're doing.
No. I was going to make a Joe Biden joke here, but I won't. Okay.
This is the warning that we gave all of these lefties.
All of these lefties. They didn't listen to us. Let's see. Let's see what he says about...
From Anna Kasparian. You can hear for yourself. Oh, actually, maybe you didn't hear what she said because it was on the other speaker, but I'll play it for you now.
Correct.
dismembering a corpse and hiding a corpse after dismembering it. Not bail eligible. Not a serious.
Okay, so Jolene Cujo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. You're gonna have to stay in the jail, and with that creepy guard that looks like Tom Cruise. All the JoJo fans are creaming their pants right now, by which I mean making sure they're not getting chafing on their pants. You know, the pants that they issue at Stone Ocean, they're not super comfortable, so sometimes you have to cream the pants to. Anyway, chat. So the JoJo fans are eating good tonight, okay? JoJo fans understand me. I need to just literally cover anime to get so that somebody will get my references.
Crime. I'm not even kidding, guys. Like when Joy Behar outlined that case, I was like, she's crazy. This isn't a thing. This isn't real. This isn't real. So I looked it up. It's real, guys. It's real. Listen, if being on the left means supporting this, then I'm not on the left, and I'm okay with that. So let me give you.
If being on the left means Tim Pool creaming his pants, then I'm not with that, okay?
Details of the case.
It doesn't mean that.
Okay, if being on the left means supporting this, then I'm not on the left, and I'm okay with that. So let me give you the details of the case.
It doesn't mean that.
Okay, I don't know. Let me give you the details.
On the left. We're all on the left. We don't want people dismembering.
Oh my God. This is like the first time, the pheromone beard oil. I almost forgot about that, Shakespeare. How are you doing? Yeah, you gotta pre-cream the pants sometimes. Yeah, put the cream on there ahead of, because right, once you get the chafing, there's no going back, right? You're chafed. And you don't want to be chafed. But if you pre-cream your pants, then you're good, I think. She's been dying to say that. Actually, pretty sure she's been saying that already. Yeah. Anna, you are a liberal. Yeah, just like Joy Behar, right? Just like Joy Behar. But here's the idea that she's presenting, right? So, anecdote. The Long Island butcher, right? That weird circumstance where, you know, somebody was found with a bunch of human remains in their sinks, in their drains, in their like it's like a Breaking Bad episode without the what was it, sulfuric acid or something like that they used. But yeah, it's a pretty gruesome stuff, right? So she's got the anecdote, now she's going to do the narrative. What is the narrative? Oh my gosh, these people are getting off without posting bail. It must be because that's what the radical lunatic activists wanted. And chat, and here's the kicker. The government, the legislature, the governor, the fucking shit libs that are in control of the government, the fucking NIMBY ass, you know, 1 degree away from becoming a Republican liberals that you get in places like New York, right? In these big cities, like they just did exactly what the lunatic activists that were like, no cash bail for axe murderers, right? They were like, okay, no cash bail for no cash bail for axe murderers, I guess. Yeah, right? Is that what happened? Do you think that's what happened? Is anybody buying that that's what happened? Does she think the woke activists got like elected to, you know, did they get a majority in the state house and the state senate? Do they have this? Is Governor Hochul like one of these woke activists? How exactly did this radical agenda get passed? You're gonna find out.
Folks getting released
if you stick with the stream, okay?
Some do.
I know. What I was in the middle of saying is,
oh my God, Versatile Layered Books with the Twitch Prime subscription. That's the best deal going right now, honestly, chat. If you've got Prime, you can put money in my pocket. You can get emotes for Twitch. You can help us stay on Twitch, right? Because we're kind of needing, Twitch is like the bottom's dropping out, right? You can do all that with a Prime sub, and the best part is that it's for free, right? Don't expect that to last forever though, because like I said, Twitch is kind of going downhill, and deals like that, I think that's gonna be some of the first stuff to go. Like I don't know. So yeah, this is the time to use your Prime to get yourself a sub on Twitch. But thank you, Versatile Layer Books. Wow, Twitch is kind of kicking ass. YouTube, what the fuck is up? I gotta ask. Like, Twitch is owning you today and yesterday. What changed? Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 4 subs on YouTube on Twitch already, and 100 bits. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, Twitch is asserting itself today. I don't know what's up. YouTube, see if you can keep up. I don't know. It might be difficult, but you know, look, it has its rewards, right? One certain way, because you can see what I've got now. So yeah, like, oh my God, I don't mean to do housekeeping in the middle of this, but I've got to. Like, I used to have a chat right there, right? It was messy. Okay, now on Twitch, that's okay. On Twitch, people are used to messy. They want a big overlay with a lot of stuff, a lot of bells and whistles, lots of like alerts. YouTube, not so much. YouTube's a little bit more professional. YouTube, you're competing with videos and you don't want anything weird or obstructing or distracting or anything like that, right? So I had to make a compromise, and you know, the compromise sort of went in the direction of being more YouTube and not having the chat on screen. Now, I like to talk to chat, and you know, it makes more sense when I'm talking to chat if I can put what people are saying up on screen. Oh, it's true. I'm a brokey. See, like, you could have this conversation. If I said that myself, you might think that I'm a brokey. And no, definitely, chat. I'm not a brokey. I'm a streamer. So that means that I'm a millionaire. I live in a house like Hassan's, and everything is really good and really stable. And yeah, no, totally. Oh my God, chat. Sorry, this is too much irony. I watch on YouTube, but subscribe on Twitch. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But like I said, like, I wanted to get this on here. Now, one thing that means, right, is that only some of you are getting on screen with your chat. The rest of you, yeah, I mean, chat's seeing you. You know, you can talk to each other, right? But you're not getting that. You're not getting that attention that you're used to. One way to get my attention really fast is with a super chat or a super sticker, right? Whether it's a chat or a sticker, it tends to get my attention, and it will definitely get your, you know, whatever you're saying shown, as long as you're not saying something awful like Patrick Bateman did nothing wrong. I don't know. I might not put that up there, but you know, as long as you're within reason, streamers are swimming in money, especially random small streamer chicks like myself. That's right. That's for sure.
Only a couple of lunatic activists are like, yeah, we're pro dismemberment guys being let go. Okay, whatever. You don't represent the left at all.
Dismembered bodies. It's so unfair to put them in prison. Okay, let me give you the details of the actual case, okay?
Anna Kasparian is 100% correct. Cenk Uygur is deflecting and trying to protect.
Anna is petty. I'm not sure why you're saying suck at chat, but you're right, Mr. Garrick. Anna is petty.
Protect the idea
That's correct.
of the left. It's insane. Anna is 100% correct. Go on any.
Oh my God.
Go into any of these activist spaces, and these people like Cenk will say, no, it's only few and far between. It's been years, dude. It's been 5 years. We've had people pushed onto the subway tracks and crushed. And these activists have maintained this position. They went out into Times Square and celebrated October 7th's attack on Israel. Okay, yeah, the Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th. You want to get into I don't care about Israel. I don't care about, you know, Palestine. Oh, Israel's bad. Palestine's bad. I'm not even trying to get into that. I'm saying I got no problem when you say Hamas is bad. I got no problem when people say that Israel is engaged in excessive actions in Palestine. I say it's war. It's awful. I don't like any of it. I don't want anybody to die. I'm the United States here. Like, I'm an American citizen. I don't know about this foreign policy stuff. I don't want to be involved in it, right? I know a lot about foreign policy. I mean, like, I don't know why we're involved in it. But when you have activists go out cheering and celebrating murder, videos of people gunning people down, and then screaming and crying when there's return fire. I'm not talking about the people who are saying Israel's gone too far. I'm saying the people who celebrated Hamas from the get-go.
I'm not saying that Israel's going too far. Anna, you're in wonderful company here. This is who's glazing you up right now. And you think you can't be glazed up? You think you can't be glazed up? You can be glazed up by Tim Pool, right? He's creaming in that beanie right now.
That's correct.
And by which I mean he's trying not to get chat. Come on. You know what I'm saying there. I'm saying he's trying not to get chafing on the top of his beanie. He doesn't want to get any beanie blisters. You know how that is? Like, you know, you wear a really rough beanie and there's a little chafing that goes on as the... I mean, wait, he's not even wearing headphones. I have no excuse for that, chat. I'm really skirting the line right here.
I'm sure the Young Turks are going to be mad and be like, well, Tim's conflating this. You know, we're not saying that. No, get you. Anna's correct. It is not a fringe faction. It is the core of the far left that wants
Take off the hate, Tim. Good idea.
destabilization in this country. So perhaps it's fair to say, there's a little middle ground here. Cenk is
Look,
correct in
look. All I'm saying is that there's pheromone beard creams, right? That you can buy from Rabbi Shmuley's daughter, and you can probably also use them on your head if you're Tim Pool, like to make sure you grease that beanie up so that it's nice and lubricated.
Your typical person on the left is not advocating for dismemberment and murder. But they do want it, at least in the short term. Why?
They want the dismemberment?
There's more than enough videos of more than enough activists ranging from the least known to the most prominent, where they say, take the land, take their homes, take their property. They call people an inhuman. Cenk is wrong about this one.
So 4 people were arrested in New York after body parts were found in Long Island. Okay, dismembered body parts. The victims were, 2 people from Yonkers, older individuals. Suffolk County Police say 44-year-old Stephen Brown, 38-year-old Jeffrey Mackey, 40-year-old Amanda Wallace, and 33-year-old Alexis Neves.
Okay, no, notice what she's doing. Like, TYT has a track record. And remember, I called them out when they did this, right? They mentioned the names of the people that supposedly kicked the shit out of that cop, okay? They mentioned the names of the suspects. Now, I told you already, those suspects did not pan out. Those suspects were released because they got the wrong people, right? That was a misidentification, probably augmented by some racism too, right? So they've put people on fucking blast. They have put people on fucking blast, chat, that are innocent. Oh my God, Charles Martini, thank you for joining the members on YouTube. Membership does has its privilege. The foremost privilege, I think, is being able to post weasels, but you also get yourself access to some members only content as well. And my undying appreciation, if that's worth anything to you. You know, you got that, I don't know. It's a fringe benefit at the very least.
Charged with concealment of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence.
But yeah, so again, we're putting up the names. Like, Anna's making sure, like, that this is really germane to the story. I'm glad we're getting the names of the suspects. Is there a cat? There is. Meow. Chat. A cat has infiltrated my room. Meow. Okay. There was a cat. The young doxers, yeah. Look, I mean, it'd be one thing, I guess, if you're talking about, like, guilty people. I mean, I still don't see how it really contributes to the story to know the people's names, but whatever. Right? But given the fact that they have a track record of implicating people that turn out to be innocent, this is a very bad idea. Skibbity kitties, yes. Yeah, they sneak into my room, chat, when I'm not paying attention. They sneak in, and then, like, while I'm streaming, they meow because they want to get out and get some food or get some litter, or they want to drink some water. They want to do something that's not available in my room. I need to just have a cat set up in my room, right? In case, because they're always, I can never tell when a cat's like, they infiltrate. They're like Solid Cat, Metal Gear Solid Cat.
During prosecution, they have not been charged with murder. Prosecutors told a judge there was so much.
Oh shit. They have not been charged with murder. All right. Do you see what's going on here? Do you see what's going on here? Does that strike anybody as strange? Body parts in their house. Blood in their pipes. Right? Meat cleavers. with DNA and blood all over them, right? We got that, but there's no murder charge. What do you think is going on? What do you think we're better than Liquid Cat? That's right, Liquid Cat. Oh my god, that's a deep cut, Greg Riesland.
Blood in the pipes, sink, shower, and toilet of the Railroad Avenue home in Amityville, where the suspects were arrested.
Of course, it's Amityville.
That it was deemed uninhabitable. Police said they confiscated meat cleavers, butcher knives, flesh, and body parts. Attorneys for Brown and Mackey admitted that their clients lived in that home where the body parts and all that blood was found, but denied chopping up the 59-year-old woman and 53-year-old man who's.
So do you see what's going on here? I'll let it roll a little further.
Last known address was in Yonkers. Wallace also lived with Brown and Mackey in Amityville. Police said that Knives is homeless. Okay, all four pleaded not guilty. The judge released them without bail. They were fitted with GPS monitoring and must report in-person probation and surrender their passports.
I don't care about their passports.
Dude, guys.
They're not Patrick Bateman, so they can't travel. Yeah, I'm not caring. That's like, do you see what's going on though? Do you see something strange? They're charged with dismemberment. They're charged with like desecration. They're charged with doing inappropriate things with a human body. What are they not charged with? That might actually get them in a situation where cash bail would be applied. What are they missing?
Like what? Okay, so did further research because I just couldn't believe it. Here's more. With 2019 state reforms, mutilation.
And also, how does that fit with the like? It was found in their home. It was found in their home. One of these people was homeless. Like what? How does that comport?
And disposal of murdered corpses are among crimes that are no longer bail eligible.
She's gonna get me demonetized, chat. I'm so afraid of this.
The DA said the four went to.
Yeah, that's right. They specifically were like, dismembering a corpse, not such a bad thing. Not really a problem. That's I'm sure it was the woke activists, right? It was the lunatic left. The lunatic left was like, we want to make sure that you can dismember a corpse and not have any sort of cash bail placed on it. That's really important. That was what they were doing.
To barbaric lengths to cover the crime. What are we doing? What are we doing?
What are you doing?
What are we doing, Cenk?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Look, I feel like we just need to what? Huh? Oh my god. There we go. What are we doing, chat? What are we doing?
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are we doing? Someone tell me what the F.
Someone tell me, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
Yeah, look, no one signed up for this. I don't know how the hell any of these laws passed. I went to every progressive.
Okay, so far we've got the legislature, not the super lefty activists, unless you think that's who got elected, unless you think that's who's in the legislature, unless you think that governor of New York is like a super, and she's not, right? If you know anything about New York, the governor is this is the governor that just brought in the National Guard to the subways, like in response to a murder that happened there, and essentially is like feeding into right-wing narratives about like crime in New York being out of control. As the Vanguard told you this morning, if you were in their chat, like they're not, right? New York doesn't make the top 20 or whatever list of cities with like violent crime. So, but still we're gonna the governor's not, it's one of these right-wing Democrats. So the right-wing Democrats in the legislature and in the government of the state are the ones who wrote the rules. So wait, how is this on the left-wing activists? How is this on like essentially what they're trying to do is they're trying to implicate BLM. They're trying to implicate the catalyst for those reforms, the few reforms that were actually undertaken at that time. Because remember, there was a lot of time about defund this, abolish that, and none of that stuff really went through. Like none of that stuff got defunded. They want you to think that it did, and they want you to think that all these anecdotes, and this what these are anecdotes. These aren't even crime statistics, which can be manipulated in their own way. No, these are like anecdotes. Like a horrible crime happened. Oh my gosh, it must be because the massive reforms that we did, after the BLM uprisings, like they must have gone too far. It must have been the woke leftist. It must have been the lunatic activists that did it. No, it was the fucking government. So it was the centrist Dems. It was the centrist Dems. It was the conservative Dems that did this. Like, right? That's who your problem is with. Why are you talking about activists?
Conference there was over the last 20 years. I never heard a single person saying, why don't we let the actual criminals go? Hey, if someone butchers someone and chops them up into little pieces, let's do the kind of criminal justice reform where they would be able to walk out free.
Yeah, little pieces, that's too much. I mean, big pieces we can understand. Maybe they're doing a little anatomy lesson or something. They want to show the muscles of the a different anyway, but little pieces that's too far. Don't, make somebody into barbecue.
Yeah, come at me right now and tell me I'm the bad guy because I want these people who dismembered corpses and tried.
You don't think it's wrong to dismember a corpse, you fucking leftist? Oh my God, Anna. Oh my God, look at that shit. Look at that freeze frame. That's a perfect freeze frame. Wait. Let me see, chat. Is it close? Yeah, it's pretty close. Vamps, you hit it right on the nose. Look at this. That's like the same look. That's the same face. That's the same energy. Yeah. This is where Anna is at right now.
To conceal the evidence in prison. Come at me and tell me I'm the bad guy. Come at me.
Okay, well, let's play this game then. The Young Turks typically take statements from, like me, for instance, misconstrue them in order to garner, I don't know, internet points among the left for reasons, I guess, to generate money or something.
Tim, are you really going to make it about you?
So if you're wondering how you got to this point, perhaps it's because you have moderate, rational individuals, perhaps like me and those of you watching, who are smeared relentlessly as far right for pointing this out when y'all proposed the law. And when Cenk says, I don't know how any of these...
When y'all proposed the law? So what he's doing is essentially saying any sort of reform. So let's be real, okay? Because I did this, meme. I suggested I conceived of this meme. Zara, put it together. Zara made it happen. But I did it, knowing that I'm kind of trolling, right? Does Anna really want to bring cash bail back? I think later she says that she doesn't. I think that she's but she's trying to imply that the energy for police reform is somehow responsible for the overstep of eliminating cash bail for some really reprehensible things. There's no real evidence of that. Like I said, we're talking about a very conservative, very centrist state legislature for New York. We don't have activists in charge. We don't have activists writing the bills. It's bullshit. So, she's going to say, if she sees this, right, which I don't know, chat, I would think that she would not see this. I would think that she would not be aware of this, but she was somehow aware of the Vanguard's video on her. She's still going after Olimey, so she loves to punch down. Who knows, chat? Who knows? Maybe we'll get punched too. And Anna, I say bring it. But there's a point to this. Anna is using an axe. The axe of outrage. The axe of essentially mining right-wing outrage and trying to pull people that are in her audience over to the right along with her. Right? she's not saying anything that's nuanced that are like, these are the exact reforms that I want in the law, right? You know, these kind of crimes should not be eligible or should still, you know, have cash bail like attached to them. She is essentially saying that shit's gone too far. Everything's too damn liberal. Let's do like this is an axe that she's swinging. And she's swinging an axe in a environment with Trump and Project 2025 in the background, right? She's hacking away at ostensibly her own side, or what she would have claimed to be, or, you know, her own side a few years ago, based on an anecdote that actually, I think we're going to keep watching this and take a look at, in fact, why don't we just switch over to the clip of the Young Turks itself? I think we've got all we can get out of Tim Pool. Let's see what their actual segment is like.
Body parts were found all over Long Island. They had 4 suspects. They let them go. Right. And now they're out there still. So what is the deal?
Okay, so this is Joy Behar. This is The View. This is Catherine Hochul, I think is her name. Yeah, Hochul, governor of New York.
Here. Right. So
not a particularly left-wing Democrat, not somebody that is, you know, in favor of massive police reform, somebody who's definitely, you know, funding, in favor of funding the cops as much as they want, keeping them like nice and militarized. Axasperian.
sounds insane to me.
Sounds insane to me too. New York Governor Kathy Hochul was grilled about crime during her appearance on The View, and I loved seeing it, especially when she was asked to defend her intensely stupid idea of deploying hundreds of National Guard troops into the subway system to keep people safe. Now, Hochul announced that she would be deploying 750 members of the National Guard and 250 state troopers to.
So again, the catalyst for this deployment of the National Guard into the subways, you know, that you know, even Anna Kasparian says that she doesn't want, was a high-profile crime that happened in the subway, and you know, it happened at a subway station that actually has a police station in it, right? There's a police station in that subway, right? Who's to blame for this incident? Lunatic activists? People who want to defund the police? Is that it? They didn't have enough money to go outside of their little cop shop in the subway station? They need money to actually send cops outside of that. Otherwise, they got to sit in there and eat donuts and drink coffee and dunk the donuts in the coffee, right? Because they just didn't have no, because fucking nothing got fucking defunded. All right. So who's at fault here? Maybe the cops that were right there at the station. But no, Kathy Hochul, because this happens, right? High profile crime, she's getting blown up for it, right? Instead of placing the blame where it actually goes and saying, hey, you know, this police force that everybody thinks is there to protect us, it turns out they don't actually protect us. It turns out that at Uvalde, the cops wouldn't even go in the school because they're cowards when it comes to, you know, shit like that. When it comes to shitting on, random black people that are minding their own business, they are not sleeping on that. But yeah, no, they're sleeping on the actual serve and protect shit, right? That's where the blame is. But no, Kathy Hochul is like, yo, let me try to catch the headlines by doing something ridiculous, by bringing the National Guard into the subways so that nobody can say that I'm not doing anything about what's going on. Because really what's going, you know, the thing you need to do is deal with what the fuck is going on with the police who did nothing to, like, you know, to stop this crime. It didn't serve and protect, didn't prevent anything. So you got a shitty Democratic governor that is doing something that not only is ineffectual, not only does searching like old ladies' bags on the subway not help, you know, protect people from getting murdered, but it feeds into this right-wing narrative, right? This was a high-profile case, but it's not indicative of some kind of emergency, some kind of panic that's going on, some kind of like real on-the-ground situation. It's an anecdote. that sells well. If it bleeds, it leads. And holy shit, somebody getting murdered in the subway bleeds a lot. Holy shit, does somebody getting carved up in a random house in was it Long Island? Yeah, does it, that's literally bleeds a lot, right? That's literally bleeding and leading, right? Anna is like embodying the, TYT is supposed to be a break from terrestrial media, right? And here we got Anna Kasparian embodying the worst of local news. In terms of just absolutely making money off of pain and sorrow and not giving people what they actually need, which is an accurate reflection of what's going on in their world. Instead, just making them scared, because that works. Fear works. Fear drives clicks.
And police officers in order to basically do random bag checks of people riding the subway. It's unsustainable, it's expensive, and it did nothing to keep New Yorkers safe. In fact, there was a shooting in the subway system just last week after she had already deployed the National Guard troops. Now, with that in mind, Behar weighs in with an...
But yet, her grabbing the headlines with something that is supposed to protect her from like negative ramifications for her as a politician, right? By saying, look what I'm doing, sending the National Guard down there. I'm sending the National Guard, right? That's what she wants, is to like, oh, nobody can accuse her of underreacting. But you know what they can also do? They can say, yo, the crisis of crime in New York City has gotten so bad. The epidemic of crime has gotten so bad that they had to send the National Guard. The police can't handle it. It's too much for the police. Yeah, they're busy eating their donuts, I guess. They're right there in the cop station in the subway, but they can't fucking come out of there because the lunatic activists that never defunded them somehow are like scaring them. And they've all caught the blue flu. But like, you see where the problem is. It's with the cops. It's with the institution of the police. The institution that was started as a slave patrol. The institution that was started as union busting thugs. Surprise, surprise, that institution still sucks ass. And it doesn't serve or protect shit. Right? Anna, this is a skill issue. This is a skill issue for the police.
Interesting point that we'll get back to in just a second, mostly about certain tweaks that need to be made on the criminal justice reform that's been passed in New York, but more importantly, what those flaws have led to. So with that in mind, let's watch some more of their conversation.
You deployed hundreds of state police and National Guard troops into the subway system. But since the pandemic, you have done a wonderful job. Overall crime is down in the city.
Yes, it is.
So my question to you is, why now? Why deploy into the subway? And how do you respond to some of your fellow Democrats calling the move theatrics that play into Republican narratives that blue cities are poorly run war zones? I'm not.
You're just gonna shake your head at that? You're just gonna brush it off your shoulder? That's not a serious question? That's a serious fucking question.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it. It's not a fucking argument. What the fuck?
Job is to keep people safe.
Why are you clapping for this shit? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. What the fuck is that? That's a good point. And you're not gonna even, I'm not buying it. Oh my God.
I have to, any way I can, I'm going to keep New Yorkers safe. And I'll tell you who does show appreciation for the people out there on the streets. I've been walking the streets. I walk into business. People are,
we can keep them even safer by, like, when they exit their homes, like, have a National Guards person come by, handcuff them, and walk them to wherever they're going, blindfold them. You'll be really fucking safe there, right? You want to make everybody safe? Let's just make a fucking military state out of New York City, and then everybody can feel safe. What the fuck?
just saying thank
Kathy Hochul? More like Kathy Jokel.
Thank you for taking such strong action. Now, the subways.
Strong action? You're full of shit.
Have been safer, but we had a spike recently.
Yes.
A 45% increase.
You didn't have a spike. You had you had several high-profile incidents
In subway crimes. Now, these are high-profile crimes.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
These are high-profile crimes. These are inconvenient for my re-election. That's what she's saying.
Because the CEO of the MTA says that 1% of subway suspects are responsible for more than 20% of the crime because of New York's bail reform laws, which allows them to go back out there and commit more crimes.
Joy Behar is 1,000% right. And rather than tweaking the bail reform in order to do something about a tiny group of people that's causing all this chaos on the subway system, Kathy Hochul has decided to instead basically use up all.
So notice where Anna's pushing, right? Who Anna's pushing on? The conservative Democrat governor of New York, right? And what direction that Anna's pushing her towards the right, right?
These resources to do something that's ineffective and makes people uncomfortable, which was the deployment.
Like Anna, like I said, this is you know, we got Anna Bateman here using an axe where a scalpel would be necessary. You talk about nuance, and yet all you're doing is attacking a right-wing politician by telling them that they're not right-wing enough already. What do you fucking think that's gonna do? Anna, you're gonna bring back cash bail like this, right? Like this kind of agitation, like taking a right-wing Democrat and telling them they're not right-wing enough, it doesn't provoke like a surgical little tweak that you think that it needs to happen, right? As far as like what crimes are eligible for cash bail and what crimes aren't. It's just gonna be a return to broken windows policing.
Of National Guard troops. And just to give you some more information on what Behar was referencing there, MTA CEO Jono Lieber said 38 people were arrested for crimes against transit employees last year, and those suspects had over 600 prior arrests. Citing NYPD data, Lieber said 1% of subway suspects were responsible for well over 20% of the crime. There's also been some studies that have more data about this. For instance, the elimination of money bail increased recidivism for people charged with nonviolent felonies with recent criminal history. And
so I think we looked at this study before. In fact, somebody posted this on Twitter. It was in that, when I was looking at the Anna Kasparian stuff on Twitter, the overall findings of the study was that it reduced recidivism. But, here's anecdote Anna, she's going to cherry pick again.
With a recent violent felony arrest.
She's going to scour that report for any indication that lines up with her predetermined narrative.
While it decreased recidivism for people charged with misdemeanors and people with no recent criminal history. So there was a noted difference in how bail reform worked when it comes to recidivism. And by the way, this is a study that was done by John Jay College, their Data Collaborative for Justice. And keep in mind, this is not some right-wing organization. These are the very people who have been pushing for criminal justice reform. And so they're studying what the impact of bail reform in New York has been. And they found that
so these are the lunatic activists that have the surprisingly, what Anna's gonna say is the necessary tweak that are
has increased recidivism for certain people. The reduced use of bail for legally eligible cases tended to increase recidivism among people charged with violent felonies and people with a recent arrest. The starkest and most consistent recidivism increases across both research designs were among people with a recent prior violent felony arrest and among people currently charged with violent felonies who had a recent criminal history. And so the same study, by the way, found that 67% of defendants who had a recent prior felony arrest in the past year and then were released with no cash bail were rearrested within 2 years of their arraignment. Almost half.
This is all taking place in the country with the world's largest incarceration rate, says Walton Smith, and Anna's solution, right? The axe that she's bringing to this supposed problem is, oh my God, I don't know why it's not letting me put whoever I want on the screen, and that's making me mad. Unless chat is just so damn active that I can't see it. Yeah, I can't find it. But good point, Walton Smith. I'm sorry, I don't know. Wait, I'm on top chat and I see you. I don't know why it's not coming through. Anyway, the idiosyncrasies of my software.
49% were rearrested for a felony. And I should note again that this is data that's been collected by a group of people who absolutely love the bail reform and love the criminal justice reform. It's just that they're doing their due diligence in keeping track of how it's actually played out for New Yorkers.
A lot of mainstream media don't give you
Again, what you're doing is you're pushing on a right-wing Democratic governor and you're pushing her to the right. In, like Walton Smith said, the city with the or the country with the highest incarceration rate, right? What do you think that's gonna do? What do you think that's gonna do with when you don't get your Coke, so you hit the vending machine with an axe? You think that's gonna help? Or do you think you're gonna cut into the soda and it's gonna spray everywhere?
I think easy fixes here, but it's so frustrating how slow and irrational our politics and our government is. Okay, so number one.
And also, just notice what she's doing with this too, because even if you take her at her most steelman version of her argument, right, that she wants a little tweak, which is not what she's going to get with what she's saying. Like, she is attacking a left that is not for releasing axe murderers into the fucking wild, right? That's not the point of cash bail reform. At no point, as Cenk actually, voice of reason here, surprisingly, is pointing out, like, that is not what anybody's been asking for. So again, skill issue with who? With the woke activists? No, with the legislature. No, I got too crazed, chat. Oh, knock over my coffee mug here.
And this needs to be fixed immediately. And this is not about any reform that happened recently. The judges cannot take the violence of the crime into account. They can only take into account whether the person is going to flee or not.
This does not, let's roll him back there.
In New York, and this needs to be fixed immediately, and this is not about any reform that happened recently.
This is not about any reform. This was already on the books. This was already on the books. This isn't the lunatic activist that Anna's gonna complain about in 2 seconds. This was a skill issue with the fucking legislature of New York State.
The judges cannot take the violence of the crime into account. They can only take into account whether the person is going to flee or not. Well, that makes no sense. So
you're telling me that our fucking legislation surrounding bail doesn't make sense, and that's the actual problem. That's what we're actually dealing with here. But who's Anna attacking? She's attacking everybody that's for bail reform. This is your fault. If you asked for bail reform, this is your fault. That's the result of that policy. That's the result of that activism, right? Like I'm telling you, chat, she is taking a fucking axe to the left in a time where Donald Trump is on the ballot. Project 2025, even if Trump wasn't on the ballot, even if it was Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or whatever fucking, fail son, fail daughter they nominate, right? Project 2025, they are all a vessel for that. They are all going to do that shit. They are all beholden, even if they're not Donald Trump, they are all beholden to the MAGA base, right? At this time, Anna is going to attack the left. No, she's a fucking grifter, and she doesn't give a fuck what the consequences of her actions are. All she wants is that right-wing money, and she wants it now. This is all.
Well, I don't think that serial killer is going to flee. He really likes, Rochester.
You know who's really not going to flee, Cenk, is Patrick Bateman, right? Patrick Bateman definitely not going to flee. I mean, he's got like a ton of money in the bank. He's got 27 passports in different names and shit. He's that guy. No, definitely no issue with that, right? So if your little tweak of if your little tweak of bail reform turns out bringing back the bad old days, then what you're going to allow is for Patrick Bateman to buy his way out of prison. out of jail, out of jail. He doesn't get to buy his way out of prison until he lawyers up and actually goes to trial, and then he can skate by with either on a technicality and be found not guilty, or he can get a minuscule sentence. That's how our government works. That's how our system works. That's how criminal justice works. But with these guys, you would think that they're going too easy. They're going too easy on the poors. They're going too easily on the homeless. They're going too easily on these, these people that you're trying to portray as violent and dangerous criminals. And like, what is Anna's saying? We need to warehouse people more. We need to lock them up and throw away the fucking key.
Okay, so he's gonna stay put, so I'm gonna let him go back home. What? So in New York law, there's to be fair, serial killers probably is an exception actually, because there's only a couple of super extreme.
But you know what's not an exception, Chad, is the top of the hour ad break, and that's an ad break that I've been forgetting to tell you about when it happens about 30 minutes ago. You might have just experienced it if you're on Twitch. You're getting that ad break every hour on the hour, and you're gonna get it again in like 35 minutes, but I probably won't remember to tell you. So I'm telling you now that if you want to no longer see those ads, you can get out of those ads with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub on Twitch. Get it while it's hot, because they might cancel it, right? I'm hearing that this is costing Twitch a lot of money and that maybe they don't want to go forward with this program. So use it while it's available, right? And get yourself a sub, get yourself some emotes, and get out of that fucking ad break that you don't actually have to see. You can also avoid seeing it by paying Twitch $5 or $6 if you're on mobile. Your mileage may vary in different countries. I'm quoting prices from the United States, so check on that. But that's another way to get out of it. The other way to possibly get out of it is through the generosity of somebody else in chat, which so there's some very generous people in chat that sometimes want to help somebody out. But that's more like they won't know to help you out unless you're active in chat, unless they see your name in there. They see that you don't have a little emblem by your name, and that you are subject to that top of the hour ad break every hour on the hour for 3 whole minutes.
Crimes where they could take that into account. But other than that, you commit a very violent crime and the judge is not allowed to consider it when he's looking at whether to give you bail or not.
Can I give you an example? Yeah. Actually, it's an extreme example that Joy.
So what the fuck is Anna talking about? Cenk just said it. How is she not gonna, just like Governor Hochul wouldn't like acknowledge, the very reasonable, questions of some of the people in the Democratic Party to her left, right? Anna Kasparian is not gonna acknowledge the very reasonable thing that Cenk Uygur just said, which is that this was the law of the land before bail reform happened. This is not bail reform. Refuses to address how bail reform is setting violent criminals free. That is what they say in their description. Like, now, Cenk and Anna, I know you don't write this shit, but somebody's not doing their job, okay? I'm steelmanning the fuck out of them because they probably, at least Anna seems to believe this, right? Bail reform is setting violent criminals free. Bullshit. Bullshit. Cenk just debunked that. But you're not going to hear any response from Anna, because that's not the narrative that she wants to sell. She wants to sell the narrative that the left fucking sucks, and that she's the only one with any reason, and that when she finally Dave Rubin's out of here, and when she finally like officially leaves the left, that it's not her fault. It's not she that's leaving the left. It's the left that's leaving her. So she's going to shit on the left right during Trump season. It's Trump season, chat. Trump is in the air. Trumpism is in the air. MAGA is in. Can you smell the MAGA? Yeah, I can smell the what is it called? The Black Rifle coffee or whatever. I can smell the MAGA in the air. Right. This is a dangerous time to be playing dangerous games with fucking axes when what you need is a scalpel, and not to go after the work of these supposed radical activists that ruined everything, Anna. But to go after the pre-existing law. There's a problem with the pre-existing law. It has nothing to do with... God damn, I'm gonna freaking cough my head off here. Hopefully not. I don't know. Like, chat, the question is, will I cough my head off first, or does Anna behead me first? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out if Anna comes for me. We'll find out if that happens.
Behar confronted Governor Hochul about, and it's in this next clip. Let's watch that real quick, and I'll fill in the blanks.
The CEO of the MTA says that 1% of subway suspects are responsible for more than 20% of the crime because of New York's bail reform laws, which allows them to go back out there and commit more crimes. But
Media malpractice is what this
there was
is.
just a crime on Long Island where body parts were found all
If a fucking doctor, if a surgeon was using a hacksaw on you when what they needed was a scalpel, you would call that malpractice. This is media malpractice.
over Long Island. They had 4 suspects. They let them go.
Right.
And now they're out there still. So what is the deal here?
Right.
It sounds insane to me.
Though the crime that was brought was not what was bail eligible. Yes, murder is.
Okay, so here we go. It's about to be revealed. Tim Pool, if you'll notice, I mean, we didn't I mean, he still had some more Anna Kasparian to watch, but Tim Pool seems to have not watched this part.
Murder is. Yes, assault is bail eligible. All those are. And out of the
So violent crimes are bail eligible. Bail reform didn't touch violent crimes like that.
DA is working really hard with the Suffolk County Police Department to build the case they need to bring the charges that are necessary. The charges he brought, he did not have enough evidence to tell.
Oh, you can't hold them, and why not? Because the police and the prosecutors could not build a case. Have not built a case. They looked at their evidence, and the case that they had that they could bring was a case of dismemberment. It was a case of desecration, or, you know, it was the what they did to the bodies. That was the only fucking crime that they could pin on these people. And it's not because the government's like, I don't know, was there a murder here? No, they couldn't fucking develop the evidence, right? This is a skill issue. This is the cops. This is the cops. This is the prosecutor. This is the criminal system fucking failing at its job. And if you think it's weird that these people got brought up for charges of what they did to the body and not for, you know, suspicion of having done the crime of unaliving that person, that's on them. That is not on the woke activists. That is not on the, Anna's blaming the wrong people.
Not on the charges he brought. But those are low-level charges. They really weren't. And we can work to make those bail eligible in the next session.
Dismembering.
Okay, so this is Anna's ask, right? I want to make sure that the state legislature, because this high-profile case happened, right? I wanted them to take time out of whatever the fuck they're doing right now. Drop it. We need to pass a bill specifically that makes dismemberment of corpses a bail eligible crime, because Anna Kasparian has a burr up her ass and it feels a lot like Tim Pool's hoodie. Better put some cream on that, Anna. Better put some cream on that.
A corpse and hiding a corpse after dismembering it. Not bail eligible.
Totally. Now everybody's going to be dismembering corpses and hiding corpses all over the city. It's going to be like Easter eggs, but with bodies. Jesus Christ.
Not a serious crime.
No, that's a serious thing. We should drop everything that the fucking government is doing because Anna Kasparian wants to fucking get your attention. Oh my God. Media malpractice.
I'm not even kidding, guys. Like when Joy Behar outlined that case, I was like, she's crazy. This isn't a thing. This isn't real. So I looked it up. It's real, guys. It's real.
Do you know what you sound like, Anna? You sound like a Stop the Steal person. Because essentially what you're saying is that like there is something really corrupt and really bad and really rotten in our court system where they are not doing like the fucking obvious thing, right? The Trump people said that there was obvious election interference going on, and that the courts failed to recognize that because it got brought up time and time again by Trump and by others and by his legion of weird lawyers, by Rudy Giuliani's flatulent advocacy and oh my God, I can't remember all the clowns that were involved with Stop the Steal, by Mike Lindell's pillows and all the rest, right? Like they were like, there's something wrong with the courts. The courts are doing fucked up shit. Yeah, what's Occam's razor say? The simpler answer is that you didn't have a case, and apparently the NYPD didn't have a case for murder on these people. That is a skill issue, or that is an evidence issue. Take your pick.
Listen, if being on the left means supporting this, then I'm not.
See, there it is. This is when she goes from Anna Kasparian, the surgical nuanced tweaker of legislation, to Anna Kasparian, the freaking axe murderer. If this is what being on the left is all about, I guess the left supports dismembering bodies and hiding them, flushing them down the toilet, melting them with sulfuric acid in bathtubs, exploding them with TNT and who knows what else, right? If this is what being on the left is about, then count me out. I guess I'm not a leftist anymore. What a fucking grifter. What a joke. What a fake fucking journalist.
On the left, and I'm okay with that. So let me give you the details of the case.
It doesn't mean that.
Okay, I don't know. Let me give you.
I love that Cenk is somehow the voice of reason here.
We're all on the left. We don't want,
of course,
people dismembering folks getting released. Only a couple of lunatics.
Some do. That's right. Who fucking wants that, Anna? Who fucking wants that? Because the Vanguard doesn't want that. Olimey doesn't want that. Nobody fucking wants that. Nobody's asking for that. What are you fucking talking about?
Some do.
I know. What I was in the middle of saying is only a couple of lunatic activists are like, yeah, we're pro dismemberment guys being let go. Okay, whatever.
These poor
you don't represent the left
who
at all.
Dismembered bodies. It's so unfair to put them in prison. Okay, let me give you the details of the actual case, okay? So 4 people were arrested.
Yeah, this is definitely worse than Kuffles doing 9/11. I think she did it with noodles, right?
In New York after body parts were found in Long Island. Okay, dismembered body parts. The victims were, 2 people from Yonkers, older individuals. Suffolk County Police say 44-year-old Stephen Brown, 38-year-old Jeffrey Mackey, 40-year-old Amanda Wallace, and 33-year-old Alexis Neves were charged with concealment of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and hindering prosecution. They have not been charged with murder. Prosecutors told a judge there was so much blood in pipes, sink, shower, and toilet of the Railroad Avenue home.
Yeah, so what we need to do is make sure that there's like a stipulation in the law that says that if there's more than 5 gallons of blood in your pipes, in your sink, in your toilet, then we really do need to think about some cash bail there.
In Amityville, where the suspects were arrested, that it was deemed uninhabitable. Police said they confiscated meat cleavers, butcher knives, flesh, and body parts. Attorneys for Brown and Mackey admitted that their clients lived in that home where the body parts and all that blood was found, but denied chopping up the 59-year-old woman and 53-year-old man whose last known address was in Yonkers. Wallace also lived with Brown and Mackey in Amityville. Police said that Knives is homeless. Okay, all 4 pleaded not guilty. The judge released them without bail. They were fitted with GPS monitoring and must report in-person probation and surrender their passports.
I don't care about their passports.
Dude, guys. Like,
okay, so I feel like we watched this part with
did further research because I just couldn't believe it. Here's more. With 2019 state reforms, mutilation and disposal.
Okay, yeah, we don't have to Disco Wolf. If you're still in here, we don't have to go through this part again. And I'm not. I mean, this is Karen Kasparian's. This is the pony that she's riding, right? She loves this shit. She's reveling in the fucking blood of this, right? And she's trying to rub this in the face of the left when it's the cops that did this. It's a skill issue with the police. It's a skill issue with the centrist state legislature. It's not fucking activists. It's not lefties. It's not Olimey. It's not the Vanguard boys. It's not nocommentchick.
Was over the last 20 years. I never heard a single person saying, why don't we?
It would really suck to like leave the stream just because you're like, oh my God, is she going to go through the blood and guts again? No, I'm not going to go through the blood and guts again, Disco Wolf. I totally understand you not wanting to, not wanting to stick around for that a second time. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, come at me right now.
There we go. Come at me and tell me I'm the bad guy. You are. You're irresponsible. You're doing media malpractice, right? You are not just the bad guy here. You are a fucking axe murderer, Anna. You are hacking away at the left, blaming these problems of the cops and of the previous existing legislation, as Cenk just said, right? and making people think, God damn, I better not vote for another Democrat. They're gonna take cash bail away. There's gonna be people hiding bodies all over the city. It's gonna be an Easter egg hunt, but with blood and guts and icky stuff that Disco Wolf doesn't want to stick around to listen to. And I don't blame Disco Wolf. I don't blame Disco Wolf at all.
Bad guy, because I want these people who
You are fucking irresponsible. You're a joke. You're a shitty journalist. You're Anecdote Anna.
And tried to conceal the evidence in prison.
That's right. Everybody loves concealing corpses over here on the left, right? That's what the number one plank of the far left is conceal those corpses. Flush them down the toilet, put them in the bathtub.
Come at me and tell me I'm the bad guy. Come at me.
I don't look, guys.
Insane. You guys are insane. Anyone who thinks this is okay is insane. And everyone else in New York has to suffer the consequences of this with random bag checks at the subway by National Guard troops.
Oh my God, are we conflating things much? Let's get things clear, right? Because I think I implied that Kathy Hochul's policy of involving the National Guard was done in response to the shooting in the subway. It actually wasn't, according to what the View just reported. That policy took effect before that shooting, and that means also before this. Like, this wasn't a response to this. That's not what happened, Anna. Again, media malpractice. But she's playing fast and loose. She's playing sloppy.
At a time where we have
she is a messy bitch.
Right wing, which has lost its mind. You're taking good people that would normally be on the left and driving them to the right wing.
Damn right they are.
You are taking people who would normally be on the left, that being your fucking audience, Cenk. The know-nothing jackasses that haven't figured out to like get off board of your sinking ship, right? Who would normally still maybe vote, against Trump, and suggesting that, God, voting for a Democrat's pretty fucking dangerous. Like, I don't want to get killed on the subway. I don't want to get chopped up into little pieces and flushed down the toilet. I better go MAGA this time. Jesus Christ.
Madness. And no one agreed to it. I don't mean the voters. I mean on the left. When did we have a vote?
So who are you yelling at, jackass?
We decided
who are you fucking yelling at then?
Primary or ballot measure that we should do any of this. I never once heard it at any progressive get-together, any progressive, no one has ever proposed this. All of a sudden in 2019, these activists popped up in all these cities and they're like, okay, you know what, like.
How did they succeed? I want to know.
They got massive funding. Where the hell did the money come from? The left doesn't have money for anything. And all of a sudden it had infinite money to finance lunatic activists who are saying,
okay, you just said lunatic, and I generally try to avoid like attributing things to mental health conditions, all right? But as far as, the colloquial usage of that word, which means it implies like a detachment from reality, like, Cenk, if you're gonna make these assertions, you better back that up with some receipts, dude. Who are you talking about? What was the group that was advocating for, like, yeah, I feel like people should be able to flush bodies down the toilet and not have a cash bail? That's what we want, right? Is that what we want? and who are the secret right wing backers of this? They're like, we're gonna get the left to overshoot them, and then like this is some kind of evil plan. This is some kind of conspiracy. Cenk, you sound like a QAnoner here. Anna, you sound like a Stop the Steal person. You all are implying all this untoward shit going on, and you're not showing any sort of receipts. What the fuck are you even talking about? Who are you talking to? All I see you doing is swinging a goddamn axe, when what is needed is maybe a scalpel. Like, what the fuck? These grifters.
The criminals go. Are you insane? So look, guys, let's get back to what's happening in New York and explain to you what's rational.
Yeah, let's get back to reality. How about that, Cenk? How about we get back to reality instead of this shit of like there's a shadowy right-wing organization funding the left-wing activist groups, and that's what's making it, because they knew that if this happened, that somebody was gonna chop up a body, flush it down the toilet, and then there was gonna be no way to put cash bail on these people. And they'd go free with GPSs attached to them, and with, probation responsibilities, and having their passports taken away. And yeah, but no, this is
what is a left-wing perspective as opposed to the lunatic perspective, okay? So in terms of the laws in New York about being able to consider violence or not in terms of bail, that has been around for a long time. But in 2019, as
Cenk, you have a disagreement with Anna here, all right? You got, like, look, you're yelling at me, the supposed left-wing activist, right? You're yelling at me, but you got Anna Kasparian right there next to you that is acting like this was part of some kind of non-existent police reform. Right? There was activism, there was energy, there was a lot of talk about reform, there was a lot of talk about defunding the police. Very little actually got done. You know, cash bail is something that did get done, but Cenk right here is saying that this isn't about cash bail. Why then does it say in your freaking description that it is about cash bail reform? This doesn't have to do with bail reform. These are the pre-existing laws, you jackass. Your disagreement is with your fucking co-host, unless you're too afraid to debate her. Are you afraid she's gonna take half of TYT and like run away with it, Candace Owens style? Is that what are you like the fucking Ben Shapiro of the left here? You got somebody that's obviously fucking out of line in your organization, and yet you can't do anything about it because you're afraid? Oh my God, Cenk, you have really sunk low.
you partly saw in that graphic, they changed some of the laws, so they moved more crimes into non-violent felonies. But tons of those crimes are actually very, very violent. And Governor Hochul there mentioned assault. No, that's not true. A lot of forms of assault are now in the non-violent felony category, including domestic assault.
Wait, so which way is it? Is it that you can't consider violence as part of the, just the judge's decision of whether to place bail or whether to make it bail eligible or not, or is it like that some forms of assault are exempt? Like which one is it? Like you're contradicting yourself.
Older.
Okay.
Subway rider. I mean, we did this story. I got in trouble for doing the story.
You got canceled by the left, by the loony left. Is that what happened, Anna? Yo, I love this. I love this. This freeze frame is doing work for me here.
Real upset. Woman waiting for the train, okay, gets hit on by some person who had been arrested like dozens and dozens of times, okay? She ignored his advances. He went and took a crap in his hand and smeared it on her face. He was booked and let out immediately.
That's what you get. That's what you get, leftist. You're in favor of people pooping in their hands and smearing it on other people's faces. Old ladies' faces, right? That old lady with poop on her face, that's that poop is on you.
That is a violent assault. But who cares about the freedom or the safety or the lives of the law-abiding?
Yeah, who cares about like reasonable fucking housing, right? Which a lot of this shit actually comes down to. Who cares about the things that people wanted to spend money on when they were talking about defunding the police, things that might actually prevent crime from happening in the first place? Who cares about any of that shit? Who cares about Finland, like literally solving homelessness by putting people in homes? Mind blown. Mind fucking blown. No, we can't have that because we can't have nice things because we have media malpractitioners like Anna Kasparian leading their left-wing audience to think that maybe voting for Trump is the way that we need to. Maybe voting for Biden is dangerous. I don't know. Like what's going on at the border? What's going on at the border? We need somebody who's hard on the border. Who's harder on the border than Trump?
Citizens in New York, right? Who cares about their freedom? Who cares about their safety? We have to be super concerned and have our bleeding hearts bleed out on behalf of people who smear crap on the faces of innocent people at the subway.
And so I just told you the domestic assault was taken off the list. So if you think that domestic violence, people who commit domestic violence should be free to leave and do it again, you are not a left winger and you are not a progressive. I don't know what you are, but you're definitely not a progressive. So I don't know where these people came from or what their ideology is, but it is not.
You know where they came from, Cenk? You pulled them out of your ass. You pulled them out of your ass and you smeared that all over our faces. You fucking hypocrite.
Or progressive to say, oh, domestic violence against women, who cares? Just let them.
Are you doing a gay accent, Cenk? Is that what happened? Did gay people decide this? Oh, I don't care about that. I love that when, what the fuck is he doing? That's Is it the blue hairs, Cenk? Is it the they thems? Who is it? Who is it? Who did this? Is it the rainbow people? Is it the alphabet mafia? Why are you doing a gay accent, you fucking homophobe? You fucking transphobic douchebag who's been transphobic for fucking ever. Before it was cool. Yeah, you got there before Matt Walsh, Cenk. I've seen those videos. I got those receipts. I know what the fuck you're about, and I know that your trans allyship is skin fucking deep. Fake motherfucker, Cenk Uygur.
Maybe they'll do it again. Ha ha! Good luck to you. No, that is not a left-wing position. Not even close, not within a million miles of close. Now, by the way, does that mean that you go draconian and you go to the right-wing solutions? No. Like, for example, the guys that the people that were alleged to have chopped up those folks, should they get a fair trial? Of course. Of course they should get a fair trial. We're not saying, oh, just assume it, get rid of the criminal justice system. Of course not. And in fact, in terms of cash bail, I think that—
Yeah, Groove Dragon, you're right. This is the exemplar of a straw man. Like, debate bros use that term a lot. Quit straw manning. Like, half of the time they're full of shit. Half of the time you're just repeating what they said back to you, and they don't like that you said it more, directly than they did. And so they'll accuse you of doing a straw man, but this is what straw manning is. You like people getting poop smeared in their— old ladies getting poop smeared in their face. You like that? You think that's cute? You think that's cool? You want to let those people out? Domestic abusers? You want to let them fucking out on the street so they can go hurt their fucking victims again? No, Cenk, who the fuck are you talking to? What straw man are you talking to, brother?
For non-violent misdemeanors, it still makes sense that if you do it once, that you can get out without cash bail. But if you commit it twice, and there are now some jurisdictions that are passing these laws, good, which they definitely should. But if you do it twice, then you lose the privilege of being let out of jail without putting up cash. So, because why? Because recidivists commit the great majority of crimes. So when you let them out of jail—
You didn't show that, okay? You showed something a lot more small scale in terms of the subway, right? No, I don't know if you got more evidence, if you got another study that shows, like, by and large, recidivists are the ones that are— you just said recidivists are committing most of the crimes. Like, please show me the statistics for that, okay? Otherwise, you're just as bad as Anecdote Anna.
Jail without having to put up any cash, they view it as, well, literally get out of jail free card and a green light. They've got no brakes in their system. So they go back and commit dozens of crimes.
Let me give you another example.
And so again, not a left wing or progressive perspective to say, yes, they should be allowed to commit dozens of crimes against innocent people, almost all of whom are working class.
Let's go to graphic 4.
That's not justice, that's injustice.
Let's go to graphic 4. So this was published in 2020. As I was researching, I came across this headline. New York City subway thief thanks Democrats after his 139th arrest release. Bail reform, it's lit.
Oh.
There's more, let me give you more details. Charles Berry, 56, has been arrested 6 times from January through February 17th of 2020. He's been released each time without having to post bail under New York's new bail reform law since his alleged offenses were nonviolent, the New York Daily News reported.
But Anna, okay, there's 2 things at play here, right? There's whether somebody is bail eligible, right? So in other words, what that is that saying that this guy, if he doesn't have money, then he's got to stay in jail. He's got to stay in jail. He doesn't have even the ability to really, participate in his own defense. So if he is innocent, as you alluded to before, because some people, charged with crimes do end up being innocent, then he's kind of fucked. He's sitting there in jail, and then he's going to be taken out, given back. If he's lucky, he won't be. I mean, I guess like what normally you're like in a jumpsuit, right? You're going before a jury in a jumpsuit. But Patrick Bateman, on the other hand, or Anna Bateman, if we're talking about TYT, right, is able to post bail. That's what you're arguing for. You're not arguing like what you think you're arguing for, which is, dangerous criminals, being being put in jail, right? You're arguing for dangerous criminals to get out of jail as long as they have the bail money. When you want the bail back, which is what you're asking, what you're talking about again, look at what's, you know, highlighted right down. Refuses to address how bail reform. This is about bail reform. You want Patrick Bateman to fucking go free. You want the guy that actually is a flight risk, right? Has the potential to get the fuck out of there. You know, has the potential to, if he's able to coordinate with his lawyer long enough, to get off on a technicality. That's what expensive lawyers are for, to find you those technicalities. And if they can't find you a technicality, then to bargain down your sentence to like a really low sentence, right? She's arguing for fucking rich people to walk free. That's, I don't know if you realize this, but you're arguing for Patrick fucking Bateman here, Anna Kasparian. Don't try to put the blood of the victim of the Long Island butcher on me when you've got the fucking blood of Patrick Bateman's victims that, like, their only crime was that they didn't like Phil Collins. That's their only crime, right? They're not a fan of Genesis without Peter Gabriel, okay? That's oh my god, I'm just knocking everything over off my desk, chat. I feel like I'm in danger. Who's that streamer, chat, that bangs on his desk? You know, the one that Papa Meat just did a video on? Is it Queso? You know what I'm talking about? There's a streamer that, like, his whole thing is like he plays video games, especially Fall Guys, and then when he loses at them, he bangs his desk and the whole thing shakes. It's like it's kind of compelling. But yeah, Papa Meat did a video where people were like fat shaming him, and it caused him to turn into a black hole or something. Anyway, chat, that's what I'm turning into. I'm turning into that. I might as well just get Fall Guys and start streaming that. Maybe people will appreciate that. No, chat, I know you appreciate me, and I appreciate you, and I'm glad I'm thankful for all the support that I get. There's many ways you can support me, whether it be super chat, super stickers, over on Twitch, through subs, through gifted subs, through Prime subs, through bits, through donations, which are down in the description if you want to check that out. The Patreon is down in the description if you want to check that out. The Throne, if you want to help my setup get better, that's down in the description as well. You can help me out there. But I also appreciate the people that all you can do maybe is just hit that like button. That's not, don't underrate that, because like I said, this is how you replicate yourself in chat. If you want more chatters like you who are into the things that you're into in this chat, all you got to do is hit the like button, and you're literally you're like replicating yourself. You know, it's kind of a cool thing.
By the way, remember, they have reclassified violent crimes, some violent crimes, as non-violent crimes. So again, dismembering and concealing evidence of a corpse that you've dismembered.
That's right. You would totally get in trouble for that before, but now it's like, hey, you know, what's a little dismembered corpse between friends?
Not considered violent enough to have a judge set a bail so you don't, leave the prison cell. But let me continue.
I love how Cenk kind of knows that Anna's full of shit, and yet he won't call her out on it.
So in the past, Barry served several stints in state prison and has a lengthy record, including 6 felonies, 87 misdemeanors, and 21 missed court hearings, the newspaper reported, citing court records. All right, let's go to the next one. More details.
87.
Okay, bail reform. It's lit, Barry yelled to reporters outside the NYPD Transit District 1 headquarters in the Columbus Circle station before officers transported him to Manhattan.
Because of course he did.
It's the Democrats. The Democrats know me and the Republicans fear me. You can't touch me, I can't be stopped.
Yeah, you're gonna turn the entire country into Republicans.
Looks like we started with Cenk and Anna. Looks like we started with Cenk and Anna. That's all it takes. That's all it takes is like one random fucking thief, right? Saying it's lit to turn you all into Republicans, to get you all to do hatchet work for Donald Trump, to get y'all to attack your own ostensible side with a goddamn hatchet. That's all it takes. God. Thank you, Zara, for the biddies. I was about to float away. Check out these biddies. That's right. Best biddies on all of Twitch. Thank you so much, Zara. How is crime down? Wait. Why am I not seeing? Oh my God. For some reason in chat, like not all of your chats are showing up. I don't even know what this is. There's some really good. Okay, just know that just because I don't show your chat on screen doesn't mean that it didn't impress me. Wait, let me see if I can scroll up and at least read it out. How is crime? Yeah, Mars Falcon says, how is crime down? What with all the criminals out on bail and on bail reform? Anna, Cenk, explain this. NCC tip chat. Yeah, there we go. You were responding to a Soul Life call to action. No, don't be sorry. Wait, why are you sorry? That is not something that you should be sorry for, chat. Like I said, I appreciate people that support me. Supporting the people that support me monetarily, especially when others can't, because like times are hard, right? I know that better than a lot of people, how hard things are. So people that can toss $1 my way from time to time, I appreciate you, and never feel sorry for that, and don't feel sorry either if all you can do is hit that like button, because like I said, it's more powerful than anyone realizes, right? When I'm looking at a golden YouTube button, I'm gonna think of the people that hit that like button. I'm gonna attribute that to you. Okay, so it's more powerful than you think.
Activists, you must be so proud. I don't know where the hell you got all that money, but whoever gave you that money, I don't think they're on our side at all. In fact,
conspiracy
genius move by Republicans to take
TYT anon,
a bunch of lunatic activists.
Oh, TYT anon.
Fund them to no end so they could take away any semblance of sanity in our criminal laws, so that the entire country can blame Democrats.
Nice conspiracy theory, Cenk.
For this kind of insanity. So
yeah, so since New York is unwilling to reform its bail reform laws, New Yorkers, enjoy your random bag checks by National Guard troops in the subway system.
If you can't reform this law instantly, then the government doesn't function. I mean, if a guy who commits 239.
So yeah, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. So based on a high-profile incident, the fucking legislature is going to drop what they're doing, and they're going to make this one like tweak, like you said. And you trust them to do that. You trust them to, even though you're saying that their response to people like, wanting bail reform was somehow, overwrought. I don't think it was, but right, you're still trusting the legislature to do exactly what you want and tweak it in the right way, and not just bring bail back, not just bring cash bail back, right? Because that's the kind of shit that this kind of agitation does. That's what happens when you take a goddamn axe when what you need is a scalpel. That's what happens when you attack your own side with fucking ridiculous straw men.
Crime is allowed to walk out. The government doesn't function. It doesn't serve its core purpose, protect the citizens. That's not a left-wing thing, that's not a right-wing thing, that's an every person thing. And if you like anarchy and nonstop criminals running rampant in the streets and being able to commit almost any crime and walk out.
Because that's what anarchy is, that's what.
You're not on the political side.
That's what abolishing hierarchies is all about, yeah, right.
You just lost your goddamn mind, and I have no interest in you.
I'm sorry, Cenk, but who are you talking to again?
So poof, be gone.
Back at you. Back at you, you ridiculous ass clown. Chat, should I take a fucking second to cool down? Do I need to take a second and cool down? Oh wait a minute. Did I miss a chance to put biddies on I can't find it, chat. Fall Guys is the most toxic game ever? Please explain. I don't know much about this. Sisyphean Test says, I saw the Meat Canyon video, but I didn't know it was a real streamer. Oh no, it is. It's a real streamer. He actually reacted to it. He actually yeah, he's just a guy that does like extreme reactions, Like I was actually asking some of my mods when I was watching this in Discord with some of the mods, and I was like, do y'all want me to be more like this? Is this gonna be how I blow up by like, it's like, yo, Chad, what the fuck? you know, just like creating earthquakes by smashing. Unfortunately, chat, like my desk is like a standing desk, and it's like one of the cheaper ones, right? It's not like a nice expensive one that's got like a hydraulic lift or anything like that. It's not the one where they advertise it by having the streamer get on the desk and raise themselves up to show that it lifts up to 400 pounds. It's a cheap one. So if I hit this thing, I'm gonna destroy my my whole thing pretty quickly. Slightest bit of reform will lead to blood in the streets and American carnage. That's right. That's what Jim Morrison was warning us about with Peace Frog. Exactly. Blood in the streets. Cenk is a spineless oaf. He still employs that genocidal maniac, Ben Glebe. That's true. That's true. And he loves being able to have those debates, right? If this is all it takes to make you a Republican, says Autumn Leaves, you were always a Republican. NCC and Top Chat, yeah, I don't know. It reverted me back to that. So, chat, if you don't know, this is a little thing about YouTube, right? Because I'm always talking about Twitch, even though most of my viewers are over on YouTube. Even though like the majority of my financial support, at least like comes from YouTube at that point. So I should probably acknowledge y'all a lot more than I do. It takes a long time. The whole Twitch spiel that I obviously cribbed from Hassan. It just like it's a long one and it's a fun one. And oh my god, and I missed it again. There's an ad break right now. Those poor people on Twitch. I think I did did I do an ad break for them? I usually forget it. I usually get like too involved into whatever content I'm covering. I'm really bad at self-promotion. That's what I'm supposed to get better at. Just tuck that self-promotion. That's the whole magic of Hassan's like ad read, is that you debate. Insane increase in living expense has nothing to do with right? That is in fact not what anarchy means. You are correct, Schmegley. In Fall Guys, 2 guys started pushing me off the ledge. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah, if people want to like work together to troll you in the game, that must make the game really suck. You need to utilize the THCs and the Sebe days. I need to utilize those. Cacao? Oh my god, I wish I had some cacao. And chat, we're going back into this. This is why I'm trying to take a second. I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to talk to chat. I also want to make sure that I am talking to chat enough, because I feel like I don't do that, like, and now I can talk to Twitch chat and YouTube chat at the same time. Do whatever you wish for a reaction, but please save the coffee. That's an important thing. Yeah, I actually didn't spill any coffee this time, luckily. Look, I appreciate my
Void coffee.
Right, I don't know how I would do this without Void Coffee. I might have to. I don't know. Look, I'm willing to like cut out a lot of expenses just to keep this stream going. But yeah, like people that support me, you're the reason that I'm able to stream as much as I can, and without that support, I have to cut the stream hours, and it really sucks because I feel like I'm not even covering what I want to cover. Like, there's too much. I've got this whole list of things. What, the Don Lemon debate, Don Lemon versus Elon Musk, Crystal Ball versus Destiny. We kind of like dropped the ball on that one. Crystal Ball's got a video calling out Destiny. I want to at least get you, what I promised you, with the wait, I think I have Fall Guys. I think I actually have that. Is it on Epic? I feel like it was for free. Yeah. I don't like needing an Epic game account. I don't like that either. You like mate. Mate is pretty cool. Mate, just like, I'll be on the you'd have to peel me off the ceiling if I started drinking mate, though. I love mate probably too much. It's probably unhealthy, the extent to which I love mate. Elon invented the electric car, space travel, and the letter X. Yeah, the scarlet letter. The letter X. But yeah, I don't even have time to do video games, right? I don't know. One in chat if you would like to see me play video games. And also extra points if you want to suggest one. I see Shakespeare is suggesting Streets of Rage 2. Is it like a classic beat 'em up video game? Is that right? By the way, welcome back, Twitch. But welcome back, rip to those who got taken away once again by the top of the hour ad break. I failed you once. I'm supposed to let you know, like, right before it happens that it's going to happen, and then be like, and the top of the ad, and here's that ad break now, right? I don't know how Hassan does it so well. He's so good at it. It's on Epic Store and console for free. It's owned by Epic Games. Fall Guys is the only thing I don't like about Epic Games, like, is, well, okay, wait. There is something on Epic Games that, like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts. You can get Kingdom Hearts. It was actually on Game Pass and I just didn't realize it. Like, I could have gotten it on Game Pass. But that's the game that I like grew up with, is like Birth by Sleep. Like, that was my, that's what video game, that's why I tell you, I like video games, but they're like video games that like nobody else likes. Fall Guys or Elden Ring. You want to see me play those? It'd be fun. I would like try Elden Ring. I've heard it's pretty hard. Elon invented the letter X for ex-wife. Yeah, that's right. That's what Rayman 1. Okay, wait, that's the one. Wait, there's an anime with Rayman in it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? There's this weird like cyberpunk anime, and like Rayman is a character in it. Anybody seen this? I actually watched the first season of it when it was either on Netflix or it was on Amazon. It was on something, right? And I got to see it. And it was actually good. Like, I didn't think I liked Rayman because my ex had some kind of party game with Rayman on it. I can't remember what it was called, but it was Rayman, and then there was all these rabbits. There was all these like evil rabbits and shit. Do tell what it's called. What's it called? I can't remember. There's a freaking anime with Rayman. They literally have Rayman in it, and I was like, oh, I guess I like Rayman. Like, I didn't realize I liked Rayman because like it was kind of forced on me. It's a Rayman anime. What is it called? Streets of Rage 2 is a really good game, iconic music, and it's not very hard to play. So it's like an arcade game. Aren't arcade games hard though? You just bought Portal 1 and 2 for $3. Are they ever gonna make 3? Portal is a really good game. That's a fun game. I played a little bit of Portal co-op on stream. The OG Rayman is very fun. Rayman Rabbids. Yeah, I think that maybe that was the game that my ex had. Yeah. And I was just kind of like, party games, right? I don't know. I suck at party games. I suck at Mario Kart. I suck at Super Smash Brothers. Like, all the games that people really like to play, especially the multiplayer games, I like either suck at them or I don't like enjoy them for some reason. Like, I like Final Fantasy games, but I never got into Final Fantasy 14, which is the one that people actually play on Twitch and stuff. Okay, so who can I trust with my audience? I feel like the only people I can trust with my audience are the Vanguard, and the Vanguard has kind of been first and foremost on the story. They do cover a lot of stories that I intend to get to before I even get to them. So I'm sort of left to do the like in-depth version of what you're getting a lot of times on the Vanguard. But yeah, today they were definitely on this so hard that Anna actually noticed. This is Anna reposting her L's. Anna tweeting out the Vanguard today. Anna is providing blood. Anna is replying, providing blood for the blood god, I guess, like with her axe. Oh my god! Somebody clipped this! Yo, Natalie Marie, good catch. I do make a pretty good axe murderer, if I do say so myself. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god, this is the other one. But yeah, if you missed that already, this is my thread on Twitter. If we could boost this, if you could help me blast off, I would be very appreciative of that. Here it is again, in case people didn't get it the first time, which is entirely conceivable. I have that as an emote on my Discord. It says Shakespeare. They had a libertarian streak going on. Then to their credit, they realized it. Yeah, the only thing I've ever heard bad about the Vanguard is like the way back in the day. I guess they were Jimmy Dore adjacent, but they were some of the first people to call out Jimmy Dore, and he obviously couldn't take it. I think that might have been one of the first epic blocks they got, was the block getting the block from Jimmy Dore. Hollow Knight looks really good. Is it really hard? I don't know. That sounds like a real game for real gamers. God, because I gotta pee, and I don't want to just like leave you with like nothing with the Waluigi. You see, I can't trust Waluigi, can I? I can't trust Waluigi. There's no way. But yeah, I do need to pee. Maybe I can trust you with the Vanguard? Yeah, I do want to watch, oh my god. Celeste. Play Celeste. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Sarah. Is it really hard? Oh my god, it's harder than it looks. It really is. It's well worth it. It's the best job I've ever loved. Have you heard of P and Z Situation? Oh, Ori 1 and 2. Yeah, that one's beautiful. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about, Michael S. I've seen this. This looks like a really cute. It's like a wait. Let me select it. Yeah, it's like a what is it, like a silhouette? It's just like a silhouette kind of. Yeah, Ori looks. Is that the one? It's like a silhouette, or no? That's the one where you're doing like art, right? You're doing art, but you're also fighting. Surprised.
You need someone to just talk to chat for a second while you run. I don't have you. Like
it's gonna be really quick.
Do it.
Wait, I gotta put something.
Gotta entertain everybody.
Oh no, not that, not that. Okay, we'll put this on. Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Zara Xerix, and yeah, keep on suggesting games, because we're gonna try to play something tomorrow. Okay, I want to do a premium streamium to thank everybody who's supporting me, and also give like a little backdoor. Like I said, the backdoor is the Discord. So if you support the stream, but you aren't able to financially support it, I don't want to cut you off because, like I said, Sam Cedar never cut me off from the fun half. There was always a way to kind of sneak into the fun half. So I like to leave the back door of my theater open as well. So join that Discord if you haven't already. That is your key to being able to experience the premium streamium, even if you're not able to be a sustaining member. We still love you. So yeah, Zara, hopefully you'll be safe. Hopefully Anna Kasparian does not come for you while I'm gone, and I'll try to make it a quick little pee break. So
I'm
wait,
sure it'll be just great.
and then what else? We got meow 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 meow
Meow meow.
I'm trying to look for the meow meow. There it is. There's the meow meow.
We all want to know about the meow meow. Sam Cedar is cute. I would totally kiss him. I think chat has some thoughts about Sam Cedar.
Some inappropriate thoughts? No, just kidding.
I mean, I don't know if it's inappropriate.
I mean that Sam will be the judge of that, I guess.
I feel like Sam's the one to talk.
I'll be right back.
That. Tune in to get access to NCC's backdoor. Shakespeare. Oh my god. Just let her try. Let's see. I don't own a computer. However, oh my gosh, Celeste is such an incredible game. Chat, do y'all actually enjoy those platformers? Because even if you're not a huge platformer fan, Celeste was a roller coaster. So Life says inappropriate thoughts. Disco Wolf says, Michael S. To be honest with you, I just didn't have the money after being homeless, etc. Agreed. Sorry, I am eating in a truck stop diner. I have been trying to avoid doing so, but apparently I'm having a fuck it all day. Kasparian, the unfriendly host? What happened? All my thoughts are inappropriate. Well, you know, some inappropriate thoughts become appropriate in the right context. I'll just say that. Hi, at the anti-corporatist, groovy to see thee. Celeste is incredible. It's absolutely, like, I was in tears multiple times in the beginning of it. I'm more of an RTS guy, but Celeste looks great. Is she on Daily Wire now, finally? What about playing the game, Zara? Anna wants to ask you something. For sure, Iraq 121, and has since gone down over the last few years. Same in Oh True Zara. At Disco Wolf. Oh fuck, sorry, I hope you're okay now. Did anyone see the new Nickelodeon video? Foot icon eye emoji. Yeah, I think some of us never heard of Celeste. May have to check it out. I highly recommend Celeste. Celeste is a game created by a trans video game dev. It's an indie game. It is about Celeste and her journey to ascend a mountain and achieve a goal. She's got a lot of things in her past, a lot of things that she has unresolved, and she has a lot of conflict in herself. And through scaling this mountain, she learns about herself. She learns about how she handled her problems and issues. And it's just an incredible story. It's a story about a trans person, and through the insurmountable, impossible challenges that she faces, she learns a lot about herself, and she learns a lot about the people around her. It's incredibly powerful. What about Cooking Mama or something? Now that's a great game, 10 out of 10 game. As a Celeste, I got very confused until I realized it was the game. Never heard of Celeste. May have to check it out. Yeah. People are saying nothing but good things about you, Celeste Ramsey. It's powerful, dude. Very powerful. Celeste looks really interesting. It's on my to playlist, although it looks very difficult. It is very, very difficult. My food is here. We'll be listening and lurking. Thanks, anti-corporatist. Disco Wolf, it's hard, but worth it. I've said that about several things. I'm all for trans girls traveling. I can't wait for my girlfriend traveling here. Aww. at Soul Life, I saw Hassan and Dusty Smith's reaction to it. I didn't grow up with a lot of Dan Schneider shows, but I've heard of them. I heard that Dan was a creep. The feet thing was weird. Oh yeah. Nom Nom, the anti-corporatist. Celeste looks gorgeous. Love the pixel art. The art style is absolutely a dream, and the play style is incredibly smooth. It is so difficult at parts. They do allow you different modes. Jules says Jesse Gender has highly recommended that game too. Wonderful. Friend of the stream, Jesse. That's going on the wish list too. I absolutely cannot recommend Celeste highly enough. It's also a fun one to buy your friends, because there was a thing going around with the Turf Legacy game where people were saying don't play the Turf Legacy game. Instead, give money to a trans indie developer. Buy Celeste. Play that on stream, And fuck it, let's just plug Celeste all night. I think we should. Also, Drake was a victim who became a predator. People always complain about Disney child stars going bad, but seems like it also happens to Nick child stars as well. I think the issue overall is that there are predators in industries, and it's hard for kids to make it in predatory industries. I watched all that Keenan and Kel and something else. Irene, you're playing Celeste on stream. Celeste will occasionally go on sale for like $5 on Steam. I'm also going to eat dinner soon. Warriors, come out to play. Turf Legacy, is that a game or J.K. Rowling's next novel? It's her life story, but it's Hogwarts Legacy. I just prefer to call it Turf Legacy because fuck her. Hey Irene, welcome back.
Hi.
Sorry, I was speed reading.
I was speed eating.
Take your time, continue eating. Like
it's Brussels sprouts, right?
Predators are common in a lot of industries. I think they meant Woghart's Legacy. No, it's Pigfots. The headmaster's a lion and he can talk. Oh, Lebowser. Photo. The PNZ thing is the Poppy and Xena talks that got dropped earlier this week, like 200 pages or something. Good grief, that sounds like a lot of documents about things. What are you eating? Looks good. Oh, those the Brussels sprouts, right?
They're really substantive. Yeah, quick pea, right?
It was
not that quick.
Like
I was actually struggling. Like I was like, okay, wait, what else do I want to do? I want to get my Brussels sprouts. I want to put my beans in the bean cooker, and like I couldn't, like I don't know, I couldn't wrangle the beans. Like right there, it's got a top that like you're supposed to. It's like one of those pressure cookers, right? And I couldn't get the top to go on, so I'm like struggling with that.
I'm still thinking about those beans.
I mean, I am too. I just not gonna be able to cook them, because I'm not strong enough to like wrangle the top of the.
I mean, I bet you would be able to do it if you weren't in a hurry. Brussels sprouts are underrated veggies. Damn, GT, gotta eat. I'm starving now. 200 pages about poppy seed bagels. Wow, I know some people really like focus on poppy seed bagels. I think a lot of people don't give that kind of thought.
Yeah. So yeah, as far as the Xena and Poppy thing, obviously, like I've seen. These are two Vosh orbiters, okay? Poppy and Xena. They used to be known as Trans Girl Therapist, and they have like hurt a lot of people. Like I do not respect their content. They go after people in a very similar way to the way that Keffels does, and some of the same people that Keffels like targets, right? They went after. And there was something going on that I kind of wanted to cover, but I didn't end up doing it, right? I think we ended up watching the Chernobyl thing, like the people that are deep sea diving in Chernobyl. We ended up watching that instead, right? We needed that was going to be the toxic. Wait, what was it? The nuclear.
The nuclear leaks.
Yeah, the nuclear leaks, and it ended up being no, just the nuclear leaks from Chernobyl. But yeah, it was going to be the Poppy and Xena thing. However, like I couldn't make heads or tails of that situation. I was looking into it. What I noticed and what got my attention, what made me want to actually cover that was not just that like Poppy and Xena have been like assholes to like, other content creators that I think don't deserve it, but specifically because there was an attempt by Poppy to utilize clout in order to like win an interpersonal situation to drive Poppy's narrative as far as that. And from what I could tell, like it looked like the person that was on the other end of that was a victim of had been kind of pressured by Poppy in some fucked up ways. But yeah, I guess the leaks came out, the 200 pages or so of leaks about Poppy and Xena. I saw that what goddamn Malcolm, or right, goddamn it Malcolm, is that the content creator that I'm thinking of? Has been covering that stuff. I don't know if we'll ever like. I don't like to go into the personal stuff, right? And like I don't really like to cover people's like real life stuff. The only thing that made me want to touch on what was going on with Poppy and Xena was the fact that there seemed to be somebody that was being victimized by the clout that Poppy and Xena had gotten from the Vosh Clout network, and it's somebody that was they were like dating, I guess. So
I mean, it's not really surprising though, because like over a year ago, like the channel was using its platform and clout, so to speak, in order to push like a pretty hostile anti-black narrative about Say Her Name.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
And so like with that kind of like racism being so present and amplified by people's larger platforms, it not only does like a great disservice by harming black people, but it also creates a rift in solidarity, because when we say, hey, this is a thing, here, let us educate you about this, let's explain this, let's point this out, and instead everybody decides to like do research and come back with some sort of new scheme in order to like double down on anti-blackness. It really breaks a lot of like the left, because there are people who have parasocial relationships, people who only have their exposure to like
right, that makes
creators in certain spaces, and they turn on black people, and when they turn on us, like they're fracturing solidarity, they're fracturing a chance to lift each other up, to build, to grow, to even have a chance. And I gotta say that the Xena and Poppy push against the Say Her Name stuff, just as much as like Keffel's doubling down with her racism,
right,
caused like incredibly strong fractures in an already like precarious situation for black trans folks on the internet.
Yeah, Jules, I think you're right about staying away from the topic. I looked into it a little bit, and honestly, it's one of these things that's a can of worms. If I'm going to cover it, it's going to take over at least one whole stream of mine. I've got a lot other to talk about. The main danger from Poppy and Xena is not from them themselves as creators. Remember, they're Vosh orbiters. That's where their power comes from. That's where their influence comes from, and that influence has been curtailed, let's just say. And in general, I got my eyes to larger creators that are enabling bad faith actors like that more than the more than kind of like giving too much attention to creators on the smaller side only serves to spread their clout. But yeah, thank you, Zara, for coming in here and having my back so much today. Also, awesome meme. Did everybody see this? I came up with the idea for the meme, but it was Zara with the execution and the Photoshop skills in bringing Anna Bateman to life. So yeah, I don't think Anecdote Anna, that's right. I don't think we're going to be covering Poppy and Xena, but I guess that's out there, and it's nasty. And like I said, it's a it's a can of worms that you can't really, like, I couldn't adequately do it justice. That was the other thing, right? Is that if I was going to cover it, I needed to understand and be able to explain the situation in, you know, in an hour or two or something like that. And I just couldn't get to that. I couldn't even get to completely understanding what all was going on. There's so many moving parts. There's so many things, going on. It's worse than even this one. And this story, the Anna story, looks like it's going to take up the whole stream. So yeah. But yeah, make sure to be there tomorrow. We're going to do the premium streamium. Zara, are you going to be able to be there?
I'm going to try my best.
Oh God. Yeah. We're going to be there tomorrow at the premium streamium, and I'll try to like have some, if I can get some help from a mod in Discord, then we'll have people on to talk to and do a little chatting with chatters, do a little voice chat on the Discord side of things. So looking forward to that. And
oh my God, I can't wait to talk to chat.
It's really fun. It's really fun. And I don't get to do it enough. And, I have to sort of take a day and be like, let's do video games for a day. And then also it helps me like plan out, like, I want to know what you want as far as content. I want to know what you're interested in and what direction to go. Okay. So we better dive back into it. We got to cover the Vanguard. We might cover some Sitch and Adam. I don't know, chat. Do you want depend on how much time we have. If we can hit a sub goal, I'll try to take it an extra hour and cover the Sitch and Adam, because they're always important to push back on, but yeah, for now I guess we'll see what's going on with Olimey and the Vanguard. So yeah, thanks Zara for stopping by here and helping me. Everybody, if you're not following already, Zara has a Twitch channel which you should follow for gaming, and a YouTube channel which you should follow for all the rest. And if we could get a shout out for Zara on both on Twitch and on YouTube, that would be awesome.
Meow meow. All right, I'll see ya.
See you later. Meow. Still trying to put together that podcast too. I don't know. I don't know. I want to make that happen. What would you think about that? Like an H3 style podcast, but without all the baggage of H3. I think it'd be pretty cool. And I know I've got some cool friends that I want to bring along for that too. So okay, so we'll start off, I think, with Olimey explaining bail reform. So if you don't know, Olimey is a criminal attorney in NYC. Who better to hear about this complicated legal subject from than somebody who actually knows what she's talking about, unlike Cenk and Anna.
Bail reform in New York City is constantly under attack, despite being a resounding success. Every time I turn my head, someone is spreading lies and propaganda about bail reform and trying to link it to a million things that it has nothing to do with, under the hopes that the public who doesn't know better will accept it. So here are 12 facts about New York City's bail reform so you can understand the issue. First, why do we have bail reform? Rikers. Rikers is New York City's infamous pretrial detention center. Everyone has heard about Rikers, but less people realize that it's a pretrial detention center. More than 85% of the people there are awaiting trial.
Yeah, you just hear about Rikers being this, like, people almost describe it as like a prison, right? We're talking about a jail. We're talking about pretrial detention for people who are not convicted.
Wow, they have not been convicted of a crime. They simply do not have the money to pay their bail and afford their freedom. And in this city where 42% of the people identify as white, more than 90% of everyone awaiting trial at Rikers is either black, brown, or Hispanic. This was 35-year-old Jose Martinez. He was given a parole violation after being accused of stealing a single can of beer, and they sent him to Rikers, where he died.
Are we good on sound, chat? Is the sound high enough?
In the cell when the guards refused to help him. More than a dozen New Yorkers meet the same fate each year. In fact, since Eric Adams became mayor, more than 30 people have died awaiting trial at Rikers. 2. Before bail reform passed, black New Yorkers were more than twice as likely as white New Yorkers.
There we go. I think that's better.
A night in Rikers because they were unable to afford bail. 3. Bail reform took effect in New York City 4 years ago in 2020. Bail reform.
Irene, do you ever do call-ins? Yeah, that's actually what I was just talking about. as far as the premium streamium that we're going to do tomorrow, like, so we do this thing called community night, right? Which is when I hang out in the Discord and general chat. Some of the mods are there. Two, it's a really wholesome, kind of fun. I mean, sometimes it's wholesome. Sometimes I end up watching content that's not so wholesome. But this time I want to play some video games, and I want to. It's going to be so. There's different ways to watch it, right? You can watch it on YouTube. It'll be a members only stream. So if you've got a membership, you can watch it on YouTube. I'll also stream it on Twitch as subs only. So if you've got a Twitch sub, you can watch it. I will also be giving a link for the on Patreon. So if you're, supporting me on Patreon in any amount, right? Because I don't have, that's another thing that I needed to do. Somebody was telling me about that. Like, I need to have membership. What is it, like levels, right? The different levels of support that come with different things. So we're going to try to get that down too. But yeah, if you have Patreon, it'll be available to you. And like I said, the other way that you can watch it is going to be through the Discord, right? Because it's going to be a community night plus premium streamium extravaganza. So if you're not in the Discord, this is a good time to get into the Discord. And if you want to do tiers, they're called tiers. Oh my God, see how bad I am at self-promotion? See how bad I am at the like crucial part of making the stream actually sustainable. Yeah, I'm not too good at that. I always got my eyes on the prize and as far as content, but I need to focus more on making sure that I can keep bringing you this content, making sure I got a roof over my head and all the rest of it. And we're honestly almost there, chat. I never would have thought that I would be this close to be sustainable as a full-time streamer as I am right now. So I'm kind of facing a crossroads right here where, if the level of support goes up right now, then I'll pretty much be able to go full time. Like, right. It's not going to be super easy. I'm going to have to cut down a lot of costs and stuff, but I think we can do it. Right. If not, I'll have to get a job and I'll be available, a lot less, but I'll still be here. I'll still stream and stuff. I'm just kind of at that crossroads. So this is a crucial point as far as support goes. Let me rewind this a little bit. We're watching. This is Olaimi Olarun. This is one of the people that Anna basically is constantly subtweeting, came after Olaimi on this stuff, and Olaimi's got actually a response that we're going to watch in just a second. But what we're watching right now is Olaimi offering her expertise as a New York City criminal attorney, somebody who actually understands what's going on with bail reform in New York City and can give us real information, not fucking bullshit propaganda like Anna Kasparian. Olaimi is somebody that is not trying to pivot to the right in order to, enrich herself. Because unlike Anna, she's not a grifter. She's one of the realest people out there, and we are lucky to have her. So,
were more than twice as likely as white New Yorkers to spend at least a night in Rikers because they were unable to afford bail. 3. Bail reform took effect in New York City.
Okay, let's go back to the number one.
42% of the people identify as white. Everyone has heard about Rikers, but less people realize that it's a pretrial detention center. More than 85% of the people there are awaiting trial. They have not been convicted of a crime. They simply do not have the money to pay their bail and afford their freedom. And in this city where 42% of the people identify as white, more than 90% of everyone awaiting trial at Rikers is either black, brown, or Hispanic. This was 35-year-old Jose Martinez. He was given a parole violation after being accused of stealing a single can of beer, and they sent him to Rikers, where he died in a cell when the guards refused to help him. More than a dozen New Yorkers meet the same fate each year. In fact, since Eric Adams became mayor, more than 30 people have died awaiting trial at Rikers. 2. Before bail reform passed, black New Yorkers were more than twice as likely as white New Yorkers to spend at least a night in Rikers because they were unable to afford bail. 3. Bail reform took effect in New York City 4 years ago in 2020. Bail reform made it so most misdemeanors, excluding sex offenses and domestic violence, some nonviolent felonies, traffic offenses, and violations became bail ineligible, unless there was some evidence, like a bench warrant history or previous failures to appear, that a person would not return to court.
From what Olaimi's saying, and given her level of expertise, given that this is what she does for a living, I'm gonna call bullshit on more of what Anna and Jake. Like, it sounds like Anna and Jake do not have their facts straight at all.
Because 4, The legal purpose of bail is to ensure that a person returns to court. And since bail reform was implemented, more people are returning to court than ever before. The failure to appear rate fell from 15% in 2019 to 9% in 2021 after bail reform. Data shows that the vast majority of people show up to their court dates in New York City. 5. This myth that people are getting released without bail and committing crime after crime after crime and there's nothing that the court can do about it because of bail reform is exactly that, a myth. The conditions of release on absolutely any charge in New York City is that if you commit a crime and are rearrested, the judge can and likely will set bail on you. And that is even the case for every bail-eligible case I mentioned earlier. 6. The number of major felonies in 2020, the year bail reform went into effect, was lower than every year from 2000 to 2019. More importantly is number 7. Since bail reform was enacted, according to the Brennan Center, rearrests for alleged violent felonies have remained exceptionally rare, just as it was exceptionally rare even prior to bail reform. And bail reform has no correlation to any increase in national trends in certain crimes. The Brennan Center actually went to the trouble of doing an analysis on 100,000 cases from July 2020 to June 2021, and they determined that just 2% of all cases were rearrests for alleged violent felonies. Just 2%. 8. Speaking of felonies, you should know that since bail reform was enacted...
Did you hear that? Like, I feel like Anna and Cenk really got away with some bullshit here. We're talking about 2% of cases, right? Cenk even said, okay, so no, they did find, like, they were able to cherry pick one little data point as far as, I think it was like crimes that go on in the subway or crimes against subway, like Metro employees, right, had, there was like a high rate of like recidivism involved in that, but it was one little data point and ignoring the bigger picture. And that's what they do. They zero in on, they find the thing that confirms their narrative, that their predetermined narrative. And they just look for like the one little thing that they can find to support that. Whereas, like, you put it into perspective and you ask how much of crime is recidivism, how much of crime is, somebody that's committed a crime and is going to commit another crime. It's 2% Anna and Cenk got bent out of shape out of 2%, about 2% of the crimes.
Over 97% of everyone released without bail were not rearrested for a violent felony. 9. 99%, that's almost everyone released without bail, was not rearrested for a crime involving a gun. 10. Speaking of guns, simply possessing a gun in New York City is considered a violent offense. You don't even need to use it, brandish it, bail will be set. 11. But for as much as the media talks about guns, they actually make up a very small amount of cases in New York City's criminal system. In fact, felonies and violent felonies make up a very small amount of the cases in New York City's criminal system in general. Before and after bail reform, 93% of all crimes initially charged as felonies in New York City end in dismissal, acquittal, misdemeanor, or some non-criminal violation. And 12, since bail reform took effect in 2020, hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers have been able to fight their cases from home without incident.
God. So I feel like there's more that she has, obviously, yeah, when, oh, interesting. So this is from a couple years ago, right? Rikers is a pretrial detention center that was declared a human rights crisis when 16 people died last year. This is last year as of 2022, so we're talking about 2021. 18 people have already died in Rikers this year, in 2022. Despite what propaganda tells you, Rikers is not understaffed. There are about 7,000 officers and 5,000 incarcerated people. Went over. We're gonna look at what Vanguard talked about this morning. As far they had some information on those statistics, specifically after Adam Friended replied to Gavin, implying that, like, what do you know about crime, Gavin? You live in rural America, which, they don't. It's a bit, Kansas City is a city, okay? It's called Kansas City for a reason. And also, it does have, I think they listed it as number 8 on, the top cities for, I don't know if it was crime or violent crime, but yeah, Adam Frinded could not have been more full of shit. Proposed, at the height of the George Floyd uprisings, was defunding, at least to some extent, the police, taking that money and using it on things like schools, on things like hospitals, on things like social services, right? In order to create the kind of society that doesn't need as many cops, because the people are actually being taken care of. Like the systemic issues that lead to crime in the first place get addressed for once, right? That was the idea. It wasn't done. Like, I mean, there are very few, if any, municipalities that actually followed through with this. People talked the talk, but at the end of the day, the walk was not walked. And they're doing the opposite. Like what she's describing here is the opposite. Taking money away from social services and giving it to the cops, to militarize the cops further, to hire more cops, to make the police state, worse. Not like, it's such fucking ridiculous shit. And like I said, when Anna takes the fucking hatchet to this shit, you're not going to get any sort of reasonable policy. You're going to get a step in the wrong direction, if not a leap in the wrong direction.
Then you act like it's a mistake. It's not a coincidence that post pandemic,
Minneapolis even has more cops and more funding. Yeah. She's like the opposite of an anecdote Anna, right? Like. So yeah, is that from? No, it's like a separate tweet talking about there's no reason to be confused about why crime happens in NYC. NYC is one of the most expensive cities to live in the entire world. Every year, our leaders defund housing, homeless services, education, healthcare, parks, libraries, while giving more money to the NYPD. So again, the opposite of what Anna and Cenk are strawmanning as being what happened. Oh yeah, it looks like she's got a new podcast here. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people retweeting Olaimi on this video, which is good. This is information that needs to get out there. A lot of people. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... She tweets a lot, chat. She tweets a lot. Her Twitter is a busy place. All right, so I'm looking for the response to Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks, which I know happened. I might actually have to... I know Natalie sent me this the other day. Let me just look and see if I can find... Because I think I even showed this during the last stream. Here we go. Okay, so she says, who are the lunatic activists pursuing bail reform? So this is in response to...
Congratulations, lunatic activists.
We're in response to that, right? And again, who the fuck is he talking to? There's not a fucking lobby out there. There's not like a political movement for like chopping people up into little pieces and put them in the bathtub. That's not a thing. That's not a fucking thing. You are shouting at a straw man, Cenk. You are... Okay, anyway, I'm getting spicy again. I gotta cool down. I gotta keep it cool. Okay, are they referring to every... Oh, wow. What? Oh. I can't tell what's going on, chat. In a second, I guess I'll know. Oh my god, I can't tell. Oh, my computer's running so slow, I can't tell what's happening. Are these ghost memberships or are these real memberships? I actually don't know. Oh no, they're ghost ones. Oh, that's dark. Like I said, chat, we're coming up on the crossroads and I'm going to decide, you know, whether I'm going to be spending more time creating content or less time. And unfortunately, these are the wrong kind of... like this is like, unfortunately, there's a bug in here that's like a really dark... Like nobody should ever look at stuff like information like, you know, when subscriptions expire. But that's what we're looking at now. And until I can find the thing to disable... Oh my god, where is it? Where is the YouTube alert thing? There it is. Boom. Get rid of that. Okay, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that, chat. I want to think on the bright side. I want to think that I'm going to be able to do more content, not less content. But that's it's a bad sign, to be honest. Yeah. Anyway, let's try not to think about it. Let's stay positive. Positive thinking. Are they referring to every defense organization and criminal justice expert in the city? These two uninformed propaganda spewing talking heads insist on trying to denigrate progressive reform that they know absolutely nothing about. And again, like I said, like the problems that TYT identified, like when you with Cenk, were problems that had pre-existed bail reform. The law, you know, the problems that they have with the law as far as how a judge determines, you know, whether to set bail or not, pre-existed this. It didn't have anything to do with it. Cenk said this, but he didn't say, this proves that my co-host here is actually full of shit. He didn't have a debate with her. He was handling her with kid gloves. And like I said, the only reason I can figure out is because he doesn't want her to pull a Candace Owens and, you know, leave with half of his, honestly, if that happened, right? Anna would take a huge chunk out of Cenk's operation. I'm not even responding to this. I'm only even responding to this because everyone and their mama sent it to me for obvious reasons. It's past time to accept that these two people, one of whom loses every ill-conceived election he jumps into, have no Cenk. We're talking about Cenk Uygur there. Have no business lecturing on what Democrats and activists should do. Bail reform literally doesn't have shit to do with any of the propaganda they're spewing. And they know, and they don't care. That's true. I agree 100%, Alimi. They've been told that they've been told to their faces and presented with facts, but they don't care because TYT is losing money and they're hoping to get money from the right wing. Exactly. They're hoping for that AstroTurf money. And that's out there. That's what keeps the right-wing media afloat. That's what makes it seem so dominant, right? Is that it's literally operating for the benefit of rich people who don't want any real meaningful change, anything that might actually help people out, right? Take a GTA Grand Theft Auto about says take a chunk out of Cenk. Yeah. And yeah, here's this again, and I feel like I gotta add this to my thread. What do you think, Chad? I feel like we should add this to the thread. This is important. This is how you do it, I think. I never know where to reply exactly. Yeah. Here we go. Something like that. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, so where were we? We were... Wait, I think I gotta use that to get back to Olimey's Twitter and just see if there's anything else to glean from here. I think that, yeah, so I read Olimey's response to Anna. I think we got through everything. Again, love to see this post blowing up with all these quote retweets. So I thought I'd quote retweet it myself. I thought it had a, deserved a place in the thread from today. Which, if you want to boost that thread, there's still time. Help us blast off. We're still blasting off. You can hit the. It's up above. It's what do you call it? It's a pinned. Yeah, hit the pinned if you wanna help us out, bring more attention to that. But people getting blocked by Anna, people getting blocked by Cenk. Anyway, I promised you the Vanguard, and like I said, the Vanguard were fast on this story before I could even get to the original story about Anna and Cenk and this. Wait, that's the Timcast thing. Oh yeah, anyway. The Vanguard had done one video. It's this video, and this is the video that got Anna's attention. And like I said, I don't know what she thinks she's gonna do. But if she thinks that she's gonna chase Zach and Gavin off the internet, she doesn't know who she's dealing with. She does not know who she's dealing with.
One of the things I thought we might be able to start with was a little bit of discourse surrounding the Young Turks, our favorite platform to do a little bit of a dunk fest on. So let's take.
I mean, it is good for that, right? John Ross says, I was blocked a long time ago by Anna. Best thing that ever happened. Good to see you here, John. Welcome. Schmegley says, if lunatic activists had half the power that Cenk and Anna think that they do, there'd be a real leftist movement in America, right? Right? Yeah, no, that's exactly it. And as far as like legislative power, that's the least of which any fucking activist has, right? Look, activism does something. It's agitation, right? It gets people's attention. It makes headlines. I missed the fucking top of the hour ad break again. God damn it. And it gets the politicians sometimes to do something. If it's strong enough, if it's viral enough, if it gets enough attention, right? Sometimes they do something, right? But it's kind of like they do something. Do they do what the activists are suggesting? Usually not. They virtue signal most of the time. They pass a bill called the Puppies and Babies Act that says, like, we really think that puppies and babies are great, and we, as a, I don't know, they do something meaningless, right? It's just garbage. It's just garbage, right? It's never what, like, for that to happen, you'd have to have activists like literally breathing down their neck. Even with the as much energy as is in the movement to stop what's going on in Gaza, right? You're still, even with politicians being heckled, like AOC, people asking AOC to just say the word genocide, like publicly, say it out with your chest, like be real about this, give voice to this, because nobody else is doing it, right? Even with all of that, there's not anything, there's not a lot getting done. So why would you think that for something like this, for police reform, for bail reform, for reform of the criminal justice system, that somehow actually the activists are in there. They've thrown out the politicians and they're writing the legislation. So all the legislation that's in there is their fault. And even the fucking laws that were written before this bail reform was enacted, that's somehow the activists' fault too, if you ask Anecdote Anna.
Over here. Liami tweeted this out this morning. Who are the lunatic activists pushing bail reform? Are they referring to every defense organization and criminal justice expert in the city?
6 out of 10 outbreak. Even if you missed it, you didn't see it coming. Okay. That's really looking on the positive side, chat. I'm gonna try to look on the positive side too. I don't know what's gonna happen in the future, but yeah, we're kind of gonna go in one or two directions here, and I'm hoping it's gonna be in the direction of being able to do more content, not less. But
these two uninformed,
we are kind of at the this is the crucial point. This is the crossroads right here. So
propaganda spewing talking heads insist on trying to denigrate progressive reform they know absolutely nothing about. Woo! Big swing from Ole. Love to see it. But do you have any commentary before we play a little bit of this embarrassing propaganda from Cenk?
I mean, it's more of what we expect at this point from TYT when it comes to subject matter like bail reform. It's so clear that they've both just bought into the kind of tough on crime hysteria, which is unfortunate. But yeah, at this point, kind of more of the same. Let's take a listen to that because it is pretty crazy.
Into Republicans. Congratulations, lunatic activists. You must be so proud. I don't know where the hell you got all that money. But whoever gave you that money, I don't think they're on.
And again, if they go into like bloody, choppy, gross territory, I'm gonna fast forward through that. There's no reason we need to see that a third. It's bad enough we heard it from through Tim Pool and through them.
Side at all. In fact, it would be a genius.
This man voted for a billionaire real estate developer in the mayoral race of Los Angeles.
It's moved by Republicans to take a bunch of lunatic activists, fund them to no end, so they could take away, any semblance of sanity in our criminal laws, so that the entire country can blame Democrats for this kind of insanity.
But like honestly, Cenk, who the fuck do you blame right now? I'm not saying that Democrats are to blame, and I certainly wouldn't say that in the environment of Trump and Project 2025 like waiting the wings. But who wrote the laws? Was it socialist? Was it the DSA? Was it the socialist or the Working Families Party? Who? Oh no, I'm sorry. It was the Democrats actually. And actually, strangely enough, the legislation's not what the problem was. Like Cenk himself aptly pointed out, it was pre-existing legislation that caused the classification of the crimes in question to be like non-bail eligible. It didn't have anything to do with that, right? It's just so weird that he's like, it's these fucking leftists out here. It's these fucking activists. They go out there, they do their activism, and the politicians are like, oh please, we'll do whatever you want times 10. Here we go. Bail reform waived on everything. We're gonna pay people that do crimes to do more crimes. Is that what you want? Is that what? And the activists are like, yeah, that's what we want. We like it when criminals get paid money to do crimes and they don't have. No, what the fuck are you fucking? What? He's so full of shit, chat. He's so full of shit.
Insanity.
I'm trying to keep
insanity. It's insanity. You know what it is, Gavin? You know what's really crazy about all these lunatic activists? All the insanity. It's insanity. Oh man, these Democrats and their insanity. These left-wing people. This is the Progressive News Network, by the way. Indistinguishable from Fox News on this issue. I might add up. The insanity is you sound like Sean Hannity when you talk about this issue. If we want to do a little bit of antiquated humor here,
Zach is on fire on this.
Completely ridiculous. The fact of the matter is that there's one, he lives in California, right? So he doesn't know anything about what he's talking about, absolutely at all, about New York City. But let's even give him the charitable, interpretation. Let's talk about Los Angeles crime and let's talk about crime rates in California. Hey, Cenk, do you know how fucking expensive it is to pay rent in California? Do you know how fucking expensive it is to buy a house? Do you know how expensive it is to eat food? Do you know how expensive it is to put gas in your car? Sure, you kind of objectively know. You're like, yeah, I mean, shit gets more expensive. I'm pissed I don't have, better stock gains this year, all kinds of, but in the lived reality, you're so far divorced from that. Your day-to-day life doesn't depend on how much your last check was for. You know what I mean? Oh, I had a good month versus a bad month. You've kind of divorced yourself from the paycheck to paycheck mindset, which is great for you. But when you take a look around at the rest of California, the reason why people are resorting to theft, the reason why people are, committing crimes is because they're not able to have their basic needs met. And then you have people like Anna, who we'll get to later on in this clip. She's tweeting shit out of like the most lowbrow fucking, conservative clickbait about a woman that stole $8 million worth of shit from like Ulta or whatever. And she's like, oh, this woman wouldn't have done this if only we'd given her, a bigger social safety net and shit. It's just, it makes me so crazy. But anyway, we'll let them keep digging their own grave.
So since New York is unwilling to reform its bail reform laws, New Yorkers, enjoy your random bag checks by National Guard troops in the subway system.
Who on the left wants that? Gavin, do you want that?
Nope.
Do you support bail reform?
Yup.
Checkmate.
Can't reform this law instantly. Then the government.
Yo, Sisyphean task. Like seriously, where did Cenk get that? Where did Cenk get the poop smearing criminals? And we know. Wait, no, it was Anna. It was Anna with the poop smearing, right? She I mean, she's literally having to pull stuff out of her ass for this. It's wild.
Government doesn't function. I mean, if a guy who commits 239 crimes is allowed to walk out, the government doesn't function. It doesn't.
Our government has done way more than 239 crimes. Checkmate.
Serve its core purpose: protect the citizens.
Our government does not protect us.
That's what I'm saying. Serve and protect. Bullshit.
The citizens, they wouldn't have to be
Wait, let me go back a little bit on that.
Commits 239 crimes is allowed to walk out. The government can't reform this law instantly. Then the government doesn't function. I mean, if a guy who commits 239 crimes is allowed to walk out, the government doesn't function. It doesn't.
Our government has done way more than 239 crimes. Checkmate.
Serve its core purpose: protect the citizens.
Our government does not protect us.
Yeah, not at all.
That's not a left-wing thing. That's not a right-wing thing. That's
the
an
citizens,
every
they wouldn't
person.
have to be like robbing fucking Ultas and shit to make ends meet.
Yeah, well then fuck the lady that robbed Ulta. Maybe she was a kleptomaniac. That doesn't justify.
Wait, I didn't go over that one. Can somebody tell me about the Ulta robbery? Anybody got that link?
The fucking, prison industrial complex, and the fact that we have the highest incarceration rate per capita of any country in the world. Yes, that includes Cuba. Yes, that includes China. Okay, that includes the Ruskies.
Thing, and if you like anarchy and nonstop criminal.
Yeah, now we're talking. James cooking, let him cook.
Criminals running rampant in the streets and being able to commit almost any crime and
to sever and punish instead of to serve and protect. Yeah.
Wow. Any crime and walk out. The Purge. That sounds based, bro. I'm signing up. I'm moving to New York City. They finally sold me.
They must have loved that scene in The Dark Knight Rises when they let out all the criminals in New York. Remember that shit? They opened up the prisons and it's just like chaos in the streets.
Yeah, dude.
That's just what they think New York City is like at all times.
I always do Bane like this, right? But I guess he does have kind of like a whole thing around us, right? Well, I mean, this looks like I'm gonna go blow a raspberry, chat. This looks like I'm gonna make fart sounds, right? I actually can't because I've got these glovelets on, but it keeps me from doing anything undignified and unladylike, like blowing raspberries. But anyway,
political spectrum. You just lost your goddamn mind, and I have no interest in you.
Great, we're on the same page now. I think we should all do an amicable divorce, and Cenk goes back to being a Republican. You can, you don't even have to rebrand. Just call it the Young Turks, and then everybody will be like, "Damn, this guy is fucking nuts. He's definitely on the right wing."
Yeah, dude, let's take a look over here. I have to pull up my other browser because we're blocked by Anna from the main account. So I think you guys
and Chad, that my block is coming any second now. I think I kind of poked the hornet's nest today by literally linking my my thread onto Anna's Twitter.
Be able to see what I'm scrolling through right now. This is Anna's Twitter account. Let's look at her first retweet is. Here's her retweeting the actual Justice Warrior.
Oh yeah, this asshole. Do you remember this asshole? This is the guy that debated Sam Cedar 6 months ago or something. It's been a while. But yeah, just kind of yeah, he was on Tim Pool, wasn't he? He was on Tim Pool with Emma Vigeland, I think. And he debated Sam Cedar I think just on his show.
Saying that a lot of people in America, yes, that includes on the left, feel exactly like Anna Kasparian in this mega rant. How does it make sense that you have the National Guard searching old ladies in the subway, but the 4 arrested for dismembering 2 people get released automatically without a bail? So obviously Sean is saying here that, oh, of course, lots of people agree with Anna, even people on the left, but seemingly she can't find anyone that's actually on the left to retweet who supports her. She has to consistently, retweet people like fucking actual Justice Warrior and go on right-wing shows now in order to find any sort of agreement or affirmation that's not from her own co-host. So, I mean, it's so obvious what's happening, guys. I mean, it's so, can you imagine retweeting some right-wing ghoul who's like, Zach's actually right about this. And even though the entire progressive left is calling him out, some right-wing dork fucking face is going to agree with you. Like, why would you boost that? Hey, it looks like they're having Don Lemon on, by the way.
That's hilarious. Like, I think we'll be.
I believe you've it's pronounced Don Lemon, Zach, if you're gonna
content. But yeah, I mean, if for some fucked up reason I was making a point,
Monsieur Lemon,
about how, the American government had deeply failed us and that we weren't investing in infrastructure and that we weren't taking care of people and that we had the money if we cut the military industrial complex. And then some guy like Nick Fuentes cut a clip of that. I would just quote tweet him and say, kill yourself. That's all.
And look, to her credit, right? She did tell Ian Miles Chong to fuck off, right? And that's why I think that the Vanguard is right when they say that Anna Kasparian is watching them, right? I mean, like, I don't know that Anna Kasparian is watching them. Like, I showed you some of her Stan accounts. Those Stan accounts could have, like, sent it to her. I don't know, like, she could have, people that work at TYT and, like, name search for her. I mean, I don't know why she, responded to this, but one very simple theory that fits the Occam's razor model is that maybe Anna is actually just aware of them, aware that they call her out, and is on the lookout for the usual suspects, as she says. We're going to get to that in a second.
You know what I mean? I would say quite simply, kill yourself. That's what I would say to that guy. You know what I mean? I wouldn't fucking, air it. Not that
Don Lemon will roast Cenk and Anna's butts without trying, even intending, because Don is too petty to be lured by the alt-right.
Fucking actual Justice Warrior is Nick Fuentes, right? I don't know anything about that guy, but I'm just imagining
Remember
he's a right
debated
winger.
Sam Cedar, and it was like really racist.
Oh yeah, dude, fuck that guy. Yeah, fuck this guy. This is like, he's a libertarian though, right? He's like, what was that the context of that debate?
I think he's just a straight up conservative. Like, his whole thing is being tough on crime.
Oh no, he does pretend to be kind of centrist. I don't remember if he calls himself a libertarian or what, but he pretends like, he's one of those guys that's like, I'm in the center, but the left has gone crazy. Sure, there's some problems with the right. Sure, there's some issues with the MAGA agenda. But my attention needs to be at the left here, because the left is the real danger. The real problem is the left right now. Yeah, that's how he's ridiculous.
Mongering about crime and defunding the police and shit. I don't even know if he's a libertarian. I think he's just a right winger.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't have too much exposure to anybody that calls themselves an actual Justice Warrior. I'm like,
I mean, it's cringe.
Oh God, yeah.
It's cringe.
I need to know now. Okay, he took a suit.
Exactly, Schmedley. Exactly.
Stayed at that you thought was fancy. Yeah, I got a good idea about you, bro. I went to business school with 100 fuckers just like you.
This is the kind of video he makes. Looters destroy historic bakery for... Dude, you want to go fucking destroy a historic bakery for fun?
I want to get destroyed like a historic bakery for fun. What am I saying? Oh my God.
I hate capitalism.
What am I saying?
You know who else I really hate? I just hate Main Street, dude. I just fucking hate mom and pops that are out here scraping by trying to make a buck. That's what I hate. That's, as a lefty, I can't stand that. It makes my blood boil. All I want is communism and masturbation and hot chips.
Based.
I mean, that's it. That's all it.
Based. What more do you need? I mean, I could even do without the hot chip. Chad, have you seen those hot chips? Like the actual one. Yeah, I'm talking about the one where it's like a single chip in a package and you like open the foil and it's just like there's like fumes coming out because it's so fucking hot. Like the actual hot chips, the ones that are supposed to like, streamers do that for a dare. I don't know. People pay them money to see. I don't know. I don't think anybody wants to pay me money to suffer like that. But Ethan, I guess, had Bevo on. Bevo's like a guy from the UK who does mukbangs, I guess. I don't know. I don't think he calls them mukbangs, but he does it. Like, he eats on TikTok. And the reason that he's popular is that he takes like a bite, he chews it twice or three times, and then he just and swallows it down. And it's scary. It's scary to watch because you feel like he's gonna, maybe choke or something. Like, did he chew he didn't chew that steak very much, but somehow Bevo always survives. So Ethan gave him the challenge to ingest a hot chip. And this shit kicked Bevo's ass. Like, Bevo was unable to talk. Bevo's face was turning red. The bet was like, can you eat the chip, not throw up, not have to drink anything, or soothe your mouth in any way for 5 minutes, right? And Bevo did it for $5,000. Ethan gave this weirdo $5,000. Is it the hot ones? Maybe. I don't know. It's like, I mean, it's definitely hot. You want to play the Warriors? Wait a minute. Grand Theft Autobot. I feel like I've seen that's a game. Wait, what's that? Is that on PS4 or something? The Warriors is like, it's an old movie. If you've ever seen the movie where the guy is like, we got 40,000 hardcore members. Are you can you dig it? I said, can you dig it? And then he gets shot, like, right? And then the Warriors get blamed for it. Like, that movie, right, got made into a video game. Like, it's the weirdest movie too. It's like, it is kind of like a, 70s, like, crime themed, gang themed, like, sort of weird fantasy movie where every gang has their own theme. Like, there's this one gang that what's your deal? We like to carry around baseball bats and paint our faces like clowns. We're the baseball clowns. What? You're not gonna mess with the baseball clowns, are you? Because they'll fucking come after you, right? And the wimpier the gang's name sounds, like the more dangerous the gang actually is. Like the orphans, like, right? They're these little, like, emo boys or something. But don't insult their there's like a baseball, there's like a roller skating gang. Wait, was it baseball and roller I can't remember. Did they have were they like baseball clowns on roller skates? I in my mind it like all goes together. In my mind it's all like one gang, but in actuality you've never seen it. It's the one where they go, Warriors come out to play. A PS2 technically is available on PS4, so you can indeed dig it. You can. The Baseball Furies, that's what they're called. Yeah, that's the wildest shit. And they made a video game of it that's like, I don't know. I mean, look, I can imagine it being, look, whenever there's a video game that is for a pre-existing property, I don't know if there's a name for this effect, but I assume it's going to suck shit. All right, I call it the grandma effect, right? If you, I know that I don't know much about my grandkid and what they're into, but I do know that they really like, Hogwarts, or they really like Lord of the Rings, or, right? So I'm going to buy them the game that's like for that property. And I feel like because of that, the makers of video games that are for a pre-existing IP, there's some exceptions, right? Spider-Man was a really good game. Spider-Man 1, at least, really good game. But like, in general, these games suck because they're grandma games. They're not for the kid to buy. They're for the grandma to buy for the kid, and the kid to say, thank you, grandma. This is so nice. This is exactly what I wanted. And then to take it to GameStop and trade it in for a better game. That's the kind of game we're talking about. This movie is kind of a video game. The movie is kind of a video. Yeah, you're right. It does feel like a video game. Doormat 9 scratch marks. You are correct.
All I know is eat hot chip, communism, and masturbate. That's it.
The number one masturbator.
Yep. So anyway, that's who Anna Kasparian's boosting, and who seemingly agrees with her. It's funny how that guy's speaking for the left too. He's like, me, along with many people on the left, I'm sure, agree with this. I'm like,
Bro, do you know what's funny? Everybody knows being a Republican is a loser.
Wait, one of the gang members had roller skates, but the others did not. Oh yeah, was the clown gang like a separate one? There was like a separate clown game or gang. There was like a gang of like clowns, right? Was that separate from? For some reason, I remember the baseball players. They had face paint though, right? They had their face painted the colors of the uniform. I don't know, something like that. The AC Turnbulls were like a skinhead motorcycle gang, but they had black members, so very progressive. That sounds like a fun game. Yo, you know what? Like you said, I could play it, I could dig it because I have a PS4. Unfortunately, I don't. I mean, no, technically I do. I'm looking at it right now. Do you all know what the blue screen of death is? Or the blue light of death? Yeah, blue light of death. Do you know about the blue light of death? Like, I got a PS4, and shortly after getting it, it got the blue light of death. And I know that, like, theoretically, I could, like, send it in to, like, some place to fix it, but I just haven't done it yet. And it sucks because I got some good games on it. I got, I've got, like, all the Kingdom Hearts games on it. You're really confused why? Because I'm talking about other shit besides what I'm supposed to be talking about? That would do it. That would do it. That would confuse somebody. They come in here with a certain topic and then the person's talking about her PS4 and how it's got the blue light of death on it. And you're like, this isn't a video game stream. This is just chatting. What are you doing, No Comment Chick? What are you doing? You're confused about something else? You didn't know that PS4 had that issue? I don't know. Maybe I got an early one or something. Maybe they fixed it. Oh, you don't know about the movie? It's a weird movie. Watch it sometime. It's called the Warriors. The Warriors come out to play, and it's apparently also a PS2 game that is got revamped for the PS4, I guess.
And I think we won that battle.
I mean, it's from the 70s, so like please understand your mileage may vary. It's very likely got some fucked up racist tropes in it if it's from that time period. So I am not endorsing any of that, but yeah, it's a weird old movie is what it is.
So much, like, dude, if you're a Republican, like, you're not going to get laid unless you're like with some deranged chick that's getting paid by the Republican Party. Like, we won that battle so hard on the left. We've lost almost every other battle, so let's not forget about the few
getting paid by the Republican Party to have sex with incels. Wait, can I get in on that? No, just kidding, chat. Just kidding.
W's that we've had, you know, those are important to us.
Can I get some of that sweet Coke money?
It's like every.
I mean, the Koch brothers, chat. Please, like, understand what I'm saying and what I'm not saying. Okay, I'm talking about the Koch brothers money, of course, right?
We'll be like that one game, you know, they hit a home run. Anyway,
it's typically caused by typically caused by bad HDMI port. It's a pain in the ass to solder it yourself without the proper equipment. I need to become a solder chick. Like, I need to practice solder me. And no, I need to learn to solder. I need to solder the I've soldered before. I'm not very good at it, but I know the idea is you got a little weird like metal snake here, and you put it down by the thing, and then you got like the little hot pin, and you put the hot pin on the metal snake, and you go psh, and melt a little bit of the metal snake, and then it goes down on the circuit board. Is that what it's called? It's like a circuit board, and that's what solders it into place. That's what holds it in there. Then it cools down and it gets hard. That's how solder me works, right?
You look at it, right, and you're like, nobody wants to come out and say that they're a right winger. Like, if you call somebody a right winger, they just like hiss and moan and like seethe and cope and I'm not a right winger. I'm not right. That's not true. It's not true though. They are right wing. Meanwhile, you ask me, like, are you a lefty? I'll be like, yeah. They'll be like, oh yeah, what kind of politics do you have? I guess.
Oh shit, they say the F slur in the game. So grain of salt, trigger warning. They're the heroes, but they're also a gang. So yeah, and at the time, that was a Probably all too common insult.
Yes, I'm a socialist, right? Oh, okay, yeah. I'm Gavin. What are your politics? Yeah, I'm a socialist. We're just honest about it, right? We don't have to cope and seethe and cry. If you're like you're a lefty, I'd be like, yeah, bro. Like I'm a lefty.
I'm the only good lefty left. I'm the only sensible person on the left. Yeah.
Zara, you are slaying. Wait, why can't I don't know why only some of the posts are. Oh my god. Okay, I can't show it, but Zara says solder me is between God and... How did they know that Zara was saying something naughty? Because she's literally saying like solder me is between God and me. That's like that's a song from Rent. Anyway, let's finish this.
Liberal. I'm a classical liberal. That just means you're a Republican, bro. I'm sorry. That just what do you mean? Bill Clinton's your hero? Yeah, great. You're a literal dog shit to me. I don't. It's crazy too. I was listening to Christopher Hitchens talking the other day when we were just not recording and doing some homework from the 90s and like listening to like some talks about the Oslo Peace Accord.
Okay, yeah. The point I think is that Christopher Hitchens, as right wing as he was, as anti-Islamic as he was, I mean, yeah, he's an example of this this route of right wing grifting, but maybe not as right wing as some of the fake lefties today. That I mean, technically, chat. We're gonna watch a little Adam and Sitch, maybe if we get to that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we'll have time. But if we, the Adam and Sitch are a great example of people that are like, we're not right wingers, we're centrist. It's just that the left is crazy. The left is slid off the scale. The left is slid all the way into the gravitational field of a black hole. And I only look right wing because the lefties are just so out of. Oh my god, chat! I want to bully Adam Friended. Can I say that? Is that mean? I shouldn't say that. I don't actually want to do that. That is sarcasm and parody. That is not real. In a video game is what I'm talking about. In the Warriors, I want to play PvP against Adam Friended in the Warriors, and I want to kick his ass in a video game, of course. In a video game. But no, like when this motherfucker is just like so cringe that he's like, you wouldn't understand the problem of crime in NYC since you live in Kansas City. He is so full of shit. It makes me want to bully him, even though it's wrong to bully people and you shouldn't do it. And I don't endorse it because I want to stay on YouTube. I need to stay on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely. So
like I said, the Vanguard boys are eating good tonight, and it's all thanks to Anna Kasparian. We saw that. Let's see. I want to show you once again for anybody who didn't get in here early enough. Anna Kasparian's tweeting out of the Vanguard's video. I mean, like, here it is, right? They retweeted it. Anna Kasparian just tweeted out a Vanguard video of us. And like I'm saying, like, they're eating good tonight, right? Because this isn't just like she screen capped them or something like that. She showed the video or anything like that. She made sure to link the video. Now, you know what her intention was, right? It's that Chuds would go and harass Zach and Gavin off the internet again. I do not think that Anna Kasparian knows exactly who she's messing with. They are not going to go off the internet. They're not going to disappear. They're not going anywhere, right? You just fed them. You just fed them from the clout that you're bleeding, Anna. Like, this is like, it's so funny how she's always attacking. She's always punching below her weight class in terms of size of creators. But in the end of the day, I think it helps them out. I think it helps them more than it hurts them. Oh God, you know what? I wanted to see really quick though, because like this is the video. Oh my God! So I'm a little bit scared, chat. So 8,000 views was posted 23 hours ago. Seems pretty good. Is it better than their normal? Not exactly. I mean, it's not. It's kind of a. So yeah, she wasn't able to direct as much hate as maybe she wanted to. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's still a pretty good video for them. So yeah, I don't know. Well, the only way we're gonna know. Okay, somebody calling them idiots. You didn't even address the dismemberment of the bodies. Oh my God, good catch. That's a really important thing. That's a really important issue, chat. Like when I'm going to the polls and deciding what to vote on, I am thinking, what candidate is going to address the issue of dismemberment of bodies? The issue of people flushing bodies down the toilet, in the bathtub, in the, pushing it bodies through the drains. I don't know, chat. That's what I'm worried about, right? Can't believe I'm agreeing with Anna K of all people. Y'all are damn psychopaths. Okay. As soon as I hear that vocal fry, I know that you're about to hear one of the worst. What? Somebody's coming at. Wait, who's getting called out for their vocal fry, chat? Is that you gotta check the comments too? How the fuck are you defending people who look, chat. If there might have been a chance of me feeling bad about this post, right? This post that you should all go and like and retweet in order to help boost it in the algorithm to make sure that Anna Kasparian herself actually sees it, right? Like I said, they did mention that they wanted to tweak the policy, not destroy it. However, I feel like their approach is not going to do that, right? But if I ever felt bad about characterizing her as being pro cash bail, I need only to look in these comments and see this motherfucker taking Anna's straw man of I guess you're in favor of literally cutting up bodies. You like that. You're in favor of that. You're not against the cutting up of, you're okay with that. You're in favor of that, right? Oh, these two really like cutting up bodies. What the fuck, right? No, I guess I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad about this meme at all. I think this meme is perfect, and I love how Zira executed the fusion. Like, this is almost like for the JoJo fans who are definitely eating good tonight in my chat, right? This is like Dio Brando and Jonathan Joestar like fused together. It's like Anna Kasparian and Patrick Bateman. Anna Kasparian being the Dio Brando and Patrick Bateman somehow being the Jonathan Joestar. I'm not sure how that makes sense, but it does make sense. It does make sense, chat, because I'm going to make it make sense, right? Just like Araki himself, when he has to retcon the plot to make things that don't make sense actually seem like they do make sense. But anyway, JoJo fans are happy tonight if they're in my audience. I thought I was going to watch TYT be roasted, but instead I ended up watching the Vanguard embarrass themselves. Schnaw, schnaw. Schnaw, schnaw, schnaw. Indeed, yes. Anna sent me, and I'm glad. I'm interested in the inside of the insane... to see the inside of the insane asylum. Yep, there's the woke activist. There's the pro body part chopping up contingent right there with Zach and Gavin. These clowns really said it's expensive to live in California, therefore crime should not be punished. Yeah, that's totally what they were saying. Vicard, Vicard Truth, whatever their name is. Imagine defending someone who cuts up their victims. Yo, you're like, they're in favor of Arkham Asylum. They're in favor of Batman villains. Who knew, chat? My 8-year-old has more common sense than you two. How did you make this whole video and not bring up the people cutting up the bodies? That was my favorite part. Do you feel that was an unimportant part of the story? Yo, I feel like it was an anecdote. I feel like there's not a systemic issue of people cutting up bodies and get away from it. What the fuck are you talking about? And if there is a problem, you know whose problem is it is? It's the cop's problem. It's the prosecutor's problem. It's a skill issue. It's a skill issue, like I said. Sounds like a skill issue to me. In my experience, you guys are just a different type of tyrant. Wait, what? It was a lefty governor who put the National Guard in place, so saying nobody in the left wanted this is somehow indirect. What? Were the National Guard there cutting up bodies? What are you talking about? In my experience, you guys are... Oh, wait, I forgot the voice that I was doing for this computer janitor person. I should do the Redditor voice. I don't have a Redditor voice, chat. Can you help me get a Redditor voice? I need to... we'll work on that tomorrow, maybe. Maybe we'll... hopefully we'll have time for that tomorrow in the premium streamium, which is coming to you for freemium. You know, whether you're a somebody who supports me through chat, through super chats, through super stickers, through memberships, through gifted memberships, through donations, which the link is down in the description. Same thing with Patreon, same thing with Throne. Over on Twitch through subs, through Twitch Prime subs, through gifted subs, or through bits, or whether you're somebody who does support me through hitting that like button, you're invited, right? And if you're not a sub or a member, just join the Discord. All right, that's your back door. That's your way to sneak in for free. I gotta leave the door open, chat, because I can't. Like I said, it's what Sam Cedar always left the door open for me and let me enjoy the fun half for free. So I'm gonna pass that. I'm gonna pass that on. You two are what make progressives a joke. You guys didn't under this. I can't do this voice. You guys didn't address their arguments. You just character attacked and made snarky comments. I'm new to this whole right versus left thing. Oh my god, why are you talking? I'm new to this whole right versus left thing? I just found out that there's two sides of politics, and they're called, I believe, like the right and the left, and the Democrats are kind of like on the left, and Republicans are kind of on the right, and you know, just a difference of oh my god, I'm new to this whole right or left thing. Yeah, you sound like you're new to this whole right or left thing. I'm listening to this, I'm becoming more and more flabbergasted by your comments. I'm being flabbergasted by your comments, Mike Pence. Sorry, Mike Penner? Mike Peener? Is it Peener? It's Peener, right? Mike Peener. This was the dumbest take I've heard in a while, although I probably couldn't make that statement if I watched your videos on a semi-regular basis. You two should stick to what you're good at, giving out $1 handy behind the Walmart? Holy shit! Holy shit! I don't think that's according to YouTube's community guidelines there. You're living dangerously there, Edward Walker. A classic example of blind ideology. This is going to be Zizek. A classic example. I feel bad about making fun of. Do you know that Zizek? The sniffling, it actually is chronic allergies. Like, that's a medical condition. Can you imagine having chronic allergies? Like having like literally his nose just drips. Like he can't do anything about it, apparently. So I feel bad about making fun of him, but this is a classic example where blind ideology exposes how a person can devolve into a mindless animal. That's a terrible Zizek. That's a terrible Zizek. Even Peterson's better than the Zizek. Holy Moses, it's been a while since I heard two people talk so much, but say absolutely nothing of substance. First 2.5 minutes is literally just the word salad? What? Salad? Is there a salad in it? Can I get a salad? This is just bad. This is bad Scooby-Doo or Scooby-Don't. Wait, what? Zach is the lefty Scott Presler comment I needed to delete. I don't know what. Oh, okay. I see what you were saying. Soul Life. An incel and a simp walk into a bar. That's not how you tell the joke. That type of joke is supposed to be when you're talking about one person and the bartender says, "Hey, Destiny." Or so, I don't know. I'm not calling Destiny an incel and a simp, but like, you know, whoever you're making fun of is both of those things. That's how that joke. You know, that's a one-person joke. That's not a two-person joke. You don't understand the joke. Demon Mama herself would have to come down, and it would have been funny too if you had even understood the humor that you were using. You were trying to dunk on me with my own jokes, and you absolutely failed. When you didn't realize that the human centipede joke. Yeah, I know. I'm at the end of the human centipede, Demon Mama. That means I'm eating your. I mean that anyway, you're the one who couldn't land that joke. All she had to say was tell me how my ass takes, no comment check, and she would have had it, but failure to launch, failure to land, I guess. You guys are insane. Normal people in California voted against this nonsense. Yeah. Wow, what a just imbued that. That's like a cartoon character there. Wow, two idiots right here. It's cute that these two have the same speech impediment. Oh my god, well, your speech impediment is lovely, Kenny Hackett. The one that I made up for you, that is. Oh my god. Brain rot, you don't even address the primary issue that people are literally dismembering people and left the body parts around town. Like an Easter egg hunt. It's an Easter egg hunt, but with body parts. Yes, that's right. Sounds like you two share the same single brain cell. Yeah, that's right. I wish they'd loan it to you, yeehaw. Big L for you guys on this one. This comment section is brilliant. Literally everyone is only here to mock these fools. Watching two adults such as yourself be so divorced from reality is sickening and to witness. Is this satire? Nothing but an ad hominem from these two chodes? Chodes. What planet are these? Okay, that's the same voice. Let me try doing a different voice. What planet are these two? What planet? I don't know what your voice is, Martin Cohen. I don't know. What planet are these two? What do these two people live on? Okay, it wasn't a very good comment anyway. I made a podcast to shit my opinions and it needs to be stopped. What does California housing and food prices have to do with New York and murder and dismembering bodies in New York? Do you remember it's the Easter egg hunt? That's right. You're going to find the body parts. Gotta catch them all. Do you really think that people dismember bodies because of inflation? Yes, that's right. That's exactly what I think. Z-bob 'em. Pro-dismember. Yeah, that's right. It's pro-dismembership. I came here to dismember bodies and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum. The liberal lisp? What are you talking about? There is not a lisp between. What are you talking about? The liberal lisp. Okay, I don't know if you know what a lisp is. Anyway, if you want to hear a lisp, listen to Cenk's. Attempt to imitate a gay. Like I don't know what he's trying to do, right? But Cenk's the one with the lisp in this story. Anyway, how can you two be cool with murder? Wow, Anna led me here. Sorry guys, I barely made it through half the video. You guys are arrogant and self-righteous. Also living in an alternate reality. That's called Kansas City, okay? It's not an alternate reality, it's real. Unlike weasels, which are mythical creatures that only exist in lore and fairy tales. Wish you the best. I forgot what the voice was. God damn it, I lost my voice halfway through. Stephen Lunders, I forgot what I was doing your voice as. Wish you two the best of luck with your channel. You guys seriously think that this Olay chick is more likable than Anna? I mean, really? At this point, well, they'll just disagree with anything that Anna says. Defend people who are as obnoxious as this woman is. Can I remind you of the difference between Olay and Anna Kasparian is that Olay is a criminal attorney in New York City. Olay knows what the fuck she's talking about. Olay's got the facts, Anna's got the anecdotes, but obviously, John Sykes, you prefer the anecdotes, so, you know, enjoy that, I guess. You didn't actually show what Anna said a week. Oh my god. What is the point you guys are trying to make? This is embarrassing. Deranged. Damn, boys, this is a terrible take. Funny how you two spend all the time trashing others. What are you? This is YouTube, asshole. What do you think we're on? We're gonna fucking play patty cakes with Anna? Like, oh my god, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's like a gossip show with anyone but yourselves. When you become adults, you may learn more about real world. As an older person, I feel you have a lot to learn. Oh god, didn't do you old enough, Paul Elson, Paul A, whatever your name is. That doesn't matter because I'm not trying to direct any hate. Don't send any hate. Don't send any hate. That's my rule, chat. The title of the video is total clickbait. There's no Olay, and there's no destruction of Cenk and Anna. I expect more from you guys. Oh, you pretending to be a viewer. Fucking asshole. Come on. I'm not buying that. I have watched this TYT segment. Both criticize violent criminals not being in jail/prison. I don't see any issue with that. The left is doomed, lol. Shows like this are nesting dolls made up of grifters. You guys are fucking nuts. These two guys are not living in reality. You people are a comedy act. Oh my god, where did that come from? You guys need to find another hobby, lol. What multiverse do you guys exist in where poverty is a valid excuse for murdering, dismembering, and burying two elderly people? Shit like this is where Trump still has a chance. Thought bubbles are killing the thought bubbles? Thought bubbles? Like from comics? I don't know. Thought bubbles are killing this country. You guys don't even address the actual subject of the rant, which was about the people who had dismembered body parts in their home and so much blood in the freaking pipes. The place was declared uninhabitable, but yet the suspects were let out due to bail. Full of shit. TYT, you're posting misinformation and your shitty ass audience is lapping it up. Jackasses. I can't remember this guy's way. I feel something like that. I kind of feel like there should be some distinction between that and the petty theft crimes. Oh, well. What do I know? I'm just this person. I could understand if a person in poverty stole food. That's not the case for organized crime, looting, expensive fashion items. Are we talking about the Ulta Bandit again? Is that what we're doing? You're loving the voice. That's what I do, chat. Look, HoloLive EN. Okay, call me, right? Yeah, this is what I do. This is what I do. We do some voice acting around here, if you don't know that, right? I could understand if a person in poverty stole food. That's not the case with organized. Oh my god, I already read that. FYI, okay, I don't know. That might FYI, Adam, Anna retweeted this. That might be. How are you this crazy? You know the scene where from Pirates of the Caribbean where Jack Sparrow is staring at his ship that's moving past him on the land. His face expression is exactly how my face looked while listening to the nonsense from these dudes. My God. Not a good take at all. So how did you destroy Anna? Did they say we destroyed Anna? Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, chat. We're gonna be here all day if I let us. We're gonna be here all day, so I'm not gonna let us. Let's see what Anna's posting with her own L's.
So Gavin sent the screenshot in the group chat. But anyway, so Gavin hits me up and he's like, "Bro, holy shit!" Anna tweeted out our video of her, of us.
Sarah, look, unlike some of your VTubers, all right, I can refrain from causing your PR department consternation. These commenters need to subscribe to NCC and learn something like voices. Yeah, they could learn voice acting from me. Are these comments on today? Okay, no, not today's. Yes, so Life, I guess you're a mod there. This is the video from yesterday. So just so you got that. Yeah, exactly, Sisyphean. These are like comment section full of Anna Kasparian stands, I guess, or right wingers. Take your pick.
Kind of calling out the
maybe that's not mutually exclusive.
Same propaganda, and it was nuts too because there's no way for her to deny that she's a total NIMBY. She loves to fearmonger about crime. She loves to.
I mean, she's like the NIMBYist, isn't she? There should be like a name. She's not just a NIMBY. She's a NIMBist.
Like the world's on fire because
it's like a leftist, but for NIMBYism.
Oh my gosh, we had bail reform, or there are these progressives that are calling to defund the police and, abolish prisons and all kinds of stuff. So like clockwork, the usual suspects trash me and defend the notion that butchers who literally dismember corpses to cover up a murder should enjoy release with no bail. Absolute lunatics. Here's what's crazy, Gavin. Anna's never heard of a principle before. A lot of people on the left. I'm happy to introduce it to her.
Oh my God, what about bodies? Asks Wembley Jet in Twitch chat. So if you're just getting here, we're talking about a clip by TYT where they were talking about like a high profile crime case. And this is what we talk about. Instead of talking about statistics, instead of talking about reality, instead of talking about the true nature of crime in the United States, in which, if you look at it, you'll see that New York City is not one of the highest crime areas in the country. A lot of the higher crime areas are actually more rural than that. They're less coastal, right? So this whole idea that New York City is crime ridden is bullshit. But Anna and Cenk got their hands on a clip from The View, right, where Joy Behar was grilling the governor. I think Kathleen Hochul is the name of the governor in New York State, about this high profile case where a couple went missing and then they found their bodies in some house in was it Yonkers or no? I think it was Long Island, right? So yeah, there was this fucked up house with blood in the pipes and stuff like that. the cops could not charge the people living in that house with murder, despite the fact that, yeah, you know, if somebody's blood and their body parts show up in your house, if you got meat cleavers that are dirty with human remains, then maybe you might have had something to do with the unaliving of these people. So for whatever reason, there was a skill issue with the cops. TYT and Anna Kasparian tried to turn this into being about bail reform, right? And with this weird tactic where they're like, we're not against bail reform, but bail reform, you know, everything's all these violent crimes are having their bail knocked off. It turns out that actually that crime and many crimes, you know, weren't eligible for bail. In other words, you wouldn't be held unless you could pay bail for dismembering a corpse, right? You would be, though, if you'd committed a murder, if you were charged with committing a murder. So the police couldn't get their shit together, or the prosecutors couldn't get their shit together. They're still trying to get their shit together to charge these people with what seems like, you know, a very likely, you know, link between them and the murder that happened. And so, yeah, I mean, it's just TYT taking a bloody, gross, you know, one-off like thing and trying to blow it up into this national crisis of like, you know, everybody's chopping up corpses in their house. We got to do something about this. They're getting free. They're getting let go on with no bail, right? And what's the other option to that you should have to pay bail? Again, I ask you, right? Do you really want to let like axe-wielding serial killers like Anna Bateman here, do you really want to let them loose just because they can afford to pay bail? I think not. I think the fuck not.
I actually, this is a good learning opportunity. Anna, we know you watch the show. Thank you for that. Make sure to hit the
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, likely she does.
Like and subscribe button, but we do appreciate you sharing to social media.
Yeah, anything to bully smaller creators, says Anna Kasparian.
Here's the thing about a principle, right? Let's take a less incendiary one right now, like the First Amendment, right? I believe in the First Amendment. Now, I might look at a dumbass like you on Twitter and say, damn, I really don't like what she's saying. That sucks. But I have this idea that this principle notion that people should be able to say what they believe. I also have this principled notion that your wealth should not define your justice before the law. That your accumulative assets, your ancestral lineage, you know, your ability to come into contact with physical wealth should, you know, make you subject to different penalties, different level of persecution, a different level of subjugation. Yeah. Essentially what I'm saying, Anna, is I oppose a two-tier justice system, one that makes it easier for the rich to stay out of jail, and one that...
You wonder if AI could have fulfilled my Photoshop request in Discord? I mean, it could have, but I'm pretty happy with the look. We got two. Yeah, in case you didn't see this earlier, we got two different versions of Anna Bateman. Like, here's the one, right? That one's scary because she's right behind me, chat. She's right behind me, isn't she? Is she right behind me? I feel like she's right behind me. Yeah, she's definitely right behind me there. That's the one that Vamps did, and then Zara actually did two of them, and I picked the one that I picked the one that made me chuckle to myself all day long, which is this one right here. And might as well retweet myself since no one else will. No, just kidding, chat. I don't know. I mean, I've got as many retweets as I do likes on there, so that's a pretty good ratio in of itself. And I'm loving the comments on here. I am absolutely loving the comments, especially these two people in bear suits who have found a hack around having to pay rent by dressing up like a bear and just going into the zoo. These are clearly two humans in bear suits that, you know, they no longer have to worry about paying rent anymore. So, boom.
Makes it easier to put poor people into jail. Now, bear with me. That must be asinine, you know, an Orange County.
Oh my God! You know what's really asinine is getting stuck watching 3 minutes of ad every hour, and I was about to leave you to that cruel fate. Unfortunately, though, I remembered just in time to let you know that you can get out of that 3-minute ad break by getting a sub. You can get a sub for free if you got Prime. You just use Prime to get yourself a Prime sub. If you give it to, you can give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, You will no longer see ads in my chat. You can also get out of the ad break by buying yourself a sub. It costs $5 on desktop. It costs $6 on mobile. Your mileage may vary in other countries. I'm giving you US prices, of course, because we America-centric world, I guess. I don't know. I'm sorry about that, chat. I just don't know the other prices. You can also possibly get out of the ad break if somebody is nice enough to gift you with a gift sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Let's look at their. Let's see what these. Anna, when a Republican disagree. Okay, so these look like normal comments. Tyler Hackner, I know that person. That's a normal comment. Surprised anyone still watches TYT. Used to love Anna. Yeah. It looks they're back to their normal comment. So right, they had one bad day of comments. That's it.
Liberal, but it's true. This is my deeply held belief. So that's why, even though some people do horrible things, like I believe I think the man that she's referencing is the guy that was on Rogan, right? And he gets out of prison and he's like a reform activist. And, he goes and immediately after that, he like butchers some guy to death in his apartment. Guess what? I'm not pro butchering. Okay.
We are not pro Patrick Bateman here.
I don't think you should go out there and do homicide, right? It's crazy. What? Earth-shattering news. Gavin and I are going to debate this later, but just put a pin in that for a second.
Yeah, dude. I thought we were the pro butcher and dismember podcast. Come on, bro.
Benny the butcher. Anyway. Yeah, she's also just lying. All violent crime is bail eligible in NYC.
This is what I mean is that like TYT doesn't know what they're talking about. Olamide does. This is literally what Olamide does for a living, right? And she's calling them on their bullshit. That's what you wonder why Anna hates Olamide. You wonder why Olamide lives rent free in Anna's head. And yes, that is the title. That is like the is the title of the stream, or the thumbnail at least today.
And I'm not saying that as an activist. I'm saying that as a criminal attorney in New York City and a national expert on bail reform. 100%. 100%. We're actually going to play some of your TikTok later, Ole. I hope that's cool. Where you kind of walk everybody through the, line by line of this. But anyway, long story short, bail is bullshit because it's essentially like, what did we talk about yesterday? I don't know if it's in the clip that Gavin.
It's like rich people, many of whom are criminals, bribing the justice system so that they don't have to go to jail, right? And they can try to stay out of prison by planning their defense, right? Poor people aren't afforded that privilege. It's a two-tiered system of justice. It's part of the two-tiered system of justice.
Put out. But what did we talk about yesterday? If you're going to ask him, if you're going to say that a man like Donald Trump can pay $450 million or whatever the hell it is, $450 million.
Okay, so now that is a criminal fraud trial. We're not talking about bail there. It's easy to get mixed up though. There's a lot of court cases against Donald Trump. I'm just going to fast forward through this.
People who are going to be 100% more victimized by this shit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And for them to come out here and pretend that they're the progressive network, we're the true rational,
the home of the progressives, right?
Lefties. And it's like, no, you're not. You're just like a NIMBY liberal. That's it. You have
the NIMBYist of liberals.
Hillary Clinton style politics now. You just need to fess up to it.
I mean, that's the thing about Anna Kasparian. She's acting like she's speaking truth to power when in reality she's fucking Hillary Clinton here. Like, who throws her own constituency under the bus? Hillary Clinton. Like who doesn't have the guts to actually hold leftist positions because she doesn't think that they'll sell well with the public? Hillary Clinton. She's very Hillary Clinton.
And it's crazy. You made the excellent point on Twitter last night that all the people that are coming to her defense, they're all just...
Oh, also Hillary Clinton's kind of a TERF. So yeah, there's another...
Right-wingers. They're all just people telling her to take the red pill because that's what her position would lead you to believe she's on the precipice for, right? Like, she is waiting and waiting and waiting. She's like, oh, I just can't... She's basically waiting on her opportunity to do the rave Dubin dance, right? The left left me, man. I'm just trying to talk about my ideas. I'm sorry, I care about safety. The left just loves looting and raping and pillaging, and they don't believe in cops.
Yeah, dude, this is some hilarious molding from Anna Kasparian. For one, I mean, when I saw she initially tweeted this video out, I was like, oh, did we get something wrong? Did we mess up? Did we look
Actually, yeah, I feel like this was one of the Vanguard's better videos.
Stupid in this video. I was like, just editing this one. I was like,
and look, the number of comments in the comment section are a testament to how good Zach and Gavin roasted Anna.
I think this was a good clip. I put it out, but then I was like, oh shit, did she get us? I watched the clip. It's a pure banger. It's a straight classic Vanguard banger, bro. And Anna Kasparian straight up just posted her own L's here, posted one of the best videos Zach and I have ever done. Specifically, you were on fire, bro. Just taking TYT to task in a glorious way. So I was watching that last night, just like, oh shit. Like, thank you for posting this.
Wait, was that somebody that was that a like Anna Kasparian fan in the chat there?
Got a bunch of attention from this clip, blew us up on YouTube numbers wise.
On YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. And as you mentioned, Zach, her comment section is filled with right wingers. I'm gonna have to switch over to another tab real quick. Basically just a ton of people being like, come on, Anna, just take it. Just take the red pill. And honestly, I kind of agree. Maybe it is time for Anna Kasparian to just take it, to just take the red pill, take the mask off already.
When he said take it, I was like, take another little piece of my heart.
Anna, because this is something.
I mean, I guess that this is a true TYT, like, the actual progressives that were part of TYT back in the day. She has taken another little piece of their heart every day.
Embarrassing shit. I mean, I didn't even really think that we were on Anna's radar. She spent the last, several weeks and months going after smaller lefty channels, people like Lance from the Surfs and her former colleague over at TYT, Benny. But the Vanguard, I mean, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel, sis. You're just like searching your own name on YouTube and watching us roast you as you
pretty much
wine or whatever at like 9 p.m. in the evening. Like, this is so pathetic. And yeah, it has to be embarrassing to post something like this. And then just see a bunch of people like Ian Miles Chung.
LOL,
yeah.
Welcome to the right. LOL, bro. Imagine. Yeah, dude, I know. This is what's crazy, bro. We live in her brain rent free, and it's so funny. I'm like, bro, I'm a bartender. At 2:30 today, I am gonna go clock in with my little punch in number at the local bar, and I'm gonna shake martinis until about 1 a.m. Okay, and this lady is gonna drive home in her little Porsche and be thinking about me right here when I have absolutely. But it's true. I do use her for comedy a lot, and a lot of times we like to use her as a vehicle to, like, she's the perfect caricature of somebody who was not sincerely on the left, like an opportunist, right? And that's one of the things that's crazy. That's one of the hardest lessons that I learned when we kind of went through the like popularity of Bernie Sanders, right? Because Gavin and I will tell you, when we were coming up like 18 years old, everybody was a Bernie bro. Everybody wanted all these policies. Everybody, like, in our regular lives, like in Kansas City. And my sister was a hater. She was an Elizabeth Warren worker in 2020.
I mean, look, honestly, like the 2016, this is what we lost, right? In terms of a chance to really drive that movement forward. I guess by 2020 that there was no way, even with Bernie doing becoming the leader, which he never was. He was never ahead of Hillary Clinton, substantially, like in 2016, but he was ahead of them all in 2020, and they all dropped out and they all endorsed Biden, and that was that. But we lost a lot, right, in terms of Trump being seen, and it's bullshit as an anti-establishment candidate, right? Oh my God, what did he do? What was the one thing that Trump accomplished while he was president? Lowering taxes for the rich. Of course the establishment loves him. Of course they love him, right? That was the moment, not for a fucking institutionalist creep show like Hillary Clinton, but for somebody with new energy, albeit, from an old dude like Bernie, right? It was a time for the changing of the guard, and that didn't happen. And people started to think of the Democratic Party as being the establishment party, even though, as bad as the establishment is, as bad as the status quo is, it can get worse, and Trump showed us that, right, in so many different ways.
It's like, none of these people care about politics, Zachary. They don't care about getting legislation passed. They just want to be cool. And I was like, no, you're full of shit. This is the new generation. Like, we're tearing the shit down, whatever, blah blah. But she was 100% right. The fad died out, and now you get to really see who was about this shit, who really cares about playing the long game, who's interested in participating in the actual, Sisyphusian task. Sometimes it feels like of rolling the boulder up the hill. Anyway, that's
Yeah, you don't have to tell me about Sisyphusian tasks, Chad. It's every day for me.
Hilarious that Ian Miles Chong is out here like patting Anna Kasparian on the back because of how bad we burned her, and everybody knows that she was.
Yo, like now listen, like that's a cross. I don't know. You know, like sometimes that's just like a person saying that they're a Christian or whatever, in or they're a goth, I guess. But it can also be, and it sometimes is like a sometimes it denotes that this is a groiper.
Was critiquing us.
They turned Jesus into a dog whistle, Chad, if you don't know. When you see people say Christ is king, what they're really saying is that Nick Fuentes is king of their hearts.
The right. They're all just like, oh yeah, the actual threat of extremism comes from the left. See, this is how you know you're in good company, and that got 800 favorites almost. Like, this is hilarious. You just can't pretend to be on the left anymore, and that's what Gavin and I won't allow. Like, if Anna wants to go and make right-wing content, we always say this, we don't give a shit about roasting right-wingers, because that's like playing wiffle ball, right? If I want to play,
I don't know, I'll still roast right-wingers, but I get what they're saying, that there's a lot of rear guard action that needs to take place, whether it's Vosh or whether it's Anna Kasparian or somebody else that's essentially diluting the power of the left and trying to redefine what that left is, right? Trying to take the little platforms that we have right out from under us and say, no, listen to me, right? We got to fight a rear guard action against fundamentally reactionary people trying to undermine what the left even is. And you know what that does, right? If the left moves right, the right moves even further right.
The wiffle ball.
We can't afford that anymore. We can't afford that.
Start taking shots at people in my own comment section, right? If I want to, you know what I mean? But I want to have conversations with other leftists. I want to hold other leftists accountable. And at this point, it just feels like she's not one of us at all, dude. She doesn't hold a single position that would distinguish her from somebody like, you know, Jen Psaki on MSNBC.
Yeah, honestly, that's true. That's kind of true. She's just like, I'm kind of edgy. I smoke weed sometimes, so I'm hip and cool. But in reality, yeah, she's just a.
Does she actually?
Karen, 100%. Happy to have you.
I don't have trouble imagining her smoking anything.
Right. Anna, LOL. Basically, no support from the left, by the way. Straight up, no support from the left. The other day, she was retweeting Actual Justice Warrior. We talked about that super tough on crime, loser, propagandist, right winger. That's all she can do now. And I don't think she's going to have on, Olayemi Lauren to debate this. Obviously not us, but, I think that's what she should do. She should have someone like Olay on to actually have a discussion if she's interested in proving her point. Clearly, all she's interested in is gaining affirmation from her right-wing followers.
When Olay went on TYT.
Right. She got absolutely destroyed, which is why she basically stopped interacting with people on the left almost entirely. I mean, besides her own co-host and the occasional interview she does with the Lefty channel, it's almost nothing but right-wingers at this point who she knows aren't going to challenge her on this bullshit because she knows how it would go. We see it on Twitter. We see it online. And honestly, the embarrassing thing about all this is I feel like Anna really thought that this kind of pivot would result in some sort of newfound popularity or growth for the Young Turks. Take a look at this. Here's the clip in which she's fear-mongering about the bail reform. Anna Kasparian flips out after Governor DeFinn's release of alleged butchers. It didn't really do that well. It got...
What is the word for clip? God, it's clip something. Like when you were clip hunting, I can't remember, but it's like essentially what you're trying to do is have a viral clip. And I mean, like, yeah, people did retweet, people did tweet out like some of Anna's freak out, right? So, but it didn't really do what it needed to do, which is like drive the views on this video, right? They wanted to see this video be like 600,000, not 62,000. And they didn't quite get it.
42,000 views.
Wait, 42,000? That's even less. Damn. One day ago. I mean, still though, that's
nowhere near as many views as like their Jonathan Glazer video or this one about Jared Kushner. Like, it's not like this pivot is really being massively rewarded with some influx of new viewership or some influx of new supporters to the channel. If anything, it kind of seems like a bit of a belly flop. And now she's just out here eating L's, posting her L's when it comes to the tweet from last night. And it's just embarrassing.
Is
it's
this
like,
TYT?
She's giving away free clout.
Channel?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this is horrible view count. Like, go down.
The shade is immaculate, Zach. Like, yeah, is this their main channel? Is this their fucking main? Are you sure this isn't some satellite channel? This isn't like the Rebel headquarters or something? No, this is the main channel. This is Cenk and Anna.
Down a little bit. Like, I mean, what are we gonna say that their average view count is? Maybe 80K a video. Does that sound average? Like, because they have some that go a little crazy and they get into the like hundreds. It's an 80K view average. How much is the payoff of like an 80K video in YouTube ad revenue, Gavin? Like 120 bucks, 130 bucks max, something like that. That's terrible. I mean, think about the overhead that these guys are trying to pay. I mean, like, I will tell you, the pay, unless they have a better deal, you know, unless they're getting paid more per click than Gavin and I are. We were always curious. We're like, how much does 100K video pay? Like, not shit. You'll get paid like after taxes. Like, Gavin and I were like splitting $125. Like, not that much.
What was their big video? Was it the debate with Bosch?
That's right. So you're like, how are you trying to sustain this like huge operation? And they're bleeding money, obviously. That's why Cenk is trying to do these outlandish, crazy things to, gain attention for himself, to try and kickstart it again.
Yeah, as much as he was shitting on Shmuley for being a clown, Cenk is a clown too.
And it's actually just working in reverse. He's actually just making the problem backwards. His solution was like in Ferris Bueller, where they put the car on blocks and they're just going to drive it backwards to take the miles off the odometer. That's basically what they're doing right now. They're just adding to their own suffering. They're adding to their own misery. Anyway, it's crazy too. We have to get into the what was it that dude, Adam from Adam and Stitch came after you, and dude, talk about an absolute faceplant. You want to talk about a belly flop? Oh my gosh, people who live on the coast, I'm sorry, some of you guys are cool, but y'all think that you live like the rest of us are living in like 1950s or some shit. Like, oh, you don't live in New York or LA. What's it like?
So yeah, for the record, this is Adam replying to Gavin, who replied to Anna. So Anna shouted them out. Literally shouted them out. Literally was like, I mean, obviously not in a good way, right? Obviously she's trying to send hate. She's not trying to send love. Those people aren't going to come and like and subscribe. They're gonna leave hate comments, and that's what they did, right? But so Gavin replies with a, hey, thanks for the fucking shout out, right? Adam Friended comes in and you're like, you don't know what you're talking about, Midwesterner. You don't know what real crime is. You haven't been to Chicago. You haven't been to New York City. You haven't been to San Francisco. Crime is rampant. It's Escape from LA. It's Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
Barefoot and marry your cousins, right? Like, you live in the Midwest where crime is not existent. Bro's never heard of Chicago before.
Chicago is probably the most popular city to fearmonger about the crime.
Bro,
yeah, as of recently. I mean, they're doing a lot about New York and San Francisco too, but yeah, Chicago's the one. Well, Chicago's a dog whistle, right? That's a way for them to be racist without being racist. They want to talk about black people, but instead they talk about Chicago, and with a heavy implication that they're talking about, and associating black people with crime.
During our lifetime, Gavin, the 4 of the biggest murder capitals in America have all been in the Midwest: Detroit, St. Louis, Chicago, and Kansas City. Okay, we have like literally Kansas City has like, and this isn't clout, guys. This is like at all flex.
It's not a flex, no.
This is a huge problem in our city, and it's usually people who are under 24 who are the victims of gun violence, and it's really sad, and it's very like neighborhood specific, and of course that goes back to like segregation and all kinds of policing and policies and shit like that. So this isn't a flex, but just like this guy for trying to undermine our. I'm like, dude, you have no idea how America works. You've never left your own liberal stupid bubble. And yeah, and as Gavin puts out, Kansas City, Missouri ranks 8 in list of cities with the highest homicide rate. But what do you think goes on in places like Kansas City?
Oh, hey, what's up, OnlyFacts? We actually saw your tweet earlier. We were looking at the thread, the NS Kasparian thread, this response from Adam Friended came to Gavin from, and I think we saw you in there.
City was an abandoned ass town, okay, with like an urban culture that was just completely left to die, to rot away for like 25 years, and nobody invested a dime downtown. I remember I came down. This is how hard up Kansas City was. My dad had a pager store.
LA, usually a dog whistle against Mexicans, yeah.
Where they would fix cell phones and pagers. It was like my dad and my grandpa's business. Tech 9 was trying to sell CDs outside of that motherfucker. Does it sound like this was a land of opportunities? Okay, no. So it's not like it was a yellow brick road. Hey, what's up, everybody? Like, no, this wasn't the Wizard of Oz, okay? crazy. So anyway, this guy says you live in the Midwest where crime is non-existent. It's
no, this isn't the Wizard of Oz. This is the Warriors. This is come out to play Warriors. This is 40,000 hardcore like sorry, Chad, I gotta
soft on crime policies from the safety of small town America. Bro, if you don't live in LA,
this is can you dig it?
York, it's small town America. Where you haven't had a murder for 40 years and your police force is 4 dudes in a meter maid for one asshole. We have done some of the most we've done a lot of ground on the ground activism in Kansas City. Not we as in me and Gavin, but the good people that we cheerlead for. We don't have local control of our police department, so we have a bunch of rich assholes in Jefferson City who make sure that our cops get paid as a priority before we do all with any other bit of tax money in the city. It's honestly, the KCPD has a horrible reputation. In fact, the KCKPD has a horrible reputation where you guys might remember the KC Defender. Shout out to Ryan Sorrell, one of the first interviews that we did back in the early days of the Vanguard when he was still with Black Rainbow. Now he runs the KC Defender. Because our police force is so shitty here, because crime is so bad here, there was a serial killer that was abducting Black women at night. And going on for years and years and keeping them and torturing them. Guys, look up the Kansas City serial killer, KC Defender. It is an absolutely insane story. They would not go to sleep on this beat. They kept growing. They kept grinding. The Kansas City Star, which is the paper of record here. It's a horseshit rag sheet, by the way, if you're curious about it. It's so totally corporate. But anyway, they kept dismissing it. They would put out exactly what the police chief was saying, oh, it's not a big deal. Boom. They finally catch this asshole. And it was insane. So anyway, that missed me with this small town shit.
Yeah.
Okay. We just won our 3rd Super Bowl in the last 5 years. Okay. You'll never know what that's like.
Yeah. And we're still reeling as a community, we're still reeling from the slaughter that took place at the Super Bowl parade. You know what I'm saying? It was just a couple weeks ago where 15 people got lit up at the Union Station Kansas City Chiefs parade. To say that Kansas City is some sanctuary away from violence is absolute insanity. And yeah, this notion that only the coast, if you don't live in NYC or LA, then you just don't know what's going on. Let's look at the most violent cities actually in the entire country: St. Louis, Detroit, Michigan, Baltimore, Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Rockford, Illinois, Cleveland, Ohio. You have to get all the way to Stockton, California, number 9 to even reach
Stockton
real
is
coastal.
not LA.
Yeah, it's not LA. It's not. It's wait, where's Stockton's kind of.
Bro, Stockton, that's right outside.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, dude, that's a rough name. That, you know what I'm saying? That's an abandoned part of California. Not abandoned. Sorry, a lot of people live there. That's where the Diaz brothers are from. I'm just saying, that's not LA, bro. When these guys are talking about this shit, they live in Sylmar.
Yeah, exactly. And as I tweeted, Kansas City was the most 8th most violent city in 2023 or something. Unfortunately, the homicide rate just keeps going up. But yeah, to say that our commentary is in any way informed by some sort of privilege, we're just living in some immaculate suburban fantasy land or something away from all of the horrors of the real world. Oh, of course we should defund the police because every time we go outside, it's just nothing but green grass and golden sun rays. LOL. Not the case. Just such an ignorant comment to say. I couldn't believe when I saw that shit.
Okay, so there we go. Like I said, the Vanguard eating well tonight. They seem to have shaken off the hate raid that Anna directed. What a fucking Anna's as bad as Keffels, but way bigger. In terms of directing hate at people, in terms of utilizing her parasocials, right? Anna's everything bad we talk about. When we talk about Twitch poll, when we talk about Vosh, when we talk about all that shit. Okay, so the only other thing that I can think to watch, and like I said, I don't know. Yeah, we're not really hitting the stream goals chat, which I'm going to deal with whatever I have to deal with, but just know that I'm coming to a crossroads pretty soon here, chat, where I'm going to decide whether to go all in on streaming and on content, or whether I'm going to decide to pull back and pretty much cut things in half. So, that'd be every stream half as long as it normally is. Maybe it'll focus me. Maybe it'll have good outcomes. But that's kind of what it's looking like for right now. So kind of sad. Unless somebody wants to play hero here and extend the stream into a Sitch and Adam sex dunk fest, because like I'm kind of keen to dunk on this Adam Friended guy. I think he's really cringe. Look at this. We're talking about like TikTok filter for deal with it glasses. We got Sitch over here with this Rant Sona from like, I don't know, 2014. I mean, these two are the cringe lords of cringe lords, and I would love a chance to dunk on them, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen today or necessarily in the foreseeable future, but we're going to do what we can, chat. I'm going to keep plugging away, although maybe at a much reduced frequency and length of stream. So yeah, I'm probably going to have to call it quits for today. Remember, tomorrow, we've got the premium streamium. You can get it if you can get it on YouTube. It's going to be like a premium. It's going to be for members only. You can get it on Twitch. It's going to be premium for members only. Or you can get it on Patreon. There'll be a link there on Patreon. Or you can secretly sneak into the Discord, and even if you don't watch, even if you're not supporting me monetarily, you can still watch the premium streamium, because I'm leaving the back door open because that's how much I care. But yeah, that's gonna have to be it for me today, and I'm gonna try to keep going as much as I can. I might have some other activities that are going to take away a lot of my time, but it's just we tried to do it. We I don't know, I don't want to give you like it's not Limp Bizkit, it's the other band. What is the other band? What is the other band? Linkin Park. Yeah, I don't want to give you Linkin Park, lyrics or anything, but yeah, we did try so hard. We did come so far. But we'll see what matters in the end anyway, chat. I hold out hope, even though it doesn't look great right now. I've kind of pushed my finances as far as I can push them, so I'm gonna have to be cutting way back on it's looking like hours from now on, again, unless somebody wants to jump in and thank you, Zara. Thank you for the 200 biddies. Yeah, I just gotta kind of financially plan responsibly so that I can at least keep a roof over my head, and that looks like it's gonna mean cutting back some. So sorry about that. I'll do the best I can, and I will see you tomorrow at the premium streamium. Until then, have a good night, and much love. Yow! And hitting the microphone, knocking down Waluigi, that's always fun. Anyway, chat.